Oh, it looks like we may as well go live. So, who have we got? Oh, we've got Lurkio's brother's sister's cousin. Oh, it looks like we got Peter, we've got Big Blue, we've got John. And so, have I forgot to turn YouTube off again, like normal? That's not unusual. We've got Sean Hawken out there, we've got Carl, John, Mippet. Oh, wait a minute, they're on the panel, some of them. We've got Laurie, Sam, Surf. Oh, welcome to the 400 sub special. Hey, no name. Oh, hi, Peter. Oh.
Well, what a milestone for you, Terry.
Yeah, it only feels like yesterday I was at 300. And
I think it was the
before
day
that,
before.
200.
But
There you go, Huey.
Much better.
Hey.
Yeah, Terry, it's if you're not signed in.
Yeah.
You can join without signing in, but it takes your avatar out, so you've got to sign in each time.
Yeah.
That's how I fixed it last time. Of course, I couldn't remember the sodding password, so I had to get a new one.
You can sign in through Google, I think, is an option, isn't it?
I did sign in through Google once, and it didn't bring the avatar over for some reason.
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah. Hey, no name. What are you doing up this late?
Oh, just getting off work.
Oh, good timing.
And the fours are coming out.
I don't care about this sodding avatar, but I get in trouble if it's not up there.
You're only on my channel, Huey. You're only on mine.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well.
Got a pretty good delayed echo there, Terry.
It's not through me.
No, sounds good here.
No, you've probably got YouTube open.
Is it on YouTube? Is it live yet?
Yes.
Yeah, we're live now. We're out there. The peanuts are going like crazy out there with the fours.
I missed it. Yeah, we'll see it now.
And we also got another milestone for Big Blue too. He's reached over the $5,000 as well.
All right.
Whoopee.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Great channel.
Good job, Blue.
Hammered tonight.
Yeah, thanks.
How long's it taking you to get to the 5,000, Blue? Like how long you been for your YouTube channel?
A year.
A year. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll be lucky to get, if in my 12 months coming up September, I don't know, I'll have to check, probably October. Or actually, I might be longer than a year. Oh, thanks, Wally. You allowed to come in for my 400 special to say good day, or not today? You've got a video that you said that you're rendering to put on, so we'll watch that later.
Terry's 400th birthday, surprise while he comes in.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a surprise? We'll try to still touch on a little bit of the ancient technology and things like that we've been doing. I did grab a few videos to maybe watch as we go, but we'll try not to stick to a strict format as much as we can. But I was thinking of doing a couple of other different things along the way, which we tried in Discord the other day. Oh, 402 subs, already inaccurate title. Oh shit, Wally. What am I going to do about that?
Well, shouldn't Wally be coming in here?
Well, I did ask him nicely.
How many times have you asked this guy nicely? Right? It's not even dinner time, and I bet he's got to feed something.
Yeah, the cat.
He's got to feed the cat. Yeah, that's what I always say. Yeah. What time you got to feed the cat, Wally?
When the cat says so.
Hey, Jose.
Hi, Jose.
Yeah, I'm a big 400. I don't know where the 2 came from. The last time I looked, it was only 400. So 2 must have snuck in since I looked.
Well, I put it back to 401 for you, so.
I like your new avatar, Davros. Very cute.
Duck season?
Rabbit season.
Duck season?
Yeah, but which one's the flat earther?
Now,
Why?
the old Elmer, right, state.
Or is it the one thinking he can stop a shotgun with his finger?
Yeah, but he's
Well,
proven that works.
You can, because you can do anything in cartoons, right?
Yeah, Bugs Bunny's proven that works many times.
In
Yeah,
cartoons, yeah. But that's what I mean, right? So if we pull Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd out of the cartoon and into reality,
No, you can't do that. That's not allowed.
But they did it with Ninja Turtles. They did it with Garfield. They
Yeah, but not Bugs. You know, no, that's not on.
What's all this sort of stuff? No name you dropped. Lecturer, Darwin College lecturer.
I meant. Yeah, I think you get a kick out of it. It's I meant to put it in the homework section on Discord, so I pasted it in there too. But it's
does it say atomism?
What's that?
Is it atomistic with your satanistic, heathenistic ways?
I'll
Very
drop
possible.
it
Very
over
possible.
there. I'll put it in
I did already, Terry.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's a series of lectures at Cambridge University's Darwin College about enigmas.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them was the Antikythera mechanism that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
And it's got a breakdown on how it works and what it was used for. Pretty neat stuff.
Yeah, I've got a little doco on that here ready to go too about that. Is he all Creative Commons? He's stuff.
That's a good
Videos?
question. It's Cambridge University. It may very well may be.
I'll just check.
Oh, go ahead.
Just looking now to see what he's got under the descriptions. No, it's just got education. But if it's got no music, it's educational. Usually that stuff's usually okay.
Yeah, there's no music. Like I said, it's a college lecture. There'll be pictures and things like that, but no music.
So you've got a Darwin College over there, and we've got Darwin, the capital city. So obviously this must be in America. Or Cambridge.
Yeah, it's at Cambridge University.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Did Wally answer me about dropping in or not?
I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, Wally, I'll check it out when I get a chance. Come in the chat, will you?
I wonder how
Jose
many
put out a
Flat Earth Cambridge graduates there are. Anyone to take a guess at that?
Wally, you can't say no now. Blue's told you to come in.
Yeah, and we're not going to watch your video unless you come in.
Yeah, don't make me do my God voice.
Jose put out a brilliant video earlier.
What was that about, Demonic?
Oh, I don't know. Berating Nathan.
I missed that one.
Go have a look. It only happened like half an hour ago.
Yeah, Mippet wore him out.
What Sean want to know? Can you please find one single sentence from that university that is ambiguous about the shape of the Earth? I would like to cite it. Can someone reinterpret that? What he means?
Oh, so he wants to find an ambiguous statement about the shape of the Earth. So one that doesn't
Could be
conclude,
taken either way.
doesn't conclude that it's a ball or a flat Earth.
A postulation.
Yeah.
Did anyone see Wolfie's video?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It's really cool that they've got monitoring now for aircraft, but at the end there, Sydney International Airport. Oh my goodness.
Was that not spooky looking?
Yeah, it was really freaky.
All right, yeah, I've got that ready to go. That's only a few posts up.
There wasn't one single person in there, right?
Nobody in that gate lounge. Nope.
No, not a single.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Man, there's going to be some hurting airline profits.
Oh yeah.
For a few weeks or however long this goes on.
It's not just the travel industry. This has got a knock on everywhere. Pretty much the whole
Last
leisure
Wolfie,
industry
I've
is
got
suffering.
some FlightRadar24 based aircraft tracking.
That's the one, Terry.
one.
That's that one. Okay.
That's the one, yeah.
But
Really
just
cool.
to
But right at the end, he's in Sydney International, going to the States, and the departure gate with all the checks. There's not a single person in there.
Yeah, just so you know, our Prime Minister has released our surplus, as it were, as basically an austerity measure for this virus. $17.4 billion.
It works out to about $750 per person on government-based payments.
That's not who it's going to. It's going to employers and employees.
Yeah,
Well, that wouldn't be an austerity measure.
We'll
Be the
play
opposite of austerity.
We'll play
No,
that
it's
later.
to keep people. Sorry, Terry.
We'll play that later, Sam, about the Nathan Gem Pandas today, because it only runs for a few minutes. We'll play that later.
Did anyone hear anything about Ranty making Dr. Phil Bell an honorary flat earther?
That's correct.
What the fuck?
Oh, that was fantastic.
It was the best troll I have ever seen in my life.
I didn't watch it. I just saw the title there. I can't stand watching Ranty for some reason.
So Phil basically went into Ranty's live stream, and he turned around and said, "Well, look, I'm a professor. What about if I take off my ball Earth hat and I'll put on a flat Earth hat and I'll see if I can help you out a bit?" And he explained that a lot of their arguments are nullified because of you can't just use the argument if you don't understand it, and that there are certain questions that the flat earthers need to stop asking because it actually shows that their lack of knowledge about the whole situation anyway. And by asking questions about distant observations and stuff like that, these are all actually proving the globe Earth model. And he it was really good the way he did it. Was he tried to direct them in ways of showing evidence that we are on a flat Earth rather than just arguing the same old points, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, it was really good. And then at the end, he put his flat Earth hat back on. Put his globe Earth hat back on, and allowed himself to be victimized, bullied, and harassed by the flat Earth community within that chat.
Well, the best part was when he was Flat Earth Phil, and it was still 5-on-1, and he was just rolling like a champ. I mean, anything they threw at him, he could just instantly, solve, take care of. And my main takeaway was that they're by denying basic science, things that we can demonstrate, repeat over and over again, that they're weakening their own case.
Yeah.
You know, if they would just accept some basic scientific principles that we have established and do away with the need for the firmament. Like he even argued for gravity as the container as a flat earther. You know, it was great. So yeah, he was like neck and neck with Stingray for #1 flat earther in my opinion.
And I think that was one thing that he made a very good point where he turned around and said, "Well, why deny gravity? It's an observation. It's an observation that has all this evidence. So why deny it? Why even argue that? We can use gravity to our advantage as well."
Yeah, I wondered about that. I thought it was because it's gravity is the mechanism that forms planets. I thought that's why they had to deny it.
Well, yeah, I kind of stumped Phil with that one. I think he pulled the old JM Dodge on me or something, because when I pointed that out to him about it would smush that plane into a ball, he conveniently ignored it.
It's got more to do with the dome and the atmosphere than it does squishing things into balls.
Yeah. If
you actually have gravity, then you have a way to have an atmosphere, and if you have a way to have an atmosphere without a dome, then space becomes real.
Sure. But I think if you have something as massive as the Earth that would provide 9.8 meters per second acceleration, then it would squish it into the shape of a ball.
Well, yeah, we know that would happen, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That was my little troll.
Yeah.
To
after a certain tipping point, right? They've got these objects that aren't spherical because they're not big enough, right?
Yeah. Right.
Drove old Paige crazy. Every time I said something, she'd time me out. Finally, Ranty gave me a wrench because I cried enough. I was like, Ranty, she keeps timing me out. And he finally caved, I guess, to shut me up.
But that was just my idea about why they have to deny gravity. That's all I could think of. I didn't really know, actually. Maybe that's not it.
It's the dome thing.
It's because of the dome. Well, could you not have gravity and a dome?
Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't.
Yeah, so maybe it isn't the dome.
But then it comes back to that argument of, well, if there's a dome, why hasn't anyone touched it? Why hasn't anyone sampled it? Why isn't there close-up pictures of it and all of that type of stuff?
But to be fair, they don't all subscribe to a dome, do they?
No,
they don't. But most do.
Most do, exactly. And if the dome's not there, then space becomes real, and then everything starts to unravel.
Of course, my big complaint about the dome is that where's all the excess heat go?
Well, that goes out that hole that Spaceballs open up to vacuum out the atmosphere, doesn't it?
Brilliant.
Isn't the sun inside of the dome?
Yeah, that's what. If you pin them down, then they'll start waffling around about where it is. Maybe it's outside the dome. That's the one thing that Phil said last night that I do not agree with. You would not lose the pressure gradient because of heat building up inside the dome. As long as there's gravity present, there's going to be a pressure gradient.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, his argument, best I could tell, maybe I misunderstood it, was due to the fact that the sun and the moon would be moving. That heat would create a convection current.
Yeah.
So that's what kills your gradient.
No, it will not.
It wouldn't. Okay.
No, I don't think it would.
It's the same as wind now. Like
I might watch it then. Sounds interesting. I don't follow Ranty usually. Who else is in there?
Page, Right the Hand.
Is that Brian guy in there, Irish Brian? Because I can't stand that guy.
Oh, Brian's Logic.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
that guy's IQ and his shoe size are about the same.
I know.
Oh, that's the one I call brain damage, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's hard to listen to, that guy.
Yeah, we got brain leak and brain damage. That's how I tell them apart.
Yeah, he's pathetic.
I can't remember who all else was on that panel, though. It was about 5-on-1 at one point, though, and Right the Hand was just doing his level best to get under Phil's skin and trigger him. He just couldn't do it. It was fantastic.
I think that was one of the best things that, like, through the whole lot, Phil really kept his calm. He kept his narrative very focused. Like you said before, No Name, he dismissed their claims with facts, however, stuck to that, well, I'm a flat earth. You know, I'm playing the flat earth, but that doesn't work on our flat earth because of XYZ or whatever reason that he gave. But even when they were getting frustrated, they were getting angry, they were getting very heated and all of that, he still kept his cool.
Paige kept repeating, "We don't need that," or "We don't need you to tell us what our flat earth needs," and all that crap. And I'm like, yeah, Paige, it's been 6 years and there's been no advances in this field. So I think it's going to require Professor Phil to kind of vault you along there. Then she timed me out.
They're using the Professor Phil avatar that I found for him. That's the one I gave Phil. Same one.
Oh, Terry. Hannah said Aaron Moorfield was in there. That's right. Yeah, I forgot he was in there.
Yeah, he was.
I like Phil Bell, but he's a perfect candidate for a new microphone. I can barely hear him sometimes.
It's on the way, I believe.
I hope so.
He sounded loud and clear in Ranty's. I don't know.
Oh, that's good. But normally is the audio quality shit from his microphone.
Yeah, I believe he's getting a new lapel mic so that he can do all of his recordings for the students and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
anything would be better than what he's using now. That thing's horrendous.
Yeah. I think it's an inverse square law. It's like the smarter the professor, the worse their audio, something like that. I don't know. Newton came up with it, I think.
I think towards the end was interesting on that. I'll just play a little bit of it.
Dr. Phil's in the
Professor
Phil's in the chat.
Hang on, Paige, please.
Hey, Phil.
Can I
You're buggering it all up.
Why Australians are very loud. Can I say something to this guy, Phil, please? One moment. Phil, I've been a flat earther for the longest time, and when I try to express in a very sort of brief sense my developed ideas on what's going on with the skylights, you call it gibberish and word salad and immediately diminish it.
Because I know the sun doesn't have a semicircular lampshade.
Okay.
How
do you know that? How do you know?
Because I've seen the sun heaps of times with a filter.
Okay, cool. So how do you know
what's
behind it? Yeah, if you were living under the lamp and you looked up at the lamp, it would look like a circle with the shade over. You wouldn't see the shade over it. You would just see the light under it.
Not if it was semicircular.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter if it has a lampshade or not. If I take a huge bright spotlight and walk away
And that's how it basically is the whole time. Professor Phil's got an answer for everything. They can't dodge it. And I thought that was a classic.
Hey, Phil's in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, in about an hour he can drop in.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Are you coming in as a flat earther, Phil, or as a glober? We'll have to see.
Oh no, don't make him come in here as a flat earther. He's got too many arguments.
Well, he was gonna be the flurfer, and then Blue was gonna be the glober, and then we were gonna see if you could have a debate.
I'm afraid to do it. He might turn me into a flurfer.
I kept recommending like a tag team between Professor Phil and Stingray versus like Team Skeptic and Fight the Flat Earth. I thought that'd be hilarious. They might be able to convert those two.
That would be a wonderful experiment for like a charity drive, I think.
It would probably be the first and last cogent flat Earth debate.
Oh, you mean where they used facts and reason instead of just making crap up on the spot?
Yeah, maybe some evidence too. And not blurry pictures.
Free and 45.
I've got 2 videos that I've picked out of all that I've been looking through for the ancient technologies. I've got ancient Greek astronomy, which is, how long does that go for? About 15 minutes. Got the beginning of knowledge part 1 for Shanra or Sunya, I think it is. What's another one I've got here? Amazing Indian discoveries and inventions, but the one that I was looking at, we've got naming the day's history of the calendar, which goes for 42 minutes. But there was an interesting one that I did notice, if I can find it again, to do with maps. Yeah.
Maps.
Jeez,
you know what it's like trying to get a map.
You've even got Bob the Science Guy out there, Terry.
Oh, hey Bob. Well,
hey Terry.
He did shill me on his show one time.
Have you asked for a flat Earth map yet?
Where's Bob? I can't see any Bob the Science Guy.
He's up a bit now.
Yeah, he's lurking.
Now.
Yeah, sorry I had to drop out. I had to wash my son's hair and have a phone call at the same time. It was sort of very awkward to have the phone call on speaker and listen to you guys in the background.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I found it. It goes for 1 hour and 14 minutes, but we could probably pause it in between. But I thought maybe maps might be an interesting thing to see how they developed it from the beginning. Was the shape of the Earth actually incorporated in the knowledge of making the maps or not?
See how they went from flat to globe, hey?
Yeah. But that's what I thought it might be interesting. So we might play a bit of that.
As long as it is overplayed with 1 hour and 14 minutes of Dora the Explorer's I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map. You know, I'm in. Sign me up for 2.
No name. Remember, it's Ghidorah the Explorer.
Ghidorah?
Ghidorah, the Explorer of Worlds. Ooh.
I don't get the reference.
Well, do you know who King Ghidorah is?
No.
Do you know who Godzilla is?
Vaguely. Big lizard guy?
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
And then down here.
Yeah. You know who the big 3-headed lizard guy is with the one that looks like Kevin?
I'm familiar with Mothra. That's the only Godzilla character other than Godzilla that I know.
No name. You are losing geek cred, mate.
I'm a Philistine. What can I say? I just never got into the cheesy rubber suits and the terrible special effects.
So the most iconic sci-fi character of all time.
Pretty much.
Except
I watched a lot of Transor Z when I was a kid, though. So I mean, does that make up for it? So not a very well-known robot cartoon.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll castigate myself later. I think I've got some like a cat of 9 tails on.
If you had said Astro Boy or Voltron.
Come on, everybody knows about Astro Boy and Voltron. Transor Z, man, that's like a cult classic.
And then if you had have gone to Star Blazers, then you would have had some cred.
Sounds like a science fiction coffee shop. I'm out. That'll be $30 for your venti coffee. No, thank you. I'll pass.
Thanks, Anna.
That'll be $40 for the seat, and you're going to pay $25 just for the cup.
I've never understood the appeal. Of course, I don't really drink coffee either, so it tastes like dirty, bitter water.
Why? Because it's
you don't put enough sugar in it, then.
Pretty much. Exactly. If I've got a doctorate that much to make it palatable, it's probably just not worth my time.
Yeah, and if it doesn't say Mountain Dew.
Ugh, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew's the enemy. No yellow, sir.
It depends on what you're calling coffee. I hope you don't mean instant coffee, do you?
Oh, I wouldn't know the difference. It's all lost on me.
Oh, you would.
I've tried all the kind of good stuff people. I hope you heard the finger quotes there. I don't know. It all tastes like bitter water that makes you hate life.
No, coffee is life.
Coffee is life. Without coffee, there is no workforce.
Maybe it's because I don't appreciate pumpkin spice enough.
Oh, jeez, oh, sacrilege.
Press
I am
play,
a basic
please.
bitch that way, though. Press play. Press play, Terry.
Huh? What? We didn't pick a we didn't pick a number.
Mippet's telling you to press play.
Yeah, but we're not
she's
picking
as
a
bored
number.
with this conversation as everybody else.
Yeah, I'm going to get Mippet to come in here and do what she did to Nathan.
What she did to Nathan?
Well, you'll have to watch it to find out.
Oh, well, yeah, we're going to have to watch it. I've got it there ready. It's on the list.
Video's already up, Terry. Just have to press the...
Yeah, I've got it. But I'm not going to watch it just yet. Let us, what do you call it? Hang out for a bit longer, sort of thing. Torches a bit more.
Oh.
Or less. So this is about maps. Don't tell me what it's about because I wouldn't know myself. So, and I've only just skimmed through it.
This is about maps.
Yeah.
This is about maps, but don't tell me what it's about. But it's about maps.
Yeah, it's about maps, but don't tell me what it's about.
And I want to thank Jeff and the McClung Museum generally, the staff, for inviting me down here and being such wonderful hosts for the couple days I've been here. How many of you have actually seen the map exhibit? Can you raise your hands? Fair number. Okay. Well, I urge those of you who haven't seen it yet to go and see it. It's a really fine collection of very important maps to be assembled in this spot. Along some great maps of North America and the world.
Be careful, Nathan
and
might do a video
very
and say he
interesting
fumbled
maps
you.
of Tennessee.
Yeah, bring him on.
So
I
by all
reckon I
means,
could have words
go and
with
see
him.
it, and hopefully a few of the things that I'll talk about today will help you to appreciate.
Spoiler alert, no.
My topic today, how did they do that, comes from what I think is a very basic question that people ask when they look at maps. We've all had the experience of standing in a field or on a seashore and looking out and thinking, now how would
Does that
you
horizon
go
look
about
curved to you,
mapping
or is that just me?
where I'm standing? How could that happen? And the fact of the matter is, if we're standing on a flat surface like this and we look out, we can see something like 3 miles. That is, if you're 6 feet tall. For me, it's more like 2 3/4 miles.
And
But,
for Peter, it'd only
that's
be
not
about
really
1 mile.
a wide enough scope to get you,
If you're lucky.
Get you to see much topographic detail. If we climb up to about 500 feet, we increase our visibility to about 27 miles, which is getting far enough to be able to depict coves and things like that.
This guy using Professor Bell's
If we
microphone.
go up to the top of a 10,000-foot mountain, like this is Mount San Jacinto outside of Palm Springs.
Oh, I'm very careful, Sean.
Your visibility
I can
extends
handle
to
these
about
young
125 miles, which is, on a clear day, enough to be able to generate a fairly good sketch.
What mountain
of the
did he
surrounding
just
area
say?
if you know how to do that.
I missed that. What was that, Dave?
If we're
what mountain did he just say?
San Jacinto.
Is that Tolan Media One's mountain?
Yeah, and Jay Tolan did it.
Oh yeah. Didn't Bob just do a video that featured San Jacinto a lot?
Yeah, Bob's done it several times.
That's right. That was a good one.
Is that it?
Yeah, Mount Jacinto.
Okay.
That's interesting. Well, because it's apparently proof of flat Earth, this mountain.
Oh, where they could see 400 miles.
No. So J Tolan Media One does those infrared ones and uses doesn't use Peak Finder correctly to get the heights. He just uses it to find the locations and then misrepresents which locations which. He's a bit of a tool. But this Mount Jacinto one is the one that Nathan likes to use a lot. The 123 miles away.
Yeah, but 8,000 feet of it's missing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just ask Bob the science guy. He knows. He did the
Bob
calculations.
knows about it.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of it's missing.
You got the special key, Bob, if you want to come in. Get in.
I think he should.
Should have.
Yeah, Bob will give you the numbers. Bob knows.
If Blue can stay up, you can stay up, Bob.
Yeah, come on in.
Where are you?
Only problem with that mountain is nobody can figure out how to pronounce the damn thing.
It's not that hard, is it? San Jacinto, is that right?
Yeah, but then you get all kinds of then you get all the Spanish inflection going on. There you go. Bob says 6,200.
Well, I mean, it's like Jose. You don't say Jose.
You got the key to the special place, Bob. If you can come in for a little while.
Oh, it could be San Jacinto, could it? Is that it?
Yeah, I don't know. You hear all kinds of. I just gave up on call it San Jacinto. That's what.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as people know what you mean. That's the only thing that matters, isn't it?
Yep.
Fair. I don't call a tornado a tornado either. So
it's just that lump of rock over there. That one.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
That was a kind of an enduring meme about the explorers who would ask the natives the name of that mountain, and it would, roughly translate into, "Oh, that mountain over there."
Don't I
in their
find
native language.
Do I find it ironic that Bob's saying to pronounce this as Jacinto, but he can't pronounce Ayers Rock?
Yeah. You're asking Mr. I can't pronounce an Australian place, but I could do these Spanish ones for you.
Yeah.
Australian is kind of a made-up language, though, if you think about it.
Yeah, but even though Ayr was actually a British explorer.
All languages are made up.
British is kind of a made-up language if you think about it.
Hey, they're all made up. All languages are made up, aren't they?
Yeah,
yes.
That says the people speaking English.
It's fried rice, you plick.
Fried rice.
You need more inflections on the rurs.
We won't have that kind of racism in this house.
Press play.
Even American is made up, isn't it?
Pretty much. I mean, we did invent language, so you're welcome.
Did you say Americans or America?
Well, see, don't forget, Jesus visited the US in
the American
1700s.
I'm talking about. That's made
founded
up.
the US in the year 0, and the year 2000 was the 2000th anniversary of America. Duh.
I reckon just Americans are made up. They're just our imagination. Press play.
So that means Jose's the only real one, because he doesn't come from America.
Can I press play?
Play.
Outside of Palm Springs, your visibility extends to about 125 miles, which is, on a clear day, enough to be able to generate a fairly good sketch of the surrounding area if you know how to do that. I can't say that I do. If we're at 30,000 feet in an airplane, we can see something like 212 miles. And there you really begin to be able to pick out considerable topographic detail, and many of you who enjoy window
maps,
seats on your
back
flights sometimes think that it's like a map going by underneath you. Well, if we go up even higher, this is the Horn of Africa taken from the shuttle Columbia in 1993 at 163 miles up. And we're looking north. There's the Horn of Africa. This little projecting thing, I don't remember the name of it, but it's actually the easternmost point of the African continent. And from 163 miles up, you can see about 1,200 miles. So when we get out to the horizon here, we're looking into the middle of the Arabian Peninsula. And there you begin to see a real recognizable...
Who was that the other day that we were talking to? I don't remember who was with me, but arguing with a person. He was trying to say that when you're looking out, your field of view should be almost left to right to see the curvature, to see either the curvature or whatever, depending on how high you are. And he was trying to make out that you can either see all the way around you or see left to right. And I said, no, your field of view is only a set amount in front of you. Your head doesn't see in a your eyes don't see panoramically all the way around you all at the same time. I forget who that was now. It was somewhere.
Some idiot.
The flat earth man in Charles Terry.
Recognizable piece of geography. In fact, here's a map from the Newberry collections from a Portuguese atlas of about 1565, showing that very area. You see we have the Horn of Africa. There's that little projecting point, and there's the Arabian Peninsula. I think that's supposed to be, well, I was going to say it's Mecca, but I guess not. It's Jeddah. It's probably Jeddah. And if we were to wrap this part of the map on our aerial photograph, we'd see that kind of congruence, which I don't know, I think is pretty amazing. Here you've got the Horn. There's this little projecting thing. Here's the island of Socotra, which belongs to Yemen. It's actually out here, but I don't know. It seems to me it's pretty good, and it makes me ask the question, how did they do that? This is the famous blue marble picture taken from Apollo 17 in 1972, and they were
just like you, Blue.
A height of 28,000 miles. So here, of course, you can see the entire globe, and on this particular shot, one of the more famous ones from that mission, you can actually see the entire continent of Africa.
Are you saying that blue marble is CGI?
No, it's photoshopped.
This is an Italian map by a man named Forlani from about 1565.
Don't look anyone but Bob's naked.
And I think you'll recognize what it shows. And in fact, if we layer it over,
put your pajamas on, Bob.
Photograph.
I figured Bob
See
for a
that
nudist.
It fits fairly well.
All makes sense now.
So well that we might ask, how did they do that? This is a map of, how many of you recognize this? You might want to turn your head this way. It's New England looking from the east. We're looking west. Here's Cape Cod. This is actually Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire. Here's Rhode Island. I think this is the Connecticut River. It's actually the first map published in America, 1677, in John Hubbard's History of New England. We're going to lay it next to a modern satellite photo. And I think you have to agree, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, if you start looking at details, well, okay, Nantucket isn't, or Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket aren't quite in the right place, and Rhode Island is actually,
isn't there a joke? Nantucket?
Further out there, but generally speaking, it's not bad. And
it once was a boy from Nantucket?
You wonder how
yeah, man. There once was a man from Nantucket.
And I want to just have
he sailed to Spain
example.
in a bucket?
General
when he got there?
Map of the Tennessee government, I think it's 1825. And of course you can see Knoxville.
Well, when he got there, they asked for the fare.
The modern satellite image. Now, of course, I don't want to make any claims that this is an incredibly accurate map.
And he said, "No way, I'm going back home."
It does show there's Knoxville there.
That's right.
It does definitely show its position between these two northeast, southwest trending rivers, and you certainly do
there once was a flurf from Nantucket.
Really? Mountain lines. So,
yeah, whose brain was the size of a small bucket.
Well, to begin with, I want to go way back.
He said with a sigh, wiping tears from his eye.
Ancient times.
They fried my black swan.
Answer a question that many people. I don't know. When I grew up, I learned that at the time of Columbus, everybody thought the world was flat, and this kind of thing.
I like that.
The fact is that
I would only object to the bucket head term because it turns out that you can actually fill a bucket.
Any practical navigation.
Blue, you just made that up.
Very well, the world wasn't flat.
No, it's true. You can fill up a bucket.
It's hard. It's a hard thing to realize that when you're standing on the world, standing on a beach.
No, they've obviously got a hole in their bucket.
A little from a cosmography.
You can say his brain was the size of a crumpet.
Attempts to explain to people, to give them one proof for the rotundity of the world.
I've seen some pretty big trumpets. Oh no.
Here's the moon. Here's the Earth. And
But don't all buckets have a hole in them, Peter?
Some have one, others have two.
The shadow that
Okay.
the sun
They're pretty useless without at least one hole in them.
That's kind of where my head.
That reminds me of that question, that old age-old question. How many holes does a straw have?
A shadow like that. But in fact, the Earth is round.
What was the question?
How many holes does a straw
it's
have?
Not, it's not
Actually, that brings up an existential
everybody
question.
knew the world was round, but it was well known.
Think
and in
about
fact,
this.
As long ago
Get a
as
cup,
200 BC,
it's got a hole at the top.
A fellow named Eratosthenes
You get a bowl,
was able to actually measure.
It's got a larger hole at the top.
Estimate of the actual.
But then if you flatten that bowl out, you get a plate. But is that still a hole?
This is Egypt, and he understood. He knew that in
I think it's still a
place,
container.
which is actually very close to the Swan Dam.
What's your name, Lemonbird?
There was a well, and on a certain day of the year, the sun was said to be directly above that well. And you knew that because if you looked down this very deep well in the desert, you could see the reflection of the sun. So he did
that totally works on a flat Earth too, due to perspective, or at least that's what I was told.
He lived in Alexandria.
What are they voting for out in the side chat?
In which, on the same day that
a different video,
well
probably.
Was supposed to be illuminated
2 or 1.
that way, he measured the angle.
I got no. They're probably playing their own game.
Shadow cast by a pole, a perpendicular pole in Alexandria.
This is just a story. This whole Aristotle's things. No one knows
He assumed that, in
just
fact, they were more or less on a north-south line, and in fact, they are more.
I'm lucky I got the closed captions for this because I can hardly hear him sometimes.
And so he did this experiment. Here's a side view of what he did. Here's the well. Actually, this is graduated in miles. It's about 480 miles. And here in Alexandria, when the sun's rays, of course, are absolutely parallel because the sun is so far away and the Earth is so far away.
If your shirt,
so when the sun's rays penetrated to the bottom of the well,
if your shirt is not tucked into your pants, or your pants tucked into your shirt.
Alexandria.
Oh.
And the geometry of it is pretty simple.
Am I wearing pants?
Oh, I'm not. I told Terry that I was going to be naked for this stream, and I'm true to my word.
So if you put instant coffee in a microwave oven and turn it on, you go back in time.
7.2.
I'm just not going to cook bacon pantless again.
So if you take,
that's a mistake.
He reckoned the distance as 5,000 stadia. If you take 5,000 stadia and multiply it by 50, you get
Stadia, Arcadia.
You get a
so
figure which translated into miles is about 24,860.
Yeah, well, I'll pause it for a minute, Bob, so we can hear you better.
So if you put instant coffee in a microwave oven and turn it on, do you go back in time?
Possibly.
And how in flat Earth's hell does that work?
Well, it's instant coffee in an instant oven, so you have instant square. Does that mean you go back in time?
But then why do I have to wait? Then why do I have to wait for my noodles to cook?
Only if you drink it, Bob.
You know, if you were really hardcore, you'd eat them raw.
So, and Bob, to answer your question, I did it in about 20 minutes.
And yes, I did come up with a flat Earth map the other day, and it does work.
I saw that, but
And
I've got a question.
I plan with it, and I can account for all naturally occurring phenomena.
Except
none.
Earthquakes?
Yep.
Lava flows?
Yep.
Iron core?
Yep.
Where? I didn't see that on your map.
Well, you didn't look for it then.
Does your map explain why the kangaroos are only in Australia?
Yes.
Oh, now I'm impressed.
Yeah, it works for everything.
Does that explain polar rotations?
Of course. And celestial poles.
Oh, is it Google Earth?
Yeah, must be.
No, come on, that's not Google Earth. Come now. No, I started off with a flat plane, and then I counted for every observation and ended up with a flat Earth map. It's just a matter of going through it. It's just a little academic.
I think Stingray might have a word with you about that. He'll probably pick holes in.
No, Stingray's a flat earther. Don't talk to Stingray.
No, anybody with an IQ of over 80 would figure it out just like I did.
So are you going to sell your flat Earth to a certain Oakley?
I could, yeah. I'm kind of hoping that they're going to adopt it as their model, because they really need a model, one that can't be falsified.
They need something, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're done with this, if I'm still up, if you want to play it, I'll play it.
Yeah, we'll play it. And by the way, you're naked.
Of course I am.
Yeah, but
you know
he's
what?
made a flat Earth map. He's allowed to.
Yeah, but you see, not only am I naked, I'm eating bacon and cleaning a handgun because America.
Mm-hmm.
America.
I don't think.
Damn it, boy. Slow down, Bob.
I'm having a moment tonight.
It's
been a long fucking day.
For some reason, Bob, I just got very aroused.
Well, because he was eating bacon.
And
that was the whole point.
And
cleaning handguns.
And handguns.
Yep.
I was impressed with his iron core.
Yeah. That's what they always say about me. That's my nickname, Bob Iron Core.
Do they?
Yeah, I'm here.
They do now.
No, we're just dealing with all this coronavirus crap. I've been balls deep in that all day.
You got any tissue? You got any tissues or toilet paper?
Actually, we ran out of toilet paper and hand sanitizer the other day, and so being America, we got creative, and we figured out we could make hand sanitizer with aloe gel and alcohol, and both of those are sold out too.
So I had a similar idea, Bob, but I just bought a bottle of vodka and drank it, and then I didn't care anymore.
Yeah, you sanitized from the inside out.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Kind of like that new flea and tick treatment they have for dogs and cats,
Bob, I developed a recipe myself. It involves Everclear and Jello.
That would work.
Yeah, it looks. You pour it into in a empty Purell bottle, and you can take it to work with you, and it's great. It works out beautifully. It even has bubbles.
Yeah, you got to stop drinking the hand sanitizer though. At the middle of work.
It makes for day drinking so much easier though.
It really does.
Yeah. I used to have an office manager who used to hide her bottles in the bathroom.
Well, I always found the cistern keeps the beer at the right temperature for drinking.
Mm-hmm. Just keep it in the back of the toilet.
Yeah.
Unless somebody's planning on giving you the old upper decker, and then you don't want to leave your bottle in the toilet then.
No.
Yeah, no.
Is that even a thing? An upper decker?
I think we're going down a
Yeah,
rabbit
it's when
hole
you
going down the
when you
toilet.
poop in the.
Yeah, I know what it is, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out anybody who's ever actually done that. It's kind of like Chicago squat cobbler.
Isn't it a Cleveland steamer?
I think that's when you do it under the covers. Something like that. I don't know.
You were all very, very strange individuals. I think that's why I like you all.
You wouldn't be here otherwise.
That's true. Water finds its level. You know what they say.
Oh, that was actually funny. So
that was pretty good, wasn't it?
That was awesome.
But Nathan Thompson puts in his hydrostatics article thing he's got. It's funny. It says level and horizontal, but nowhere does it say flat.
Well, the dictionary definition that they like to use, if you go to the next sentence, it says or corresponds to the liquid surface, the curved liquid surface on the earth.
Yeah. I know, you've mentioned that in a couple of your videos.
Yeah, I know. They don't pay much attention to me. What can I say? What the hell do I know?
No, but apparently they want to call you a spastic, though.
That's the weird thing. Why did they put me in that and didn't mention me in it?
Didn't mention me either.
Yeah, we're both in it. So did you see, I took his meme.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, since you put me in this and didn't bother putting me in the video, I'm taking the meme as copyright as your licensure fee on my image.
Who's hot micing? Everest.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I'll put the speed up a bit on this because this goes for an hour and whatever. So
yeah,
I don't know if
I told him that was my licensure fee for using my image.
And the actual figure is 24,860. So he's off by 9%, but I think pretty reasonable calculation considering the instrumentation he had available.
Too fast.
Move now quickly to the first really important.
I like the
and
chipmunks
the
too.
most influential cartographer who ever lived, and that's Claudius Ptolemy. He lived in the 2nd century AD, worked right around 125 AD. Of course, we don't really know what he looked like, but this is a 16th century imaginary portrait. And Ptolemy was a polymath. He wrote treatises on astronomy, on music, on mathematics. He's actually most known as an astronomer, probably. But one of the treatises he wrote was called Geographia, on geography, and by which he meant the mapping of the world, geography, the writing of the world. And he knew, of course, the Earth was round, and he was a sphere, and he conceived that and this was the general Greek view, that the area in which people lived, the oikumene, was 1/4 of a sphere. And they assumed, they knew a little bit about what was down here. Well, actually, they didn't, because here's the top part of Africa. They really didn't know much about that, but they assumed that there had to be 4 other pieces of landscape on this globe to balance it out. So he came up with, one of the things he invented was this projection. This is called Ptolemy's first projection. It's a cylindrical projection, and it shows 180 degrees from his western end, which was the Fortunate Isles. People aren't sure whether, some people think it was the Canaries and Madeira. Some people think it was Cape Verde. But whatever it was sort of the farthest out thing in the Atlantic that Ptolemy and other Greek geographers knew of. And he drew it 180 degrees, in other words, halfway around the globe. And the extent north and south is from a little bit north of 60 degrees, the parallel of Thule, to the parallel opposite Meroe. Meroe is a town in North Sudan, or was a town in North Sudan, at about 15 degrees below the equator. There's the equator. No, I'm sorry, there's the equinox line. We're all north of the equator here. So his second projection is suggests a little more the globular shape. This is Ptolemy's second projection. And
so south of the equator didn't exist.
That he came up with. And it shows, the 180 degrees here, the Fortunate Isles out here, whatever they are. And you notice Africa it's pretty unknown down here. All he knew about was this part. And the assumption was that the Indian Ocean was a closed sea. Just to orient you a little bit, and of course, orient comes from the fact that many older maps were oriented with east at the top, hence orient. But to put you in the picture a little bit, this sort of misshapen thing is the Indian subcontinent, and this is the island of Sri Lanka, Ceylon. This is probably the Malay Peninsula. So he came up with a world map and also 26 regional maps. He made a map of, he made 10 maps of Europe, 4 maps of Africa, and 12 maps of Asia. Now, how did he place things? He talks actually about how to make a map, and the first thing he says is, well, because the Earth is round, you really should start with a big ball. But that's kind of difficult. It would be hard for us today, too, to start with a big blank ball. So, and then he said the next best thing is to start with a slice of a ball. So you have a big curved surface like that, and then you can make a map on that. But he says that also is difficult. So let's just work with flat paper. So he comes up with these 2 projections, and he proceeds to plot on them all the places he knew about in the world. One of the main tools that would have been available at that time was a quadrant, looking more or less like this, a device that you could sight through on this side, and a little weighted plumb hung down. And if you sighted, say, the North Star, that would read directly to your latitude. Latitude was relatively easy. And in the ancient world, some astronomers had very huge models of these things, very large operational quadrants, and they could probably read quite accurately the latitude. Another way that he determined how far north and south a place was by knowing something about the difference between the length of day and the length of night. At the equator, it's equal. A day is as long as a night.
Thanks for renaming me.
Certain times of the year. But then as you go north, here's the day of Meroe, that place in northern Sudan. There's a 1-hour difference between the longest day and the shortest day. At Syene, a place in southern Egypt, there's a 2-hour difference. At Alexandria, it's about 3.5. By the time you get up here to the far north, like Denmark, it's about 9 hours or more. So this is the kind of information he would have gathered from Roman legions operating in England and Germany and Spain and France, how long the longest day was in various places. So that would be how he would would set his latitude. So here this is how he would plot the latitude of. He knew that Alexandria was 31 degrees north. He knew that quite accurately. He calculated that it was about 60 degrees and 30 minutes east of the Fortunate Islands. Now, how would he have known that? He talks about one way, of course, longitude is time. 1 hour of time is 15 minutes of longitude. And what we've learned, we know now that the most accurate way to understand longitude is to be able to carry an accurate clock from one place to another. And of course, it took thousands of years for this to be finalized. It wasn't until John Harrison in the 1780s that they actually had a chronometer accurate enough to carry time that way. But even in Ptolemy's day, he was aware of other solutions. He said if you had accurate information about the timing of eclipses, if you knew that an eclipse observed over here in Damascus happened at midnight, and it was observed at like 1:30 in the morning in Alexandria, or I don't know, in Cadiz or something, then you would be able to use that as an instant of time and calculate the distance. So and he had some information like that. There was a little bit of information about eclipses, but a lot of information had been gathered about the distances of.
I like your comment back, no name, to Sean Hawkins, said why a map's flat because it's hard to fit a ball in the glove box, and then you responded, don't you keep an inflatable globe in your glove box and just blow it up when you need it?
Yeah, it's got a little air compressor, plugs into your cigarette lighter, Sean. I mean,
Yeah,
you
you
don't
blow
have
it
one
up,
of those?
away you go.
I do it all the
That's
time.
how I get around.
Places. Of course, the Romans were wandering all over their empire, and they were very active in Britain a little before Ptolemy's time, and so a place like London was nailed down. And it's probable that most of Ptolemy's longitudes are actually cobbled together from distance measurements. So from Alexandria here, he would have, of course, he had access to the Alexandrian library, which was full of information and access presumably to all sorts of Roman records and itineraries and things like that, virtually all of which is lost to us now. But he knew that, for instance, if you went from Alexandria to Algiers or Tunis, that it was so far. You know, they reckoned it was so many Roman miles. He actually had a system whereby if he had an itinerary distance between two places, he knew, of course, that any road is going to be a little windy. He allowed for 1/5 error. So he said if he had a distance of there was 500 stadia or 500 Roman miles, say, from Alexandria to Tunis, he said, well, okay, I'm going to count that as 400, and then he would establish the longitude of Tunis or of London or of some other city. So in a very slow and painstaking way, I like to envision Ptolemy as working on one huge map, maybe on a wall or maybe even more conveniently on a floor like this, and having drawn out his projection and saying, okay, here's Alexandria, and I know Damascus is this far away, and it's at this latitude, and I'm going to say it's here, and it's gradually shifting back and forth and moving things around. He came up with his world map, which you saw earlier. Just a sort of a sideline in a way about the discovery of America. This is a globe made in 1492 by a German named Martin Beheim, who was working in Portugal. Now, there's no evidence that Columbus ever saw this globe, although if there was one globe, there may have been more. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't a unique object. So it's not at all unlikely that he saw this globe or something like it. You know, at least this was a concept that was clearly out there. And basically what this globe does is it takes Ptolemy's world and wraps it around a globe. It happens, though, that because Ptolemy actually didn't accept Eratosthenes' measurement, apparently, for the size of the globe. I don't remember what the reasons were, but he posited a somewhat smaller sphere for the Earth, and he actually ended up exaggerating the longitudinal length of the oikumene. So when you wrap Ptolemy's a little too large Earth around a little too small globe, you get what we would call Pacific Ocean view that looks like this. This is a projection of the Beheim globe looking with Europe over here, and here's China, and these islands off of China. Maybe that's could be the Philippines, or some idea of that. Here's Sipangu, which is Japan. This is all information that came from Marco Polo. But what you can see is, I love this example because it shows you exactly what Columbus thought he was doing. When he sailed from Spain, his idea was to sail west until, and these are the islands, the Canaries and the other islands in the Atlantic, was to sail past all those islands until he hit other islands off the coast of China. And indeed, he thought when he hit Hispaniola and those other places that those were some of these islands. And I believe the story is that Columbus actually went to his grave thinking that he had in fact discovered these East Indies. So I want to show you in a little more detail how Ptolemy went about making one of his detailed maps. Ptolemy's first map of Europe is the British Isles, and interestingly, his arrangement of these regional maps, starting with the British Isles and the second map being the Iberian Peninsula, that tradition became very firmly entrenched, so that when the first modern atlas came out in 1570, Abraham Ortelius, he had a world map, and then his first regional map was the British Isles, and the second regional map was Iberia. And in fact, most atlases made until the 20th century followed that pattern. At least it was Great Britain, it was it was Spain, then it was France, and then so on. The order kind of falls apart after that. But that was how influential Ptolemy was. So this is a satellite view of Great Britain, and this is Ptolemy's map of Great Britain. And this is the kind of information that Ptolemy recorded. Lots of place names of towns, a number of locations of rivers. This interior, we're not to take this interior detail at all seriously, but supposedly the river mouth it's something that he plotted. There are some names of peoples here, sort of general names. This is where I can't read these names on here, but this is where this tribe lives, and this is where these people live. And a few physical features like some mountains and even a big forest here in Scotland. So how did he do that? Well, he started with a projection of that part of the world, and he put down his best guess as to where London was located, latitude and longitude. The British, the Roman legions, of course, were all over Great Britain, and they undoubtedly had regular travel between all these places, and he had itineraries telling him how far certain things were, especially towns. Tamara, actually, I think, is a river in Cornwall. Corinium is, I have to look at my crib sheet. Corinium is Cirencester. Maridunum is Carmarthen in Wales. This is the promontory of Kent, which was apparently fairly well established because it was where the Roman troops, the Roman ships that would be the first landfall there in Britain. And so there were a number of places that he had. Ratier is Leicester, Diva is Cheshire, Lindum is Lincoln, and Eboracum is York. And he adds the note in his geography that this is where the 6th Legion won a victory. So there were a number of places that he was able to establish fairly accurately in relation to one another where they were. And from some of these fixed locations, some people even think that the Romans had a kind of a triangulation, had a kind of a standard triangle that they worked off of here in surveying, in making maps of England. And Ptolemy may actually have had a map of England that he got from someone in the army. It's not at all unthinkable that there was a sketch map, and they said, yeah, well, this is what this southwest promontory looks like. So anyway, using the best information he had, he came up with this outline on his big map. Let's picture it on the floor here. And he also put in the river mouths. They said, well, this river is up here so many miles north of this point here, and so he plotted all these places on his map. Now, if he had just done that and made these wonderful maps, that would have been enough had they survived. But the problem with maps then and still today is that they're extremely fragile and extremely subject to wear and tear. And any of you who have a car with a glove compartment, you can testify that, in fact, most maps get used to death if they're used at all. So had Ptolemy made a big world map on parchment or on papyrus or something, and had he made a set of 26 regional maps, maybe they would have survived, maybe copies would have been made, and they would have survived the millennia. But, and he undoubtedly did make such maps. I mean, he at least made one big map, we know that. But the reason Ptolemy's geography survived is because he digitized it. He took all of these, he started with these latitudes and longitudes of towns, and then he started plotting reading off of his base map on the floor, let's say. He started reading off other coordinates. So if you'll follow these dots that I placed around here, he would say, okay, well, at this point of this bulge, it's 53 degrees, 30 minutes of latitude and about 22 degrees, 10 minutes of longitude. And he'd write that down. And he'd do this for the river mouths, for the promontories, for all these different features around the island. And he came up with dozens, perhaps as many as a couple hundred points for the British Isles. And he recorded those in tabular format, like this. This happens to be a Latin manuscript of Ptolemy's geography. He would have written in Greek, and there are some extant Greek manuscripts. But basically, Ptolemy's geography, as we know it, as it came down through the ages, consisted of no maps, but a textbook of how to do the projections, and a general description of how to map, and a list of 8,000 coordinates like this. Here's a place, here's the latitude and fraction, and longitude and fraction. And actually, the way he indicated degrees, minutes and well, he didn't really get into seconds, but the way he indicated minutes was, he would say, if it was, we would call it 50 degrees, 30 minutes, he would say 50 degrees and a half. And if it was 50 degrees, 45 minutes, he would say 50 degrees and a half and a quarter. They didn't have the concept of unified fraction. So the geography, as it came down through the ages, consisted of just data, just alphanumeric data, digital data, if you will. And it wasn't, there's some evidence that the Arabs had access to Ptolemy's geography, but it was pretty much lost to Western culture until the late 1300s, when a copy was discovered in Constantinople, a Greek manuscript. And a geographer in Constantinople said, here's a direction for how to make a world map. And he proceeded to plot out these 8, having drawn, we don't know if he did one big map or made regional maps, but he followed Ptolemy's instructions. He plotted out all these 8,000 places and produced this atlas. Well, that was a revolutionary thing. And that atlas very quickly got translated into Latin, and many, many copies were made of it, and it became it became the first standard atlas of the world. This in about 1400. And it, in many ways, it stayed the standard atlas of the world for at least 100 years. Ptolemy's geography was one of the first books to be published. The first edition with maps was 1477, a very early illustrated book. And there were multiple editions all through the 16th century. It wasn't until about in 1570 when Ortelius came out with his Theatrum Orbis Terrarum. That's thought of as the first modern atlas. But until that time, at least until the 1520s, Ptolemy's maps from 125 AD were pretty much it for understanding the geography of the world. Of course, when the new discoveries happened, they had to think on their feet. And there are several maps. There's one map in particular I'm thinking of in the exhibit where you see what's basically a Ptolemaic world with some American stuff packed on. But to get back to his map of Britain, many of you may have wondered why Scotland is bent over like that. I haven't read actually anywhere anyone saying this explicitly, but I'm pretty convinced this is what happened. If you turn that bit of Scotland up on end like this, 90 degrees, you'll see that it actually is not a bad rendition of Scotland. I mean, you get the basic peninsula up here, this Moray Firth. You get this peninsula here, these little fjord-like things over on the west side. It's not bad for 125 AD, drawn by a guy a couple thousand miles away who never left Alexandria, working from verbal descriptions probably. But the reason he had to bend it was because of the island of Thule. You remember that zonal diagram? It showed the sort of northernmost habitable place as the latitude of Thule. Well, Thule, this is from a map of 1539 showing this imaginary island. Some people think it actually might have been Iceland or possibly some other faraway island in the North Atlantic. But basically, Ptolemy's information went back to Pytheas, who said that Thule was 6 days' sail north of Britain and is near the frozen sea. And the idea was that when you got that far north, much beyond 60 degrees north, that the entire sea was frozen, then it would obviously be uninhabitable. So Ptolemy was in a pickle because he had a lot of information from the Roman legions about Britain and about Scotland, and he clearly knew that when you got up here, there was still about this much more to go. But he had the problem that here was his Thule. He had plotted Thule as this location, and according to Pytheas, it had to be 6 days' sail north of Britain, and if he put it up this way, it just didn't fit. So he did what a lot of scientists do today. They try to adjust, understand the data in the way that seems to make the most sense. And for him, he tries to preserve the length of Britain while at the same time recognizing that Thule is pretty much the northern limit of habitation. So he simply bent it. That's my view, and I challenge anyone. If anyone has another explanation, they're welcome to give it. So anyway, this is Ptolemy's world, the same world that's wrapped around that Behaim globe, although the Behaim globe also includes information from Marco Polo, which extends China out here and gives us Japan. Moving now to the middle, to the Mediterranean, we're going to talk about another great Ptolemy's. The discovery of Ptolemy's geography in 1400 or thereabouts is just an epical thing in the history of cartography. The whole idea of mapping on a grid, latitude and longitude, that all comes from Ptolemy. But there was another tradition that had started a couple hundred years earlier that in the Mediterranean that is sort of a parallel tradition, and that's the tradition of the Portolan chart. This is the earliest known copy of a Portolan chart. And some of the characteristics of Portolan charts, well, they're almost always drawn on an animal skin, on vellum. This is the neck of the animal. If you can you see the outline here? Here, we're looking at the Mediterranean. Down here is the Strait of Gibraltar, and here's North Africa. Here's the boot of Italy. Here's the eastern shore of the Mediterranean. And actually, the Black Sea was almost always included in Portolan charts. And the Black Sea has been somewhat eroded here. Actually, this map, one of the most important maps in the history of cartography, was found in a Paris junk shop in 1840-something, and it now lives in the Bibliothèque Nationale. Here's a detail of the carte paysanne, as it's called, which shows you in greater detail some of the characteristics. Portolan charts invariably have a circular grid. If you step back, you can actually see. You can see a couple of great circles here inscribed that have wind roses in the middle and radiating wind lines, or rum lines as they're called, RHUMB. The place names on Portolan charts are always written inland. They tried to leave the water spaces as open as possible. Typically, the rum lines were different colors. Some were green, some were red. Some charts have black ones. Another characteristic. They show tiny little rocks. There's another example. I can show you some more symbols. But and the other thing is that there is no up on a Portolan chart. There's just no. You can't say, oh, this is meant to be up. The lettering, if you'll see, these are meant to be read from that way, and then down here, I can't quite make that out. They're still read that way, but over here they're read this way. And if you go around an island, you have to you'd have to kind of turn the chart around like that. So it didn't really have a natural up. This is another portolan chart. This is from the Newberry's collection. This is our earliest portolan. We have a couple dozen portolan charts and atlases. This is 1456, done by Rosselli from Mallorca. He signs it up here in the neck. And again, it's the outline of the Mediterranean with the Black Sea. Some of them also went up, most of them went up the west coast of Europe, included the British Isles usually. Very often they would put these maps, these flags around the border. Many of the portolan charts that have survived, obviously the carte paysanne is a pretty tattered and torn thing and was not probably terribly attractive when it was made. Some of the portolan charts that have survived are very pristine, lovely things that probably were made for rich clients or for parlor use or library use. But there are some that give evidence of having been to sea, and I think this is one of them. Over here on this side, there are these holes. That's where it was nailed onto a wooden roller. And over here on the neck is a little hole. There would have been a leather thong through there, so you'd roll it up and tie it with that thong and stick it in a cubby hole on board ship. And it's definitely seen some wear here from being rolled and unrolled, and even some of these flags have obvious signs of the ink, the pigment having gotten wet. So I don't know. I like to think this one may actually have gone to sea. Anyway, how were they used? This is another portolan atlas from the Newberry. It's actually this is an atlas. This is an opening of 2 pages. I've had to join the sheets here, the digital copies. But to show you how a mariner might use a portolan chart like this, if he wanted to go from this Melilla, I think it is, on the north coast of Africa, to this point over here, Cabo da Gata, Cape of Cat Cape. In other words, he wanted to sail a course more or less like that. He could draw his course on there or lay a parallel ruler between those places. There's one side of the parallel ruler, and then he'd swing out the other arm of the ruler until he lined it up with a windrose. And in this case, as you can see, that's the north line, north by east, north-northeast. It's actually in between north by east and north-northeast. So the mariner starting out from here would try to get his compass to read a little bit east of north by east, and hopefully would strike this point. But hopefully not literally, because as a matter of fact, there's an indication here that there's a big rock there. And I think if you're familiar with modern nautical charts, I think something very like that is used today to indicate a hazard to navigation, like a rock. Little dots like this to indicate shoals. Some of these portolan charts even have a little ship's skeleton to indicate a wreck, a sunken ship. So the main tool was a compass, such as this one. We don't really have any really ancient compasses. The compass was, they used to say that it was invented in China and carried to the Mediterranean. Now people think that it may have been independently invented. But anyway, there's textual evidence that people talking about sailing with compasses, sailing by the magnetized needle in the early 1200s. And so that's about the time the carte paysanne comes out, sometime in the late 1200s. The earliest compasses may have been just a needle actually floating on water, held up by surface tension. Sometimes they would push the needle through a straw, and that would keep it afloat. But I'm sure by a very early age they had devised this method of a card with the needle attached underneath. And they would have needed an hourglass, or in some cases a minute glass or a half-minute glass. And navigators from at least the late Middle Ages up until well into the 18th century were using a log and line to gather information about their speed. Basically, you needed a spool with a lot of line on it. You needed this log here, or chip, and you needed a glass that was good for half a minute. And the way it worked was something like this. I think you must have needed at least 3 men. One guy is holding the log reel, another guy is holding the 30-second glass, and another guy is holding the actual chip here, which is weighted at the bottom. He throws this thing over the back of the ship, and it hits the water and starts bobbing along. And of course, the water catches it here, so it's sort of riding up in the water. And he waits until about the length of the ship. There's a red rag tied there. And that indicates that the thing is now far enough behind the ship so that it's free of the wake of the ship, and supposedly it's kind of digging into more untroubled waters. And when that red line goes over the rail, he says, "Turn." And the guy with the 30-second glass turns the glass, and then they start counting how many knots go over. And the knots are placed, well, apparently there were a couple different lengths of knot, but the knots are placed at regular intervals along there. And you count how many knots go over, and when the glass runs out, the guy says, "Stop." And then the guy holding the reel holds it. They count how many knots have gone over, and they record that information on this device, which is a traverse board. And this is a wonderfully simple device that didn't require any great learning. An illiterate seaman could use it as long as he was familiar with the points of the compass and could read the numbers, I guess, from 1 to 12. The idea is this. Here are all the points of the compass that you could possibly steer. Each of these concentric rows of circles is a half hour. So this would be the first half hour of a watch, the second half hour, the third half hour, and so on, up to the 4-hour watch. A very standard way of breaking up the day at sea from early on. And attached to the middle, there's a cord, and you have a bunch of little pegs.
to go along with it, which you can push next to the cord into a hole. So what this tells us is that in the first half hour of the watch, they were sailing north by west on that course. And in the second half hour of the watch, they were still sailing north by west. But when the third half hour came along, they had shifted their course to this point of the compass. And in the fourth half hour, after 2 hours of sailing, they had shifted it to this point. So you'd keep doing this, and for the 4 hours of a watch, you'd have a perfect record of the course you had steered. Now, how fast were you going? Well, every hour, they would do this business with the log, the chip log, and they would plot those down here. Each of these lines is 1 hour of the watch. That's the first hour, the second hour, the third hour, the fourth hour. What this tells us is that in the first hour of the watch, they were going 6 knots. So they put the little peg there. In the second hour of the watch, I'm doing all this pointing, and I made this elaborate slide to show you this. I forgot about it. So there's the first hour, 6 knots. In the second hour, 8 knots, but a little more than 8 knots. In fact, 8.5 knots. They could record down to the quarter of a knot. So that's a fairly good, fairly accurate estimate of your speed. So at the end of a 4-hour watch, the seaman could hand this board over to the captain or whoever was keeping records, and they would have a complete record of distance and direction and speed for that watch, which they could write down into a log. Well, how did Portland? I see Jeff looking at his watch. Yeah, okay, that clock is right. I'm doing all right. How did this information get recorded? Ultimately, a lot of seamen's information about distances from ports and things like that got recorded in itinerary form like this. It's strictly, well, I will call it again a digital record. I mean, it certainly uses numbers. Here's there are Roman numerals in here and alphanumeric characters to record certain information. And this is the kind of information they record. These are called portolani, books of sailing directions between ports. And this is the most famous portolani. Is the Compasso de Navigare from the late 1200s. And here's just one of the indications. They go from Fanaro, this port, to Filia. It's 30 miles to the northwest. And then there's sometimes notes about the place. But it's just one thing like that after another going around the whole course of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. That's what's in the Compasso de Navigare. Now, people have long imagined that there had to be some connection between these portolani, these books of directions like that, and the finished portolan charts. But it wasn't until a couple decades ago that a retired physician, Jonathan Landman, actually took the trouble to convert all of the measurements, all of the information in the Compasso de Navigare into distances, standard distances, and directions. He took, and when he read northwest, he turned that into so many degrees. When he read north by northwest, he converted that into so many degrees. And then he plotted down the distances and those bearings and started to see what would happen. And in fact, he discovered that the Compasso de Navigare, if you plot down all those distances and directions, it does, in fact, I didn't mean to do that. What do I do? Just do this? Yeah. It does, in fact, generate a map of the Mediterranean. Now, of course, it didn't come out exactly like this. Any of you know anything about surveying know that there's something called error of closure. Whenever you survey around an area, it's not going to end up perfectly like that. In fact, some of this may be way down here or something. But as long as you're working with a closed area, and this is virtually closed here at the Strait of Gibraltar, you know how to adjust it. So you just kind of adjust a little bit on every angle to make it fit like this. Well, how close was it? Well, it was pretty close. There's the modern outline of the Mediterranean. So we're pretty sure this is how the basic portolan chart was generated from these tables, really, or verbal lists of distances and directions. And of course, it didn't happen all at once like that. It wasn't that there was suddenly this Compasso de Navigare, and somebody took that and plotted it, and voila, portolan chart. I mean, it must have been a long procedure involving many errors and many partial maps, I suppose, of different areas. But it's pretty clear, I think, that is the source. And now I'm going to say a little bit about a more continental approach. The Mediterranean, we discovered, is pretty much mapped through very accurate, very small-scale measurements of distance and direction around the perimeter. Much the same thing, using many of the same instruments, is happening on a larger scale when we come to a continent. We've already seen one early map of this part of Africa. Now we're going to look at some of the Portuguese efforts to map the west coast of Africa. Now, one other instrument that would have been involved, besides the quadrant that we saw, Ptolemy was holding a quadrant, there was an instrument called the cross staff, which works the same way. You sight an object, and you align this bar of this thing with the horizon, and this top of the bar with whatever you're sighting, North Star or Sun, and you read an angle off of this sliding bar. There's a model in the exhibit here. There are lots of wonderful instruments in this exhibit, some of which I've never seen before. Very neat addition to the exhibit. And in there is a back staff, which is the same principle as this cross staff, but instead of having to look directly at the sun, you turn your back to the sun, and this has a little mirror on it here, or a little vein, and you can read the shadow, the shadow of the sun instead of directly. But it accomplishes the same thing. So using logs and lines and instruments like the quadrant or the cross staff to measure latitude, the Portuguese gradually began to map Africa. Now this is a portion of a 1489 map, and I've trimmed everything else away except what Ptolemy knew. This is pretty much the Africa that Ptolemy knew. It consisted of the north coast here, the north shore of the Mediterranean. He knew about the Atlas Mountains. He knew about the Nile, and they knew or thought they knew that the Nile had its source in the mountains of the moon, somewhere way down south in Africa. They also knew or thought they knew about some big lakes here, which I have no doubt were Lake Victoria and Lake Nyasaland, or whatever those lakes are. Just, the word was there were big lakes down there towards the end of the Nile. So that was Ptolemy's Africa. Well, by the time the Portuguese really started to make a dedicated effort to try to see if they could get around Africa, if it was in fact if it in fact did not enclose the Indian Ocean, they started to sail down the west coast, and this was a very long process. I mean, 1432, another few years later, they get a little further to the River of Gold. Now we're 10 years later. Here we're a long time later. It took the Portuguese something like 50 years to get the bulge of Africa really nailed down. So they would have done this in exactly the same way by getting latitude readings on these various river mouths and things like that, and then by keeping track of their distances and directions. And finally, the big push to see if they couldn't get around the continent. And in 1487-8, Bartolomeo Diaz actually rounds the Cape of Good Hope and gets as far as the Great Fish River, where he can see the coastline trending north. So this is the Africa that is known after Diaz's expedition, 1488. And in fact, this map is a world map made by a German called Henricus Martellus in 1489. This is a manuscript at the British Library. There's another copy of the Martellus map with very much the same geography at Yale. And of course, you can see this is still Ptolemy's truncated South Asia and his very huge Ceylon, Taprobana. But here it does have some indication that there's, from Marco Polo, that there are these islands off the coast of China. So that is how continents are mapped in a very basic way, and that is how North America ultimately was mapped too. Now I want to conclude with a case study of how the interior of continents might have been mapped, and or was in this case how it was mapped. These are the Great Lakes, of course. And I think you can see that it would be a much different proposition to try to map the Great Lakes by coming in here and making a circuit of the lake and then measuring this distance down here and then making a circuit of this lake and circuit of this lake and stringing those all together into in the way we did with the Mediterranean. That would have been a tall order. And in fact, it didn't happen because the only people on these lakes for hundreds of years were voyageurs in birch bark canoes. So you ended up with fairly crude maps of the Great Lakes. This is actually the first map to show all 5 of the Great Lakes. And you can see Lake Superior, they obviously were up here near the Straits of Mackinac, and they knew there was a big lake opening up there, but they didn't know how big or where it ended. This is presumably Lake Michigan, although Lac de Pouan, the name of Green Bay, is usually Bay de Pouan. So that would be Lake Michigan, Huron, Ontario, and Erie. But I'm showing you a series of maps that attempt to represent the Great Lakes to show you that there's no such thing as nice linear progressions in cartography. We like to think that in general, every map is an improvement on the last map, and I suppose in some cases that is the case. But if you look at a lot of early maps, you'll see a lot of stumbling, a lot of just plain, making things up. Cartographers have always borrowed wildly from other cartographers. I mean, until very recently, when we can actually go to something like Google Earth or NASA and or some digital image laboratory and get up-to-date photographs of the Earth's surface. Until very recently, when a cartographer was asked to make a map of such and such area, the first thing he did was find another map of that area and use it as a base map and maybe adapt it or change the scale or something like that. Most maps are actually made from other maps. And at this time, too, people were copying each other. So as we go through these various images of the Great Lakes, you'll see some things that look the same. You'll say, oh, that looks like he copied that from so-and-so. One of the things that I'm always interested in is when it comes to the Great Lakes, if you can define the shape of Michigan, both its southern peninsula and its northern peninsula, you have almost completed a map of the Great Lakes. And if you'll watch Michigan through this series of slides, I think you'll see that it was a very hard little peninsula to map. Surprisingly, this is a nice example of how progression is not linear in cartography. This happens to be a very early, in fact, the first map of Lake Superior, 1671. We know it was done by the Jesuits. It's published in the Jesuit Relations. We don't really know who did it. Father Alouez was one. I think Father Marquette may actually have been involved. He was up here at the mission on the Apostle Islands. But it's actually a very accurate map of Lake Superior. It has Isle Royale here. It has just a couple of little minor islands that are actually there. And the reason they were able to do this is we know that the Jesuits actually made a pretty much complete circuit of the lake in canoes, counting oars, counting paddle strokes perhaps, I don't know, but estimating the distance in some way, and taking readings of latitude with an astrolabe or with a quadrant. Here again, Michigan is a little distorted. Look at Lake Michigan. On many of these early maps, actually there are some where it's swinging way this way, some where it's almost straight up and down, and somewhere it's way over at this angle. Michigan is like a pendulum. Francolon, very influential French map maker. He seems to have relied, I think, a little bit on the Jesuit map. He knew about it anyway. Coronelli, Italian cartographer, 1680s. This looks like it's copied from the Jesuit map, except for some reason he thought he had to make it much wider. Some fairly outlandish figures here. Where this comes from? This is the beginning of adding islands to Lake Superior. In the late 17th century, there were a couple of French manuscript maps made that just suddenly put in imaginary islands and named them after influential characters in France. And those islands got picked up on later maps. It's always the bad stuff that gets copied first. So these depictions, I don't know where they come from. Hennepin was generally not considered a very reliable traveler or cartographer. Delisle was one of the best map makers, and actually it's not a bad representation of the Great Lakes. He's clearly using the Jesuit map for Lake Superior. And Lake Michigan is actually fairly reasonably oriented. Herman Mall, one of the more...
Yeah?
Yeah, Terry, there's actually an imaginary island in Lake Superior. It's near Isle Royale.
Right.
And when they drew the border between the United States and Canada, there was a dog leg on the border.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did was they decided, the Americans and the Canadians decided to have a mutual fantasy that we put an island there because it's always best to have an island at a corner like that. So they actually invented an island to sit on that corner that doesn't exist, but it's on all the maps. It's kind of an interesting side note.
Well, another piece of, I don't know if he's mentioned it yet or he's going to mention it, there's a security feature that not a lot of people know about in maps that are being copied, and if there's been a copy of a map made by somebody without any approval from the original map maker, the original map makers used to put an island, like you're saying, but they used to put it out in the middle of anywhere, and it used to be just, they'd give it an imaginary name. Now, if somebody copied that map, they'd copy that as well, or they left it out of one of those two things. I forget how it is, and they knew that map was a copy. I can't remember the exact story, but it's something to do with copying maps.
They used to do the same thing with phone books in the early time too, Terry. So
yeah, names. Yeah, they put imaginary names.
So they'd put in imaginary names into phone books, so that way, and it happened predominantly in America, because I think it was AT&T that used to do it, and they'd put in imaginary names, and then they could then use that as evidence if they had to take it to court saying that they had stole their intellectual property.
Yeah, because you're copying the mistake
Exactly.
they deliberately put in there. I'd have to say, I just showed the image there, Bob. Is that the lakes that you... I probably need a modern representation of the lakes that you're talking about, Bob.
No, I can tell you. Okay, so up in the, the Great Lakes, the one up in the upper left is Superior.
Right.
The one to the west of Michigan is Lake Michigan. The big square one is Lake Huron. And you see those islands that go out?
Oh,
now,
yeah,
that's
like a
where
little chain of islands sticking out.
Yeah, that's Drummond Island and stuff like that. And what you see is below those islands is Lake Huron, and above those islands are Georgian Bay. And then you've got Ontario and Erie. Wow. And on the eastern side of Erie is Buffalo, New York, and Niagara Falls.
Oh, Niagara
This is
Falls.
all Iroquois country up in here.
Okay.
This is all Iroquois country. So when you looked at the last of the Mohicans, That was over on the left side, or excuse me, on the right side of this map, where the lake is over there. And the folks that we had, my family comes from Beaver Island, which if you look at Michigan and Lake Michigan, the top part of that, there's a big lake there's a big island right there in the northeast section of Lake Michigan, and that's Beaver Island. And those are the Irish fishermen of Beaver Island. Interesting place. We fought a war with the Mormons there.
The Mormons?
As you do. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had Mormons up there, and we had the Mormons on the north side of the island. We had the Irish on the south side of the island. We decided we were going to go get our blood up a little bit and go take care of this guy that thought he was a king. And so we went marching down with our shillelaghs, and they showed up with a freaking cannon. And we decided it was better to go back and drink, and then he just disappeared. I'm not saying my relatives had anything to do with that, but I'm not saying they did.
Well, it could have been worse. Your relatives could have been the Mormons who.
Well, that was King David. Yeah, that was King David.
Okay.
Or King David or King Mike was his name. He set himself up a little Mormon kingdom on Beaver Island. And the Irish didn't, the good Catholic Irish didn't really take too much. Now, one of my ancestors called, they were fishermen. And my grandfather was the first man in that family that didn't die in the lake, including 5 of them right in front of a great grandmother once as they tried to come in. Yeah. Well, that's the interesting story. You ever see the Irish knit sweaters where you have the elaborate knots in the sweaters patterns? You know why those are there, right?
To adorn the torso of Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable?
I've got no idea.
Oh,
no. The sweaters are made out of wool, which is very resistant to rot.
Right.
So it was a way to identify the bodies and get them right back to their families.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a rather morbid thing, but look it up. It's true.
So the origin of the Cosby sweater is more morbid. It was cooler than you think.
Yeah. Well, each family had their own pattern that they used, kind of like the kilts and the tartans. Yeah, but it's kind of the Irish equivalent of that. It's the way the sweaters were made were done by family. So at least hey, if you've had family members missing and you find somebody wearing this sweater, it's probably one of them.
Right on. Yeah, like the sweaters in Harry Potter for the different houses of Hogwarts.
Yeah, something like that. It's kind of like
a stretch.
Yeah, it's kind of like Irish dog tags.
I learned a lot of my anthropology through J.K. Rowling's work. So yeah, right on.
Well, you could also stretch it down to all different football teams have different jumpers.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. This is just really interesting. This is my area right here. Obviously, I live right in this area, and I work in this whole area right here and fly over it. So this is very, very interesting to me.
It's very detailed in its in what he's explaining. I was hoping to find something a little bit further back of what the Egyptians and pre-Egyptians may have mapped in, like something that they would have mapped, but I haven't quite got. We seem to be a bit past that.
Oh, their maps were awful.
Well, I got to tell you, one of the things that I've wanted to do since I was a teenager was go out and map Tampa Bay. The mapping table.
Okay.
I was just a very strange child. But I always wanted to do the mappings, find a bridge tower from the bridge and use that as my base, and then map it all the way around, see how close I could actually get to it.
What, basing it on that grid coordinate system that was original, that they did Britain?
Bearings. Yeah, bearings. So you take a bearing to the 2 bridge towers, for example, on the Skyway Bridge. And then what you do is you triangulate what your position is, and then you go to the next position, and you can triangulate those 2 bridge towers and the position you were just at, and then just follow that right around the rim of the bay, and you could probably come up with a pretty decent map of Tampa Bay from that. And I just thought it would be kind of a
what
cool
instruments should you be using to do this, though?
You'd basically just use a compass to orient your table to north. You need a level table. And then all you really need is just some sort of a sighting apparatus that would read degrees. You know, you just basically need to sight and say, okay, well, that's 22 degrees that way. You know, it's got a magnetic bearing of that. And then you just draw a line to it. And then you take a second point. Well, it's got a compass bearing of 42 degrees. And then you draw a line to that, and where the lines intersect is where you are. So if you do that all the way around the rim of the bay, you should be able to come up with something that's very close to a map of the bay.
Oh, we're nearly through this. It's been torture on my ears trying to listen and read at the same time.
Yeah, well, I'm going to shut up then. I want to see the rest of it.
Well, as soon as we get this the quicker we get this over, we can get back to some of your vids and one of Blue's and a few others. We can get them out of get them looked at too. Seems to be some issues out there, so got to sort that out.
So and so. One of the things that I'm always interested in is when it comes to the Great Lakes, if you can define the shape of Michigan, both its southern peninsula and its northern peninsula, you have almost completed a map of the Great Lakes. And if you'll watch Michigan through this series of slides, I think you'll see that it was a very hard little peninsula to map. Surprisingly, this is a nice example of how progression is not linear in cartography. This happens to be a very early, in fact, the first map of Lake Superior, 1671. We know it was done by the Jesuits. It's published in the Jesuit Relations. We don't really know who did it. Father Alouez was one. I think Father Marquette may actually have been involved. He was up here at the mission on the Apostle Islands. But it's actually a very accurate map of Lake Superior. It has Isle Royale here. It has just a couple of little minor islands that are actually there. And the reason they were able to do this is we know that the Jesuits actually made a pretty much complete circuit of the lake in canoes, counting paddle strokes perhaps, I don't know, but estimating the distance in some way, and taking readings of latitude with an astrolabe or with a quadrant. Here again, Michigan is a little distorted. Look at Lake Michigan. On many of these early maps, actually there are some where it's swinging way this way, some where it's almost straight up and down, and some where it's way over at this angle. Michigan is like a pendulum. Francolin, very influential French map maker, he seems to have relied, I think, a little bit on the Jesuit map. He knew about it anyway. Coronelli, Italian cartographer, 1680s. This looks like it's copied from the Jesuit map, except for some reason he thought he had to make it much wider. Some fairly outlandish figures here. Where this comes from, this is the beginning of adding islands to Lake Superior. In the late 17th century, there were a couple of French manuscript maps made that just suddenly put in imaginary islands and named them after influential characters in France. And those islands got picked up on later maps. It's always the bad stuff that gets copied first. So these depictions, I don't know where they come from. Hennepin was generally not considered a very reliable traveler or cartographer. Delisle was one of the best map makers, and actually it's not a bad representation of the Great Lakes. He's clearly using the Jesuit map here for Lake Superior, and Lake Michigan is actually fairly reasonably oriented. Herman Mall, one of the more imaginative cartographers. Captain Cyprian Southak, first map of North America published in America, published in Boston in 1717, but where he got his Great Lakes from, I do not know. Very strange. I don't think there was a model for that. Popple, a part of Henry Popple's map, the southern sheets showing the Gulf of Mexico, is in the exhibit. One of the best maps of North America in the 18th century. Fairly reasonable Michigan and Lake Michigan, but notice Lake Superior. Here he's got this is Isle Royale, and then here's.
You're naked, Professor.
What does that mean?
Isle Philippot, Pontchartrain, and I can't quite read it, but there were 3 or 4 or 5 islands just thrown in there to flatter.
Just jump back. Just jump back out and fix your avatar up.
Here again, Lake Michigan, way off to the southwest, Michigan Peninsula. Just a little
I'm on a mobile phone, so I wouldn't even have a clue how to do that.
Okay, I'll let you off for that. Are you going to be home soon?
No, not for a while. I've got about an hour.
Was laying in front of the commissioners in Paris.
Oh, okay. I'll stop the video for now because you've Because you're in a car, that makes it a bit inconvenient to talk. So
Yeah, no, I've got so basically I've got an hour to kill or thereabouts, and so I'm in McDonald's in Burwood. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Everyone knows what's at Burwood. All right, so yeah, I'm at Macca's, just enjoying a free seniors coffee. How's that? That's one good thing about being over 60.
Seniors coffee. Oh, okay, that's right. You're older than me.
I'll be there in 15. I'll be there in 15 minutes, Professor Phil. I'll buy you another one.
There you go. You know the car park.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So anyway, congratulations, 400 subs.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, the Blues is a bit late for congratulations, but he did make it over the 5, and then you've made it over the 500. So
yeah, just
so there's a few milestones getting around at the moment.
No, that was kind of good. So I noticed you guys were following that. I threw a fox into the hen house.
I don't know. That'd be good, putting it mild.
Yeah, God, I've had hate mail and everything since then, I can tell you.
I don't think Paige likes you much anymore, Professor
Phil. No, she doesn't. I really did throw the fox in there, and they all went berserk. That's funny. Oh well, there you go. But they couldn't get away from the questions. That's the thing, you know. I mean, what could they do? They just had to face it because I put it to them. So. Actually, if they had any brains, they'd probably adopt some of those things that I gave them. You know, I mean, they got some legitimate stuff they could go with. You know, just at least you can be an intelligent flurper.
I don't even think they understood the flat Earth arguments that you were being a flat Earther in the first place. I think that even confused
that was driving
them.
Paige crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm a much better flurper than they are.
Yeah.
At least you weren't making stuff up. You were actually using the scientific method, as they would say, and logic and reason to actually give a argument that was somewhat based on fact.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, let's face it. They could easily get away from the gravity thing. Just adopt the gravity thing.
Yeah.
Just adopt it, and just the center of mass is that. Works out to be 9.8. You don't need to say no that gravity doesn't exist. It's right there. Just adopt it. But you know, they're not smart enough to realise that all you needed was the mass behind it. You know, the rest of it, you could still have your flat top. You know, what does it bloody matter? As long as the centre of mass is enough for you to create gravity of 9.8, that's all you needed.
I heard that a few people were correcting you on the escaping pressure in a sealed system.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of stuff like that needed to be looked at. You know, I know my model's not perfect, but it's a damn sight better than theirs.
You mean the one that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Well, I think that was I think the point I was trying to make to them was look, you're useless. You are absolutely. Don't tell me you don't need a model, because without anything, you're just useless. You're just a waste of space. I mean, what is the point to you if you don't have a model? We can't use anything you say for anything good. So what use are you?
The one thing that was thrown a curveball is that you were trying to explain flat Earth and not just ask the questions like normally flat Earthers do when we're explaining things to them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Oh, they didn't want to buy that though, because it means throwing out so much stuff that they just their religion, you know, like the tenets.
They're not used to a flat Earther explaining what's supposed to be is instead of asking the question.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's normally if they thought I was going to be a flat Earther coming there to knock the ball, well, no, I'm there to put an argument for the Earth being flat. You know, not there to just argue against the ball, which is the only thing, like you said, that's the only thing they ever do. They never put an argument to suggest why the Earth is flat. It's always, oh well, this proves that the Earth is not a ball, but we don't know what the hell it is.
No, we don't have to say what it is. We don't have a map or a model. It's just not a ball.
Yeah, that's their standard argument. No, it has been for the last year. I've been looking at it.
If you put up an argument, that argument can be falsified and invalidated. So the best strategy is don't put the argument, just argue against the other case.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Travis's
the point is
motif.
Yeah, so you're dead right, Bob. And the reason they do that, the reason the charlatans do that, I'm not talking about your average dumb fluffer. I'm talking about Geronism. I'm talking about Globebusters. Globebusters lasted about a few minutes in there, and he just cracked it and left. He said he couldn't take any more and and ran away. So, but to him, Geronism, Oakley, these people know that they're bullshitting, and they know that the reason they're doing it is because they're taking money for their bullshit, and that's why they keep doing it. So they are not your average flurfer who is just really intellectually inept. These are different people, but the average flurfer who is inept doesn't understand why their gurus are wrong. So they just keep paying them money.
Did Ranty have any questions for you much? I didn't notice.
Oh,
that.
he did, and the thing about it is he doesn't know enough to really put a good argument, or he was just really he was just really fair income wanting to listen to what was going on. But I didn't have any problems at all with Ranty. He put up a couple of arguments, but then understood where I was going with it, and understood that I'm making a case for the flat Earth. In other words, why don't you just adopt these things? It's certainly better than you having nothing.
That's one thing I noticed, Professor Phil, is Ranty was almost, shall I use the word, polite and quite genuine with the questions that he was asking you, and quite to the point of actually listening to what you were saying. It surprised me somewhat that he was willing to open up so much to what you were saying. But in saying that, I think that's probably got something to do with the dramas that he's been experiencing with his ex-comrades being Sleeping Warrior and Nathan Oakley.
Yeah. Well, the way I saw what Ranty was doing, I thought, well, this guy is extra polite, but he's got a lot of courage, because he was going to get a bit of a beating for letting me do that, and then he in a previous show that he had where I wasn't on, he actually just showed my channel for at least 3 or 4 minutes on his screen. Just have a look at this. And other people in the chat were immediately, why are you showing this? Put that away, and stuff like that. And he said, I'm not here to kowtow to anybody, which I thought was pretty brave of him, actually.
Yeah. Well, I was one of the first ones to actually go on his channel because I liked the concept and I wanted to give him a chance to run with it a little bit. The last time I was on there, I put a lot of time into a presentation, and he felt that it was appropriate to play a childish, rude, and insulting clip from Travis at the Plain Truth.
Oh, yeah.
And, after I asked him not to, and, I said, well, that's it. I will not return to your channel until you give me an apology for that.
Yeah.
There's about 20 people from 24/7 over in Gem Panda's channel right now on Discord.
Okay. Well, Ranty made a bit of money out of this, I have to admit. Because I'll tell you now, we didn't make this very clear out there, but the deal was that I would guarantee answer any question that came from the super chat, and then, so that's how that worked, and so he did get quite a few. I thought, well, fair enough. It's business. You put up your channel. You're taking a risk. You've got me doing this, and I hopefully might educate a few people. About why we do choose. At least there'll be some people who understand why the hell we would say, if you wanted to be a flat Earth, you need to have this gravity. You can't say no to it. Adopt it. You know, find a way to add it to your argument. So there'll be a few people who will be thinking about that, and a few people have commented to me about that, and I said, well, fair enough. You know, at least you understand why we take a particular position. And me going on and doing this with the flat Earth gave them just opened the door a little bit, just so they could see really why it is that we have these arguments.
It's interesting how they just attack the globe and make no positive arguments for the flat Earth, which is exactly what the creationists do. They just attack evolution, and they give you a spot for intelligent design or creationism. There's nothing. They think.
So what's the over under on us having to argue against the points that you taught them on Ranty's show?
Well, I mean, there's always the risk they actually will adopt them. You know.
I mean, you could be the next quantum eraser, the flat Earth Phil, Phil Bell could be.
Yeah, no, they might actually they might actually say, well, you know, we're adopting this. I mean, we had a physics professor come on and he agrees with us.
Exactly. I'm thinking I'm going to have to argue with SC Montreal on Jose's tomorrow morning, and it's going to be one of your arguments.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be flummoxed.
Yeah,
because you finally provided a good argument.
What was funny was the amount of times I heard Professor Phil turn around and say, "No, not like that, like this. Then tell them that it's flat."
Yeah, I gave
they're
him,
so hard-headed. I mean, Paige kept. I mean, it'd be like a Muslim walking into a Southern Baptist church and telling them how to worship Jesus correctly.
It was. Oh,
I mean, like Paige was throwing a fit.
Yeah, my favourite comment from Paige: "We don't need your help."
Yeah, we don't need you.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting there thinking, "Yes, sweetheart, you really do need help."
Stop confusing us with all these facts. Damn it!
We've made up our own story. Stop confusing us.
It would be great.
How dare you teach us your science?
The best thing that could happen is if they would do what you told them to do, which is adopt gravity and get rid of the dome. Do those two things: adopt gravity and throw the dome away. Because at that point, we're 2 steps away from checkmate.
Yeah, that's right. The thing about it is, some of them cottoned onto that, and they thought, "Hang on, this guy's leading us here." Any minute now, he's going to get us to agree with all this stuff, and then he's going to say, "See, I got you."
Yep. Exactly.
But of course, I was never going to do that. You know, they didn't trust it. I think
they'll never go there.
No,
they can't. They can't.
It was funny. Globebusters running away though. That was just priceless. That was priceless. GPS, one of their. I don't. He comes on this show, doesn't it? GPS from time to time.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk very much.
No, he doesn't. But I'll tell you what he did. He sent me a clip of. He sent me some lines from Globebusters and said, "Watch this," and you could see gradually I would visualize his face getting redder and redder and redder until the last thing he said, "I can't take any more. I'm going." I mean, I've got that there. That's in the Discord. We've got to frame this. It's got to be framed. And just any time you see Globebusters, put that out in front of him and say, "Read this." That was so funny. Anyway, it was funny.
Well, I've been waiting to ask you.
Yeah.
Oh.
So are there any other guys who want to do it?
Do what?
I was going to say I'd like to. It'd be good fun to be in a tag team, you know, and because I think we were talking about something like this a few months ago, if you recall, and I thought it'd be good to being a tag team with somebody like Team Skeptic or Flight to Flat Earth, and just.
I was just saying earlier that you and Stingray need to team up as
okay.
And make team at Fight the Flat Earth, like a charity event.
that would be so funny, and that would be that would be really funny. I would really enjoy doing that. And,
I bet you James over modern day debate would be up for it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know, Professor Phil, that Stingray's actually got a working digital model of the flat Earth. He had to invent some of his own physics to make it work, but he's still got a working model.
Yeah, was that toroidal donut thing?
Yeah, and not inverse square, but inverse cube.
Yeah.
Inverse cube law. Inverse light drop off.
Yeah. All right.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you've got to make
minor tweak, okay.
Yeah, you got to make the light get tired and quit, and you can't do it with inverse square law.
Well, you got to remember, physics is all just made up, so why can't we make up our own? I like the inverse cube law.
Actually, that's not too bad. If you turn Kepler's law upside, Kepler's law is r cubed over t squared, right?
Right.
Yeah. If you turn that upside down, you got t squared over r cubed. There you have the inverse cube law right there.
There you go.
Because you inverted it.
Damn. See, this is why you can't be a flat earther, Phil. Too damn good at it.
Cube because it's multiplied by the unit vector, so that doesn't quite work. But
hey, don't ruin the
remember,
fantasy.
the SI unit is
brought real
unicorn
science into
parts
this.
for
Sorry
that.
about that.
At least we could have it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but we've also got to invoke the magic, because you understand physics is just spicy maths, right? But we've got to have a magic component of that convergence point between where photons they don't go past each other or go in a parallel. They actually merge and converge and get to that eye level between the 60th and the 60th that has the convergence point that then goes into your eye, that your brain then turns into that signal that goes, it's flat.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been learning from Lemon Bird.
But does your eyeball have an R value?
Of course your eyeball has an R value.
That's what your patch is for.
Okay. Well, you're the doctor, Bob. You tell us.
I think it's funny it takes a globe earther to come up with new arguments for the flat Earth.
Yeah.
No, you can't talk about the eyeball until you've held one in your hand.
I have.
I have.
Does a cow's eye equate, Dr. Bob?
No, got to be a human eyeball. You got to hold a human eyeball in your hand.
I'll be back.
Then you can talk about it.
I'll be back in a sec. I just got to go catch a kid.
The closest I've had is
Hey.
Go for the smaller ones. They're slower.
Well, I want to announce a new coin of phrase, and it's called a glurfer.
A glurfer?
A glurfer. Yes, that's what it is. Not a flurfer, not a glober. It's a glurfer.
Actually, Bob, the most gruesome thing, we've got a museum over here, and it's got sort of a level where the public's not allowed to go. You've got some really gruesome. In there, they've got these jars which they've had for 100 years, full of formaldehyde, and they've got actually embryo all the way till grown human. In other words, like the whole thing. So step by step, jar by jar. I tell you what, this is. You look at that and you say, this is just gruesome. But there you are. You can go. You can, if you're a scientist, you're allowed to go there and have a look at it.
If you're a scientist, you should already know them all. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we had
to. Yeah.
We had to do some stuff in med school that was kind of not very cool.
Savory.
So savory is a great way of doing it.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm still trying to get over spicy math. I love that term. Who said spicy math?
That was me, Bob.
Oh, nicely done, sir. Nicely done.
Spicy math.
Actually,
I would much rather like.
Sorry,
Isn't biology just gooey physics?
It is.
Or gooey chemistry, messy chemistry.
Yeah, sorta.
Yeah.
Well, muscles is all physics, isn't it?
Yeah, well, chemistry is where you get the boom from.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah, chemistry is where you get the boom from, and the rest of it is all just mechanics. Muscles are actually pretty elegant in their simplicity, how they work.
Yeah, I mean,
John Rapp's got a message for you, Phil.
Yeah.
I remember this too in the Ranty show. Your response to how do you know what the sun is made of? And you said, well, I have a spectrometer right here.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Brilliant response. Awesome.
You know, I'll tell you something. The last thing you ever want to do is get into a pissing contest over physics with a physicist because they've got the coolest toys right on their desk.
Oh God! When Right the Hand started questioning the existence of atoms and photons and things like that, I was really prepared for Phil to reach through his microphone and choke someone to death.
I did.
If that were
Especially when
possible.
they deny that they exist.
Yeah.
And, well, I had to go through the whole rigmarole of turning bauxite into aluminium to say, look, how the hell would we know how to do this if this stuff didn't work?
Magic.
That's not a prediction, Professor. That's what it is. It's not you just knowing how much in there.
That's an effect. It's not a cause. Don't confuse the effect and the cause. You just heat it and magic occurs.
It was like when you were talking about water and how it's H2O and all of that. I said on Terry's stream at the
Actually,
time
that light will not reach.
that you can put 12 volts DC into water with a little bit of salt as an electrolyte in there, and break the two molecule or break the molecule apart into its two atoms, and you can collect those gases that are coming off it, burn them, and make water again. You can actually do this live at home if you were game enough to make hydrogen in your own home.
It's a good way to lose your eyebrows. But
I might have done it when I was 12 a few times, but it's lots of fun. Scare the hell out of your mother.
If I remember correctly, if you've got enough electricity, you don't even need to put any electrolyte in the water.
Well, that's true.
You're right, but obviously, if you wanted to go quickly, just put some salt.
Hey,
in
Blue.
there.
Yeah.
Do you see a video coming?
No, not in my house. I've done this shit before. No, I'm not doing it again.
I may just do it just for shits and giggles.
So last time,
you make a trip to the store and buy some PPE, though, buddy.
So last time I did
it's gonna go flying.
Last time I did it, I may have used a 1.25 soda bottle. What's that? That's a gallon and a bit.
Okay.
It's a gallon.
No, it's about half a gallon.
No, we're not making a gallon of hydrogen. We're talking a little test tube type.
So this 14-year-old boy may have, and then he decided it was a good idea to do the pop test on it. And when I got my hearing back about 4 hours later, I started counting my fingers to make sure they were still there too.
Well, I'll tell you something.
It's like my son.
Did you ever see a hydrogen cannon?
Yeah.
You know how to make one of those? It's just like a pair of funnels. Well, kind of hard to describe. Got a big opening on the bottom. It gets wider in the middle. And at the very top, it's got a little tiny pinhole in it. And if you fill that thing full of hydrogen and then light the hydrogen that's coming out the little pinhole at the top, hydrogen's got a really narrow range where it's actually explosive. And you'll get to a point where that thing decides to go off, and that, by God, it goes off too. It makes a hell of a boom.
Well, I've got to give you a warning here. The point at which it's the worst is when the oxygen ratio to the hydrogen is exactly 2 to 1 moles. Right? If you do that, like you're probably lucky that you're standing here talking to us. Had you reached your gallon of hydrogen reached, which is about probably a couple of liters. So that's a tenth of a mole. If you had got that and you had enough oxygen in that, you definitely would have blown your head off. I guarantee it.
It felt like it.
Yeah.
It felt like it. Never again did I ever collect so much all in one go. I'll give you the hint there. It was.
Just don't
You just didn't
compress
have enough
that
oxidizer.
hydrogen.
Yeah, it
Don't
was.
compress that hydrogen too much or heat it up too quick.
It was.
Because there's something that happens to a hydrogen atom when it gets compressed.
Yeah, no, it was one of those cases of young and dumb Professor Phil, and I'll be right, not a problem.
Oh, well, oh, God, it's even scary just thinking about it. Actually, I'll send you one now. I actually mucked up in a lab, so I've got a little video of an explosion happening in a lab because of something that I wasn't paying attention to. That blew everything apart and the glass went everywhere. I've actually got that on video, so I'll put that on my channel so people have a look at it. It's a good safety thing.
Oh, that'd be
actually.
great. My favorite Thunderfoot videos are the ones where he blows things up by accident.
Yeah, no, it surprised the hell out of me and everybody else there, but it's my fault. So what I did was I had a bit of sodium or potassium and I put it in the water to show them, and I put a bit of indicator in there so it would turn purple, you know, and we put a lid on it. Oh my God, the hydrogen built up underneath that lid.
Hey, Phil, lids are bad. Just
Reach
remember,
back
lids are bad. You want an open container, like, you know, a
I
pipe.
know. Tell me about it. I was just the horror of thinking that a student could have got a piece of glass in their eye, or I have nightmares that thing went horribly wrong, but it didn't. It just blew up. Thankfully, the glass lid was heavy enough to you know, just to shatter. I was just so lucky. It was one of those. I thought, Jesus, I'm getting too old for this. I could have made a really bad mistake here.
I just remind everybody that God protects fools and children, and I'm 57, so you know which one I am.
You're a child. You're a child at heart?
Yeah.
Well, I have the heart of a 12-year-old boy. It's on a jar on my desk. That's the great Stephen King line.
Well, I got 15 minutes and then I got to shoot through. 2 more hours, get home. So I've been nobbled with all the tutes this year. So that's why I'm still working, even though it's Saturday. Yeah, it's Saturday and Saturday evening, and I'm still working because I've got to do all the tutorials, and every couple of hours there's one. It's usually only about 4 or 5 students in them, but you know, you've got to do them anyway. So they cut corners. You know, you used to have a professor, and then you'd have 4 or 5 PhDs doing tutes. They cut that all out. So they say, no, we're just going to pay you the same as what we pay the PhD student for the tutes, and you got to do it. That's it.
Making you earn your keep.
Well, yeah, no, I know, but it's like the old days. You know, my job would be more a lecture. You know, maybe 2 or 3 a week, if that, and then mostly I'd have time to do research. You know, but now it's just marking papers and you know, all that sort of stuff. So
I thought doing research was one of the main points of being a senior member of staff.
it is. It's meant to be. It's meant to be. But the thing about it is, well, I mean, if you get a really good grant, you know, and they're hard to come by these days. If you get a really good grant, then yeah, you've no problems because then your wages are paid out of the grant.
Yeah, and you get a research assistant to go with it too. Yeah, do your own research.
I thought the main of being, you know, head of staff was the long nap times and the late lunches.
We try that, yeah. It used to be. It used to be. You could sample quite a few Chardonnays by you know, through the afternoon, but life's changed completely now. You know, you can't knock over rubbish bins on your drive home anymore.
Darn it.
Damn.
It's all changed.
Damn capitalists.
Stupid SJW.
Yeah. Oh well, there you go. Oh well, I'm sitting in a very nice little Mercedes Benz, so that helps anyway. So eases the pain a little bit.
Oh, that might have come.
But aren't Tesla self-driving cars trying to bring back knocking over boxes?
Yeah, well, it's funny. Some of the guys, some of my colleagues have gone and they've given up their little Mercs or BMs and they're driving Teslas now. I reckon they're really good. So I haven't had a chance
wait till it gets really, really hot in summer and their lithium decides to explode.
Yeah, I know. Well, and that's one of the reasons that scared me of getting one, because once I had a phone in my pocket, and I heard this sizzling sound. I thought, what the hell's going on? And then I looked inside my coat pocket, and I realized this is the thing that's sizzling, and I took it out. My first instinct was to throw it. So I threw it across a quadrangle, and it didn't even hit the ground before the thing completely blew up. And I thought, you said something about God and children? That was my day, because imagine that was in my pocket just another 10 seconds or 5 seconds.
Well, we wouldn't be talking to you right now, probably.
Did you at least throw it at some children?
No, it was like I was in this quadrangle pretty much by myself. So it would have been, I would have met my end right there by myself in this quadrangle. So no, it was my lucky day. Threw the thing and bang, didn't even hit the ground. So lithium can do that to you. And I thought, wow, imagine sitting that in a car, sitting on top of something like that.
Well, just put some water on it. It'll be okay.
Yeah, we tried that, didn't we? With lithium's also in group 1. So we tried that with potassium, and look what happened there. I'll show you the video.
Did I ever tell you guys about my my stepdad's paperweight?
No. Go ahead.
No.
My stepdad had a paperweight on his desk. And, he was a pilot in World War II. And he had this paperweight on his desk that he had apparently brought home. And he never really realized what it was. It was kind of like a heavy metal canister. And it had a wooden handle that's screwed off on the end. And there was a little cord in it that you could pull on a ring.
Oh, one of them.
And, I'm looking at this thing and I go, do you have any idea what this is? And he goes, no, it's just I found it in my locker when I came home. And I go, yeah, you probably don't want this. This is a potato masher grenade. And I think it's live.
Wow.
And then my mom had the ultimate thing. Well, just put it in a paper bag and bring it down to the police station. I can just imagine how many times I would have been shot.
Yeah, exactly.
In an American police station if I pulled out a grenade from a paper bag in their waiting room.
Yeah, well.
That was an interesting day because my stepbrother was playing tiddlywinks with it. This was at Christmas, and he was playing tiddlywinks with it at Thanksgiving when I wasn't there. And I'm just looking at this, like, oh, man, those things got fulminate of mercury triggers in them, and they go bad after 70 years, and they're very unstable. They x-rayed it and ended up putting some C4 on it and blew it up.
Well, I mean, how lucky is that the mercury does go unstable, because it would have oxidized and got hard. How lucky is that? You just look at that and you think, sometimes you got to think there's just got to be a God. I mean, how lucky are you?
Well, it would explain a lot of things, like why the horizon's flat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this big bulge underneath it.
Yeah, but that was the first live grenade I've seen in quite a few years, and it wasn't even one of ours.
That's fantastic. Wow. Okay, that would have been scary though, to realize what you got. Yeah.
Yeah, well, ours are a little more obvious.
It does surprise me that even if he was a pilot, that he wouldn't know what a German hand grenade looked like.
Well, he didn't, because I asked him, I mean, you understand it's got German writing all over it. and you know, this doesn't look good.
I thought they looked like a cylinder with a handle.
Yeah, it's a little cylinder. It's a heavy cylinder with a wooden handle on it, and then it's got a screw on the end of it, and there's a string in there on a little ring, and you pull the string, and that pulls the fuse.
Well, I didn't know that. Thanks.
Then you give it a good chuck. You know,
Well, I
don't
didn't
pull
know
the
that.
string.
A really good check.
Well, that's amazing. I always thought, because you know, you watch this in the old films, you know, the old war films, you know, the real footage, and you see them throwing the things, and you think, well, okay, maybe there's something in it. So when it's on impact, that's when it detonates. So you actually pull the string that causes the reaction to happen right there.
And then it starts smoking, and you throw it.
That lights the fuse. All grenades work that way.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Because actually, a hand grenade that exploded on impact would be really good for blowing you up when you throw yourself to the ground when somebody starts shooting at you.
Yeah, that wouldn't work out really well.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, you're dead right. I can completely concede on that. Well, I tell you what, Bob, thank you very much. You live every day. You live to learn a new thing. How's that?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to be big enough to have enough explosive in them, and small enough that you can, you know, the average size Joe can throw them.
Yeah.
You know, far enough. Throw them far enough. That's the key word. Far enough. It doesn't work if you throw them 3 feet away.
So what do you
work
reckon?
really
A
well.
pound in weight? A kilo or a pound in weight?
What, a grenade?
Yeah,
No, you're
grenade.
talking 300-400 grams.
Yeah, I was gonna
okay.
say.
Well, okay.
I mean, it's heavier than a baseball.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, I played with them a little bit. I remember I had a rusted pin on mine, and I went to pull it, and the pin broke, and my hand snapped up, and I busted my mouth open with a freaking live hand grenade.
Wow.
And that was, you know, like, you know, you want to drop everything and just grab your mouth, and then you realize that no, that would not be a good idea.
That would be bad.
Because then you got to pick it up and throw it.
Cartoons where the bear got, like, you know, plates balanced on every point of his body, and then somebody throws him something, he drops everything to catch it.
Wow.
Only with a grenade.
Amazing. Wow, okay.
They are rather interesting.
Well, you know, every year somebody throws the pin, and you know, and that's always a fun time.
Pull, pin, and throw.
Well,
Oh, okay. Okay, so keep the hand grenade and throw the pin.
Yeah. Well, the things that they train you in actually have grenade pits in them.
yeah, the front of the
You
front
know,
of
and
the
if
pit's a big trench so that they can kick the grenade, a live grenade, in there.
Yeah, and then, you know, you wear flak vests, and, you know, the drill sergeants, you know, have a habit of jumping on you if you do something really stupid.
We didn't wear no stinking flak vests.
John Rapp asked a really good question, Doc. Who disliked your dad enough to put a live hand grenade in his locker?
That's a damn good question. Those freaking Italians. That was his biggest fear. He never was afraid of getting shot down. He was afraid of snipers and blowing himself up with his own stove, because what they used to fuel the stove is you'd go over to the next squadron with a helmet, you know, in the middle of the night, and you'd go down to the sump drain on the bottom of their fuel canisters, you know, the fuel trucks. And that's where you'd get a helmet full of high octane gas. And that's what you'd ran your stove off of. And every morning, one of the stoves would blow up.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, well, it would. Yeah. Oh.
So to give you a bit of an idea, Professor Phil, the standard Australian Army grenade, or the in-service Army grenade at the moment, is 375 grams, which is for those out there, it's about the same weight as a can of beer.
Yeah. Okay. What, full?
Yeah, full.
Yeah.
And you think that's a coincidence?
No, no, because you need something to train with.
Well, put a handle on it, and you got a German grenade, haven't you?
Yeah, the German grenade was actually very superior to the way we do them. That handle allowed them to throw that thing a good bit further.
Well, there's two types of grenades. There's offensive and defensive grenades. And, some work by explosives, some work by shrapnel.
Okay.
A typical pineapple grenade, the type that you see from World War II, or the little egg grenades that we use now, they're wrapped in wire, so that they throw out a lot of shrapnel. Those are more of a defensive type of a weapon, and the German grenades were high explosive and had more of a kick to them, and they were designed to be more offensive.
Right. Okay. So which was more lethal?
Well, if you pop them both and hang on to them, they both work pretty well. It's just one was designed more for concussion, and the other was more for shrapnel. And they both worked. I mean, it was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
The thing about the thing about the shrapnel grenades is that you don't end up just taking out one person, even if you only hit one person with the shrapnel. By taking out one person, you actually end up taking out two, because you need two people to carry the person off.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
The reason those pineapple grenades looked the way they did is that was the shrapnel. The casing itself was
each one of those little squares.
That was the shrapnel. Today, modern grenade has got a wire that's wrapped, and I forgot how many feet of it there is in there. And it's fairly large diameter wire, but it's got nicks in it every 1/8 of an inch or so, and it puts out thousands of little.
They're really ugly, and they're really difficult to remove because they're very tough to find.
Wow.
And,
God, people get meaner and meaner, aren't they? Wow.
All based.
That's nasty.
On average,
All based.
Average soldier can throw one of those things about 40 yards, maybe. And it can kill you from 45 yards.
Grenades are not fun things to play with.
No,
they are really not. They are not, shall we say, precision weapons.
I remember that day in the Bleachers when they told us the average guy could throw it 40 yards, but it could kill you from 45. A lot of hands went up in a hurry. What does that mean? You throw this sumbitch and then run like hell the opposite direction at least 5 yards, right?
Basically. Yeah, you've got the explosive ones, and then you got the white phosphorus ones, and those are really ugly.
Yeah.
Then you get specialized ones like thermite and things like that. Thermite's designed to destroy equipment.
Yeah, it's not any personnel at all.
I just realized I can just leave this on until I get there. So I'm going to turn my car around. I've got to go, but I can just leave it on. What the hell? The police will just wondering who the hell I'm talking to. Yeah, that's okay. I don't have
And when they pull you over, tell them that, remember, left turns are evil. You can't turn left.
I'll show them your picture, Bob. I can see it right there. Okay, no worries. All right. Okay, I'll put that in the gear and I'll get going. Go. You guys talk away, and I'm just going to listen to you because I want to concentrate on the road.
Yeah, it is a good question. I wonder who my stepdad pissed off, because he was a really nice guy, actually. Must have been one of the Italians.
So Terry, Sorry, Alan.
Ex-wife. I was just going to say, my ex-wife, one of her uncles, was a fighter pilot in the Second World War. And no, he didn't fly Spitfires or Hurricanes or Mustangs. He flew ME-109s.
Oh, amazing! Oh, I'm an airplane junkie, even though I couldn't fly to save my son. But every year I take a bunch of students, about 7 students. They all pay about $90 each, and we go for a fly around Port Phillip. And the pilot runs the course.
Watch out, Phil. Red light.
Yeah, I'm just turning out at Macca's, so let's see.
Yeah, unfortunately I never got to meet the guy, which was a bit of a shame.
I used to rent an office. I used to rent an office from a guy that was in the Wehrmacht. which was kind of an interesting experience.
Well, that bloody would have. He would have been annoyed with me. I'd have that many questions. I tell you.
Oh, he had great stories. You know, that's one of the things about old soldiers. They all love telling stories about shit.
Yeah, yeah.
He got chased by Cossacks.
Yeah.
I mean, Cossacks on freaking horses.
Yeah. My dad was a warrant officer with the British Army. So he had a few stories.
Well, you know the definition of a warrant officer, don't you?
No, but you're going to tell us anyway.
They drink and they know things.
Oh.
Yeah, well, my dad used to tell me that he had more power as a warrant officer than even one of those colonels did. He had more power than them over more men.
Well, the problem with the colonels is they don't know how to turn the damn radar set on.
That's right.
That's why you have the warrant officers, you know.
Yeah, no, he didn't have much respect for the commissioned officers at all.
Yeah, our warrant officers don't have much power at all.
In the RAF, the station warrant officer, he's the guy that the station commander answers to.
Yeah, there you go. Well, the British are like that, aren't they?
You know, the warrant officer, the station commander answers to God.
Yeah.
That's probably the station warrant officer.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, that's it.
Like you say, the station warrant officer, he knows everything and he drinks.
Yeah. That was my dad for you.
They're all Peter Dinklage. But yeah, in our service, warrants are generally specialists of some sort. They're helicopter pilots.
That's usually what they are. Yeah, typically.
Yeah, they're helicopter pilots, PAs, radar experts, things like that. They're the ones that actually they're technical. They're technical or specialty people.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, the British Army, as far as I knew then, he used to tell me that after Sergeant Major, you became a warrant officer.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to be, Sergeant Major was the highest non-officer rank, and then warrant officer 1 and 2 and so on after that.
Yeah, because the warrant officer ranks in the British forces are odd because they don't hold a commission; they hold a warrant.
Yeah.
Which is which none of the other NCO ranks do. So the warrant officers live in the sergeant's mess.
Yeah.
Basically, they run the sergeant's mess like they run everything else. But they're not commissioned.
Yeah.
But they do have a warrant which sets them apart. Which is why you have to call a warrant officer sir.
Yeah. Okay.
In the British military.
Yeah,
the way it works,
we're not allowed to do that in the U.S. military. You call a warrant officer Mr.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, when you talk about them, you would call them Mr. So-and-so, but if you were addressing them directly, you would call them sir.
Well, okay. Yeah. So
it's weird. You salute them, but they can't command troops.
Yeah.
No, you don't salute a warrant officer in the British Army or the British
Well,
forces.
you sure as shit do here.
We do.
Yeah.
Well,
and they'll remind you of that.
And yes,
my dad told me the next most important guy was the mess sergeant.
We got a sergeant
major,
then we got a command sergeant major, and on top of that, we got a sergeant major of the Army.
Yeah,
that's the guy that's got the big fuzzy ones.
Yeah, and he told me he said officers had to get permission to. They all wanted to drink and eat in the sergeant's mess. That was where everybody. That was the cool place to be. So even if a commissioned officer, like, you go in there.
Yeah. There's a damn good reason for that. The people who are really in charge of everything, the people who make sure people get assigned to the correct job are the senior NCOs.
Yeah,
so the senior
MCOs run
NCOs
the
are
army.
all. So the senior NCOs are always going to have the best cooks.
Yeah.
Because they're going to damn well make sure that they have those cooks, the best cooks, assigned to their mess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
And the sergeant's mess bar is famously cheap.
Yeah.
Because they're non-profit organised. Yeah, they sell the beer at cost.
Yeah.
Hey Terry. Terry, we've got a Where's Wally in the live chat, and we've got a Pie Parrot as well.
Yeah, I see that.
Those are two of my favorite people. Why don't you see if they come in?
I've been inviting Wally for nearly 12 months now, and he's always feeding his cat.
The cat will find its own food.
Now,
have you guys heard of a Mitchell from Australia? So what a bloody.
Oh, do you want me to get a Mitchell from Australia in here as well?
Oh God!
Round him up.
Bring an axe with you while you're at it.
Wally, I've got a few people in here who want to talk to you. The Blue already threatened you. We'll get him in one day.
He's asking you to play the video, Terry.
No, I said no. I'm not going to play his videos anymore.
Oh, poor guy.
I'm feeding me cat.
Have him come in and present his video.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, present your video, Wally.
Yeah.
Bob's got a video here he's going to present, and I've got one for Blue here as well.
Yeah.
Present them.
And I hope we'll be hearing something from one of Pip's videos later, Terry.
Oh yes, we have to do a Pip story.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know she had them. All right.
Haven't you been listening to Pip stories?
Oh, you're in for a treat, Professor.
What you've been missing out on Pip stories.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have.
Oh, Phil.
It's something not to be missed.
Well, thanks for telling me. That's good. That's the second thing I've learned today. So, actually, no, I've learned quite a lot, especially with this.
I know you're so busy working. You're not getting to have a social life, are you?
No, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah. But anyway, this is my social life at the minute. So
take it while you can.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's good fun. It's really good fun, and I really appreciate you guys. I really do. Yep.
Well, we'll be up most of the night. If we're not here, we'll be over on Discord later. If you're around.
I'm 10 minutes from my job now, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Just don't forget spicy maths, okay?
Yeah, will do. Okay, so these guys are doing electricity, so electric fields. And,
well, that's even spicier.
That's the spiciest math.
I'm going to show them how you can tie how the electric fields, K Q1 Q2 over R squared is so closely related to G M1 M2 over R squared.
Oh, that's all about those electrical pixies, isn't it? The ones that sneak through the wires.
Oh, yeah. E for elves.
You know, the bloody idiots from Flat Earth don't realise the fun that they're missing out on. You know, the elegance of all of this. You know, just breathtaking elegance, and they just don't have a clue.
It's funny how so many of these different equations look almost identical.
They do. Well, those two are very identical. Yeah, I mean, even F equals MA is F equals QE. I mean, for God's sake, you know, how elegant is that? It's just breathtakingly elegant.
Yeah, and F equals MA also looks like F equals MG.
Yes, exactly.
You know, the thing that really did it for me when I was looking at this is orbits and how gravitational force equals centrifugal force.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
just exactly
oh,
at the
wow.
right place. It is. And Bob, R cubed over T squared is the distance. That's what you got to do. So if you want to slow it down, take it further out. You want to speed it up? Bring it further in.
Oh, no, not the ballet dancer. Oh, no.
Anyway, I'm here. I'll see you guys later. I've got to go. So I'll see you later on if you guys are still going in a couple of hours.
Yeah, if I'm not here, I'm over on Discord.
All right. Okay. Cheers.
Cheers,
See you,
Phil.
Professor.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Professor.
Thanks for
See ya.
dropping in.
No
The
worries.
main thing you got to remember is electricity is basically smoke. That's what it is.
It is indeed.
When the smoke comes out, you know it's broke.
That's right. If you let the smoke out of those wires, it doesn't work anymore.
Especially that blue smoke.
The tricky thing is, Blue, is
it's
to
almost
actually
as-
push it back in again. Pushing that
Yeah,
smoke
Pe-
back in is really
You can't
hard.
put it back in. It will not
Peter,
go back in.
it's almost as if he's acquainted with Lucas, Prince of Darkness.
Oh, Lucas, like the most wonderful designer of electrical systems for cars. As long as if you don't mind things working only 50% of the time.
Isn't that the Bosch principle as well?
No. Bosch is much better than Lucas.
Bosch is fine.
Lucas
There's
is so
there's
flawed that it actually brought out its own liquid smoke to put back into the wiring loom.
I'm going to say there's a very famous spoof eBay listing of a original jar of unused Lucas wiring harness smoke.
Yes,
with
we know.
with applicator tool.
Yes, we've witnessed the ad.
Yeah, no, it's so as someone that's actually owns two English designed cars that predate 1940s, all of the wiring looms are wonderfully wrapped up in cotton, and which isn't too bad until the cotton starts rubbing on each other and they short themselves out, and then there's nothing else to insulate the bare wires from each other, and you, all of a sudden your whole engine bay will be full of this wonderful blue smoke that just billows out, and the car won't be running. And for no particular...
Oh yeah, and that cotton smoke is really good for you. It'll put hair on your chest.
I'm sure.
Just take a big old whiff of that. I highly recommend.
Cambric insulation wasn't the best idea, but it's what they had. So.
I'm sure they
the
actually
fond days
pre-soak
of
it.
my Triumph Spitfire.
I'm sure they pre-soak it in creosote just so that it gets that particular tang to the smoke when it comes out.
And then seal the whole thing down with a combination of naphtha and pitch.
Oh yeah.
And smoke cigarettes around it all day long.
Yeah.
Why not?
How did any of our ancestors survive to make us? Is what I want.
Well, because their cigarettes had a colder fire in them.
Yeah, I can say my dad once survived opening the bonnet of a car that had had the battery on charge all night while smoking a cigarette.
Hydrolytics.
Apparently, it wasn't. Apparently, the scorching wasn't too bad on the car either.
I survived a childhood of pretty much being left to my own devices with things to make fire with in Alabama.
Is that why you have no hair on your head?
I did too.
There you go. I mean, it
Hang on, no name. You're just describing my childhood, but in Australia.
Okay, fair. Well, you're a British redneck, so
well, that's it.
I get.
My son,
you complete me.
My son decided to get a machine shop together, and he wanted belt grinders and things like that. And he goes down to the hardware store and he buys, this stock, this angle stock. And like, son, what you working on? He says, look, Dad, it's a Sten gun. And I go, put that. This crap. You go to prison for that.
Oh dear.
He built a homemade stun gun.
No, a Sten gun.
Sten gun, machine gun.
Yeah, I mean it's just a tube. It's a tube and a spring. Is basically all a Sten gun is.
It literally
and a heavy weight.
Well, I thought that's why I was double checking. I thought you said stun gun. I was like, well, I can see how that would be bad to
No,
I mean,
it resembles somewhat of a grease gun.
Yeah.
Yes.
the actual-
I get it. Yeah, I get it now. I just didn't hear what he said.
Well, they were horrible guns. I mean, terrible.
Yeah.
The only thing he couldn't figure out how to make was the magazine, and thank God. But he pretty much had the rest of it. He pretty much had the rest of it ready.
Stopped using this. Sorry, Bob.
All you need is a couple of plates and a spring, and you can make a self-loading magazine.
Yeah, it's getting it to feed right though, and the stem design with that magazine coming out sideways is actually really notorious to get it to feed properly.
Yep.
You really don't want to be grabbing hold of the magazine while you're firing it, because that will pretty much guarantee it won't fire.
Well,
that's the problem. It's a natural handle, and that's not the handle that you're supposed to hang on to.
It's definitely not the handle you want to hang on to.
We had the same problem with the 45 caliber Thompson. Guys would want to grab the magazine, and that'll cause it to jam.
Yeah.
Now
just why they put that wooden handle at the front.
Yeah, the grease gun was really good. Well, the military ones didn't have a wooden handle in the front. They had a guard under there that just a foreguard.
Yeah.
But the grease gun was a really good one. That was a really good gun. I've never fired one, but I fired. Let's see, I fired a Mac 10 once. That was fun.
I still think, like, if you go back World War II, the way the Germans reinvented guns was pretty clever. I mean, they invented a gun that could shoot around a bloody corner.
A few times.
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, you couldn't shoot too many times with it.
No. Yeah, but they even put a vacuum bezel in it to allow it to bend the bullet around the shaft, around the muzzle. I mean, what were they thinking?
I mean, weren't like the vast majorities of Nobel Prize winners German for years? Those guys were pretty good at figuring out how to blow stuff up. Just saying.
You can almost see it. They're sitting around the coffee table at work going, "Rightio, the next person to invent the most outlandish thing, we'll vote them for the Nobel Prize. Go."
I saw a meme once that I really liked, and it had a fly that had pitted a windshield, and it said either the glass was made in China or the fly was made in Germany. Yeah. And actually, one of my family members was married to an Austrian woman whose father was Herr Eng, who wanted to be called Herr Eng, the engineer. But he worked on the Tiger tank, and the problem you ran into with things like that is they were really, really good, and they had like zero tolerances on them and everything. But you can't use those in the field, and you can only build 2 of them. Whereas a Sherman, you could build 1,000 of them, and anybody that could run a tractor could run one.
Yeah. If you go down to and I'm going to shout out the Tank Museum at Bovington here in the UK has the only running Tiger tank in the world, as seen in the film Fury.
Yeah, they used it in.
If you look at the engineering on that, and then go just across the way where they've got a Russian T-34 tank, and then you look at the engineering on that, and the T-34 looks like it was just cobbled together. I mean, there's even a gap in the armor at the back that you can put your hand in, and it just looks so rough and ready. And you look at the Tiger tank, and it's so perfectly engineered. And then you think, right, that Tiger tank, in the time they took it to make one of them, they churned out about 10 T-34s.
Yep.
Yeah,
now the other thing,
that was their real drawback. They over-engineered everything.
Now the other thing that you can look into with with rifles, if you take a rifle and you shake it and you don't hear rattling, it doesn't like mud.
No.
An AK-47, you can't break it. An M16 is, more accurate and a better rifle, but you can break an M16. You can't break an AK-47.
Yeah.
You can easily break an M16.
We We solved the dirt problem with the with our version of the FAL, because we put those tiny little diagonal machined slices down the side of the breech block,
right?
And,
right.
And so that it works in deserts. So yeah, and they don't rattle very much when you shake them. At least I don't remember them rattling very much when you shook them.
Can anyone name the great engineering innovation of the MP44?
Look, the MP44 or the
Yeah, the MP44. The MP44. What was its most? And I'm not talking about shooting people with it. What was it? What was one of the most famous things it was first to do?
It didn't jam.
No, not just that.
It used an intermediate round.
That was the Sturmgewehr.
How was it?
Not the MP.
How was it manufactured?
Pressings.
It was stamped.
Yep.
Yeah, stamps and pressings rather than machining.
But there again, I mean, the Sten gun was pretty much stamps and pressings.
Yeah, so was the grease gun.
Yeah, but it was two identical pieces slapped together. So you could press them out hundreds at a time, and then all you had to do was assemble it instead of having to get the rifling right and all that in the one piece.
You're right.
Yeah,
I remember reading about that. That was an interesting gun. It was one of the first true assault rifles. It fired.
It inspired the AK-47, didn't it?
Yeah, it was bigger than a pistol round and smaller than a rifle round.
Yeah.
Again, I thought that was the not the MP40, because I thought the MP44 was the final version of the 9mm submachine gun that they had.
No, it was
the upgrade of the MP40.
No, the MP40 was the 9mm. The Sturmgewehr was a intermediate cartridge. It was a
that was the Sturmgewehr.
I think
was
the
the
7.65
STG 44. It was an
wasn't it a .44 round?
Something. No, it was an 8mm, but it was short. The cartridge is commonly known as 8mm Kurtz.
Short.
Compared with the 8x57 for the standard Mauser cartridge.
But it could take both pointed and rounded rounds as well.
So it was an 8mm short, is what it was.
It was an 8mm short. Yeah, I think it's actually. If I remember rightly, it's 8x39, because I think the Russians actually copied the round length for the AK. I think it was an 8x39 compared with the 8x57 of the full length round.
That looks like 18-year-old blue there.
Yep.
This is my rifle. There are many like it.
No, this is my beer. There are many like it, but this is mine.
I look happy?
You look ecstatic.
You don't look overjoyed, do you?
No.
Yes, but that's because the Gruppenführer is gone. You no put gun together. You go to West in front.
That's an M16A1.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I carried. Those are the full-size ones.
Yeah. And fully automatic.
Yep. I found that out once.
Oh, yeah.
They get hot.
Hell yeah, they do. You bet they do.
I made a captain shit with that once. I was a little older than most of the other guys in my unit when I was in basic. So every now and then the drill sergeant would come up and says, "Go pick somebody. We gotta go. We gotta go do something." And one time they were doing some headquarters units were doing some cross country stuff at night navigation. You go, you guys are gonna go ambush them. They're gonna cross this road somewhere. Those guys came out right in front of me, and I waited until they all got out in the road and had a little meeting in the middle of the 2-track, and I lit them up with that thing, and I think half of them shit. 3 o'clock in the morning, it's the last thing you expect to hear.
I never ever got to fire anything fully automatic. I fired some weapons that would fire fully automatic, but only in semi-auto mode.
We got to play when I was in. I mean, I was only in Army Cadets, but we still one weekend we got to play with all the big toys, including the Jimpy on the tripod mount. That was good fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, I wanted to talk. I wanted to share my guns experiences.
Call of Duty
we were
doesn't
talking
count.
about maps, and then we were talking about Axis and Allies, the board game, and then they started talking about guns, and I got lost somewhere. Professor Phil was in there somewhere at McDonald's. I don't know. I got lost.
Yeah, well,
it was the pensioner coffee that did it, wasn't it?
But I've shot a full automatic weapon. I just can't remember the name. I know the last name of it is called Steyr.
So that would have been an Oz Steyr, which New Zealand borrowed the Australian version to make. The interesting fact about the Oz Steyr is that the magazines and all the plastic of the weapon itself is made by Tupperware.
Oh, really? Yeah,
It's
my uncle, he was in the Australian Air Force, and he was a sergeant, I think, up in Darwin at the air base there. Well, the air is the base, but it's not like an air base, but it's a base. And he went to the firing range and shot it on semi-auto, and then he put it on full auto. And my shots went from kind of like, downrange to like up. It was really funny. Like I did not expect it, but it just went up in a perfect line. Just was like, whoa, like.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
The kick of it, it's just like. And then when you watch like movies where they like holding a handgun one-handed and like jumping in the air, and it's just like no, no, that's not what would happen.
Interesting fact about the Steyr, it was the weapon of choice that they used on Die Hard.
Okay.
So if you watch Die Hard, when they're raiding the Nakatomi Plaza Tower, the weapon that the rifle that they're all using is a variant of the Steyr, knowing that the Steyr actually comes from
it comes from the country that they were all supposed to be from, so it wasn't surprising.
Yeah, exactly. And so Australia actually got rights to the patent and all that, and I think Australia's up to about their 6th or 7th generation of them now.
They're quite a distinctive design, aren't they? Because they're a bullpup design, so the magazine's behind the pistol grip and the trigger.
Yes.
And the sight is built into the carrying handle. They're quite a clever design, and they are quite.
Okay. All right. Time out. You gun nuts got to be quiet for a minute and let Pip say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Right, you've done it now.
Thank you, Blue. I didn't like to interrupt.
Actually, that's funny. I stuck up for Pip earlier today on Sean's, and then Pip went to bed. Hannah stuck up for Blue earlier today on Sean's, and now Blue's sticking up for Pip. It's gone full circle.
Yep. Goes around, comes around.
I want to stick up for me.
Oh,
How you doing,
Pip,
Terry?
did you bring my crack?
That escalated quickly.
Is it time for another video, Terry?
Before we do that, I just want to say congratulations officially on your 400 plus, Terry. I see you've gone well over 400 now. So.
Oh, well done, sir. Here I was worried I was going to be stuck on 400. Trying to go on 399, 400, 399, 400.
yeah. Playing games with it. Yeah.
They do
Now we're
go
jumping
back and
in.
forth like that. Wait till it's 10,000 because it seems like as soon as you hit 10,000, everybody wants to unsubscribe, just to kind of drop you down to
Look, I'm only happy
9,998.
if I get to the 1,000, Bob. That's my goal.
They were doing that. They were doing that to me the other day, Bob. It was funny as hell. It would be 5,001, and then 5 minutes later it'd be 49.99, and then
Yeah.
back to 5,001, back to 49.
Yeah, I had to unsubscribe like 6 times.
I didn't realize, Bob, that's what you wanted to use my sock accounts for. Jeez.
yeah, I was just fucking with Blue.
Oh hell, I was about to die laughing watching that. That's funny.
But yeah, Blue, congratulations on your 5,000 as well.
Thank you.
Well done. I'm going to be
130.
featuring you. I got to feature you again here, Blue.
The thing was, when Blue got past Riley's sub count, it was due to my 2 sock accounts that did it for me. That was Bandy the Glober.
How many is Riley?
Oh, you're Bandy the Glober. Oh, I see.
And SLQ Gleam.
Oh, he's the good
Well,
one.
SQL Gleam.
Yeah.
They're the ones that got Blue past Riley.
I don't know. My sub count just died. So I think I got to start making better videos.
I poked Riley in the ribs about that today too. That was fun. I asked him why his sub count was going down and mine was going up.
Oh, brilliant.
It's because Blue's converting them over to the Globe Earth.
And I said, well, maybe it's got something to do with your like ratio.
You're not far away from 20,000 there, Bob. All right.
I reckon when Bob gets to 20K, I'll become a patron.
There you go. Well, I'm working on it. I'm trying to put out better videos, you know.
Actually, I liked your Wakefield series. It was very thorough.
Yeah, that's something I can get some meat into, but you know, the problem is YouTube demonetizes that, and
yeah,
you know, some of the people that subscribe to me are anti-vaxxers, so that pissed them off, so they unsubscribed, and you know, every one of those videos had a negative sub count on them.
Yeah, you should see what happens to Jeff Holiday when he does Jilly Juice or the anti-vaxxers. He'll go up to like 110K and he drops down to 108K. So his drops are like 1,000.
Yeah, same thing. Well, he was actually my inspiration for doing that because I wanted to do one on it, and you know, that kind of gave me an idea on something that I've been doing lately, and that was he had a good series on Wakefield, but there were big parts of it that were missing that needed my input on them. So what I did was I did like a companion video to them. And,
oh, that's awesome. Yeah, because I bought one of his.
Pretty good strategy.
Yeah, I bought one of his T-shirts. It says "Shitlord," but also back after I had my operation, went down to a market down near the river here, and saw a little Scientology booth. And I sent him the information about it, and he goes, "Are you serious? You've got one in your country?" I said, "Yeah, I've got one in my state, mate. They're in the city."
But Bob, there is one thing I will say about the MMR vaccine.
What's that?
After my experience on Thursday, having had my second dose of MMR vaccine, I can see why parents can worry that because I was really ill really quickly from it. I had the time I got home about 2 hours later, I was pretty much ready to crash on my bed and pass out.
That's your cellular immunity kicking in.
Exactly. I mean, I know it's what it's, but I can see that, with a child reacting like that after having the injection, if that child is autistic, I can kind of see where the parents might go, well, that made my child really, really ill. And then, of course, you get the autism diagnosis very soon afterwards.
ingredients that is what triggered them.
Well, the issue with it is that you find autism about the time that you get vaccinated. That's when it starts rearing its head. And
I mean,
there's a recent study out actually with the Journal of the American Medical Association, where they studied 95,000 children that had older siblings, and they looked at autism rates and vaccination rates, and surprisingly, although it was not statistically significant, there was a higher rate of autism in the group of children that had a lower rate of vaccination.
Oh,
which is yeah. But you see, the way they broke it out, is if you had an older sibling, you were in the study, and they did it with insurance data. And if your older sibling had autism, your chances of having autism were something like 8.7% or 8.9% versus a normal of, considerably less. I think it was just under 1%, like 0.9 or something.
Yeah, but given that there's a fairly large genetic component to autism,
exactly,
it's hardly surprising, is it?
No,
I mean,
it isn't surprising at all.
Both my boys are on the autistic spectrum. One is profoundly handicapped by it, and the other one has Asperger's.
Yeah, my son's the same way.
So it's not.
Yeah, I have an anomaly, but between my partner and I, we have 6 children. Our youngest is the only one who shows any form of autism. And that was prior to getting his MMR.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the Wakefield study, none of the children had autism in association with an MMR. It was either already diagnosed or already suspected, or it didn't come up for up to 2 years later.
Not to mention the $20 he flipped him for a blood sample.
For a blood sample? Yeah, that was just kind of a pissy thing to do. That was kind of stupid. But what he actually did was he falsified his data. And he neglected to mention the fact that he had a conflict. Specifically, he was A, gathering information for a lawsuit, and B, had patented a replacement vaccine to replace the MMR prior to starting his study.
Conflict of interest. Whoops.
Yeah, they did mention that. And then they tried to hide the money that was coming in from legal aid.
Yeah, I know. And that certain person who gave him a couple of mil to do the study as well.
£500,000. And that was
that's
Richard
a couple of
Barr,
mil
the
Australian.
Well, yeah. Well, Aussie money.
Well, mil. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guarantee he got more than that, but that was just what he declared.
Yeah. Well, he didn't declare it. They ran it through the hospital, and then the hospital had a special trustee, and they noted the special trustee. They just didn't know where the special trustee got the money from, which was legal aid, which is a cool system in Britain. But, he had that thing down.
Yeah, I tell you, the thing that was the worst thing about the Wakefield report was it came out right between my daughter being born and her needing to have her first dose of MMR.
Yes.
And with two boys who have already been diagnosed as autistic, that took a lot of thought.
Yeah. Well, there's the Canadian Broadcasting System put out a really good video or a good special on it, about a half-hour video. And one of the things that they did was they explored some of the fallacies that are involved with it. And, for example, given a choice between a dog that, donating money to pay for the medical care for a dog that, protected his owner from a bear versus donating to the Toronto Animal Shelter and helping hundreds of dogs, people will naturally donate to the individual that they see in front of them. So you put up an autistic child and, people will ignore the statistics and they'll look at the one child and make their conclusion based on that. And, just the psychology of it is very interesting.
I mean, I did have a very good GP back then, and we talked about it, and yeah, he did point out that the Wakefield study seemed, even when it first came out, seemed to be an anomaly on all the other research around.
Yes.
That that given the consequences of not vaccinating and having a child who could potentially die or have very, very serious complications, getting her vaccinated wasn't much of a.
Well, the statistics are pretty telling. The risk rate for the vaccination is about 1 in a million, and 80% of those are injuries from the needle itself. Has nothing to do with the vaccine. All right.
Yeah.
Now, the risk rate for having encephalitis from measles is 1 in 1,000, 1 to 2 in 1,000. So, I mean, the relative risk between the vaccine and taking your chances with getting measles is overwhelmingly in favor of the vaccination. But how many people have actually seen measles? I have been a doctor in medicine for 30 years. I have never seen a case of measles. I've seen pertussis and I've seen diphtheria, 1 case of diphtheria, and there were 2 that year. I saw 1 of them. But I've never seen a case of measles. I've never seen an active case of polio.
It's like vaccines work or something.
Yeah,
I had a friend growing up, lived across the road from me. He had polio, the sort that affects the bone growth rather than.
Okay.
I believe it affects you. I believe there's different variations on it that can affect you differently.
Yes.
But he had to wear he ended up with one of these big metal things bolted into his spine to straighten his spine out and
Harrington rods.
all sorts of stuff. Yeah, this would have been in the early 70s.
He had polio in the 70s?
Yeah.
In England?
Yes.
In England?
Don't ask me how he contracted it, but he did.
Yeah. I mean, he must have been one of the last few.
Yeah.
Because polio was eradicated for the most part in England and the United States and, the major Western countries. It was eradicated by the early 60s. For all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was at a time when there might have been 1 or 2 cases.
Yeah, it had to have been. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Doc.
But he basically disappeared for like 2. You basically wouldn't see it. We didn't see the guy for a couple of years while he was being treated.
Can we watch a video?
Yeah, let's watch a video.
Sounds like a plan.
Quick, could I ask Bob this question from John Rapp?
Go ahead.
He had asked, was there any correlation between the age of the parents and the racism in the children?
I didn't see one, but that wasn't what the study was designed to do. The study was just looking at insurance information on children with older siblings, whether or not those older siblings had autism, and then looking at the autism rates in the younger siblings, and then comparing that to the vaccination rates. Because, with insurance data, that's one of the reasons you have the ICD-9 system. So basically, they can take every diagnosis that is within the autism spectrum, including Asperger's, and
they used that as positive for autism because it was in the syndrome or in the spectrum. And then they looked at those in older siblings, and then they looked at the younger siblings. So it was a very interesting study.
Right on. Press.
Well, I just put the voting starting out there now.
They're all going to vote for 4.
Are they?
In honor of the 400 subs.
Oh,
So, you know it's going to happen.
Yeah. I can see it. I could see that would have happened.
Except somebody's voted 7. Oh, come on.
Spooky.
Yeah, but we've only got 6
On board with the
videos.
group thing.
Who is the snake that puts the down vote?
Oh, that'd be Nathan Oakley.
What a snake.
Wasn't
We know
there a
he
Flurf
watches.
in here earlier?
If you're listening, snake,
Yeah, we know Nathan Oakley watches.
you're a snake.
Or maybe it's Nathan Thompson who's pissed off that the Australians picked on him.
2 4s, 2 7s, 1 2, 1 5.
Did you see that, Sheeple?
What's that now?
Jose's little video.
Jose's little video. When did it come out?
Earlier today. Goes for
No,
like
I've been
9
away.
minutes.
I've been at the dragon boating. I haven't seen anything.
Oh, Sheeple.
Is it worth my time and attention?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. I shall put it on the to watch list.
Well, it might be in the vote if you're lucky.
Oh, I'm jumping out. I vote 7.
Damn it, TP.
Rocking
the boat. Rocking the boat.
I've been
Did you see all
catching. I've been catching the show off and on, but I was busy before joining, so sorry. About
Did you see all the 24/7 people over in Gem's server, mate?
No,
See 'em
no.
all over there?
Was that there today? Was it?
Yeah, like half hour ago.
Yeah, no, I've been away from it all. I've been away, bit of a detox.
Let's have a look. Oh, they're still there. So you've got 24/7 live, Astro ? Not breaking down the wall of lies.
Oh my
Had-
goodness.
Hang on, Flatwater, Fox Agent 369, Gemsy, Helio Skeptic, Jin CBR,
Whoa.
Kuabunga, Linatomo, Mazar 1985, Mike Less, Real Flat Earther, Rig 5, Seek and Find,
Oh my goodness.
Triple OG Swan.
They've
So,
descended upon the server.
yeah.
Flurpies was rampant.
No, it's because the amount of us that are banned from being able to even talk in there, they all flooded Gems as a hit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, Helio Skeptic will be saying something along as, listen, if you're gonna talk about
Yeah, jumping from this observation to that mathematical construct to the fact that there is no gravity but things still fall even though it's density over gravity. Yeah.
Wow, that's funny. I mean, it's very funny. All right, press play, Terry.
This is acceptable, yes.
This is acceptable. Blue Marble, I can accept this, yes.
No, it's not acceptable.
No.
Hey.
Definitely
No,
not acceptable.
this behavior acceptable?
sticks everywhere.
Spastic, Anthony, refers to a medical condition known as cerebral palsy. It's an injury to the spinal cord or to the brain, and it could happen to you or me or anyone else. A car accident, a fall off a ladder, anything like that can cause it. It's devastating. I really think you ought to choose your insults a little better.
Enough said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even the dog agrees.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Those 3
Flat
bugs.
Earth map right there.
Those 3 bugs were POS.
Yeah.
Even the simplest message is the best sometimes.
Yeah, just press on that old man down in the bottom left corner there.
No, he's not old. He's younger than me.
Hey, are you trying to go against the...
Yeah, you can't do that.
It's the voting system, Davros.
Yeah, didn't you read Rule D?
Yeah, didn't you read Rule D?
What rules?
And
Rules
by
don't
the way,
apply.
Go back in.
Bob and I are the same age, so less of the old.
Bring it up, Terry. We're gonna have to show him Rule D.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just going to hand wave dismiss all your rules and regulations.
Oi.
No,
It's
you're not a sovereign citizen,
But
Davros.
you can't.
You're not a sovereign citizen.
A formidable reply, but we've
He's
got
just
something.
flurfing his way through this now.
Do not consent. I'm currently traveling.
Formidable reply.
I am traveling. Therefore, I do not consent to your rules.
Okay.
Can I get your first name?
Rule D. Any complaints, refer to Rule 1. Rule 1. Terry's word is
So
final.
can I ask why you can't say 3 plus 1, the sum of those numbers?
There is
Did
no.
I miss an episode or something?
There is no 4.
Oh, rocket scientists didn't get the memo.
But therefore, Rule D doesn't apply to the others because they're numerical and that's alphabetical.
No, it's substitution.
Rocket scientists,
substitution.
do you want the actual story to why 4 is banned?
Sure, because I come in intermittently. I come in one time and I say hello, and I get timed out.
Yeah,
it's like what?
Exactly.
So I definitely missed the memo.
Okay, so a while back we started doing this voting system for watching a video. So the Peanut Gallery in their wise Wyndham kept spamming 4 all the time. So I had it after about the 3rd or 4th voting time. I had enough, and I just made a rule. That's it. 4's done. So 4's taboo.
Yeah, but he keeps saying you can vote between 0 and 10. Or 0 and 9. That includes 4.
Yeah, but everyone knows the rules.
So
then
then
you
it
can
should be you can vote from 0 to 3 or 5 to 10.
Read Rule D, please.
But you're luring them into a sense of false securities.
Rule D.
Rule D is really Rule 1.
Yeah, I understand you are the final word, but you can have the final word after this. If you keep including 4, it is not their fault if they vote 4.
Fate
I
falls
like
upon.
how it's 1, 2,
falls,
3
though.
D.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's for you guys when you're reading it, so you're not actually reading that
Exactly.
number.
You shall not say the name, the number that shall not be mentioned.
Yeah.
I understand the problem. Terry is using a continuous set. You need to have a discontinuous set, excluding the number that shall not be mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Which also, by putting D, you are actually classifying it as 4 because D is the fourth letter in the alphabet.
Yes, but seeing that horrific symbol that is the number that shall not be mentioned.
But what if they write D?
D is fine. It's always fine to give
don't
the D.
Don't say that in the wrong part of town.
It's always fine to give the D, not receive it.
Oh shit.
Anyway, isn't D 50? No.
No, D is 50. Let's see.
10, isn't it?
In Gematria, D is 24, so it doesn't matter.
Terry,
No, I
thank
think
you for
you
the
wrote
explanation.
numerals.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Right, so what are we voting on?
Oh, but they've
thought
already
D was
voted.
50.
Well, I let them off with the 4 only this once.
There is no rule number 4.
That's right.
That's
There
right.
is no 4.
That's right. There's
There
no
is no
spoon
spoon.
either. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. See,
There is no
that was a
spoon.
mind connection there. You know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Then that means Terry has to sort of remove something from his title.
Ooh, you could call it D100.
Yeah, it'd have to be D100.
No. 4 singular. It shall not be mentioned.
But
No, that would
No.
be do 100 then.
no, but to say that word, you have to say
Do
4.
peanut special. Uh-oh.
You got to stop trying to write your own rules there, Rose.
But you've got to say 4
Any
to say
complaints,
400.
any complaints, refer to Rule 1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Any
Exactly.
complaints,
It's not a complaint.
It sounds like a complaint.
It's not a complaint, and it's an opinion.
Oh,
Vote 1 if you think Davros is complaining, Peanuts.
the Aussie perspective, John Ramp, TOP. See, it's so
Well, just
clever,
say
isn't
2
it? You're the
squared,
top
and you'll be
peanuts,
fine.
and you're the Aussie perspective.
Well, then,
Don't
Yeah,
feel
look-
silly, John Rapp. I had to ask as well.
Are you reading?
If
Are you
Rule 1
reading?
is the golden rule,
You're reading
if
the
Rule
peanut
1's the
gallery.
Yes.
If Rule 1's the golden rule, why do you have the others?
We're getting one. Oh, wait a minute. These peanuts aren't allowed to. You know what? I'm going to allow it.
Somebody voted for door. I like it.
So from now on, Davros, just remember Rule D.
Why don't you just have Rule 1 and don't have any others?
Listen, because swearing is included in Rule 2. Rule 3. Listen, I can't remember Rule 3. Just to refer to Rule 1.
Yeah, that's it.
See, there you go. If you keep referring to Rule 1, you can
Look,
go, Terry,
Davros,
I'm about
I
to
only
swear.
wrote and made the damn thing, all right? I don't remember them. Bloody hell. What do you expect from me?
Why didn't you just leave it at Rule 1? Terry's the final word.
Well, it's just one rule to rule
But I had to
them
have.
all. That's all.
But I had to have 4 rules.
Yeah, exactly. 100 subscribers for each one. See, are you attacking the argument or Terry here, Davros? Rule 3.
Yeah,
Which
that's
one is it?
This might be a Rule 3 getting broken here.
You might be violating Rule 3.
No, I'm attacking the circular reasoning.
Which then is going to cause me to complain, so I'm going to have to refer to Rule D, and then I'm going to have to ask Terry what the rule is, what the ruling is on this, you know.
See?
You know.
Terry.
You know, you had a chance, Davros, but you fell under Rule 3.
Press play, please.
It's all very
I
confusing.
can't. I haven't got a vote yet.
Oh, what is the vote?
I
Let
got
me have a
a
look.
Looks like one's
the vote was D.
One rule to rule them all. Chris.
I think 4-1 did it
we
not?
could do that. We could do that. But we want to give the illusion of choice, like a regular election. All right?
You mean an election?
What number was it
right?
last time?
Again, I was giving the benefit of the doubt that not all. Yeah, that was a silly thing to do. Yeah.
Righto. Are we
Righto.
ready?
What are we up to?
We're going to pick.
Okay,
door.
Okay.
Pock
1
now.
to 7. Pocket now.
What? Oh, sorry.
Pock.
Pock 1, hurry up.
Pock. The A was near the I.
There you go. you figure Spock in a hurry.
There's a picture from 1 to 7 of Puck. Now. All right, got it.
You Puck 5.
I Puck 5. No name. All right, you're fine. Mippet, Puck 5, Puck 5. Okay. Poke? Now. No. What?
Oh,
4 or
we got
5. We got 5 as a winner.
3 5s.
3 5s. 2.
Stop voting, people.
5.
Now remember, rule D comes
this-
back into it now.
Heard you one. I
I'll
know
let
you're
yous off- I'll
excited,
let
but
yous off
V
for the
was not an
first
option.
vote. No,
V.
see, Renee and me knows the trick. After I say stop voting, and then you put 4, technically I shouldn't really time them out. It's only when the voting is the 4.
Oh, so can I phone a friend? True
Yeah,
Blue.
phone a friend. Can I phone a friend?
It might be necessary here.
Yeah.
Listen.
Think-
Any
think you
complaints?
better refer to Rule 1.
Exactly. Exactly. They better refer to Rule 1 first, though. You know.
What happens if an incel goes on that show? Who
What
wants
show?
to be a millionaire? Who wants to be a millionaire?
Dude, they'll have the best anime collection you'll ever see.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I mean,
want
they
you to phone-
can't phone a friend.
Why not?
We're giving you two
I'll have
50-50s because you have no friends.
Girlfriends they can't have.
Yeah.
Hey Bob, do you want to know what
can't
tab
relate,
your
rather.
video's
Who
in
wants to
so
be
they can
friends
vote
with
for
an
yours?
incel?
Well, if you want. You know, I wonder if you don't have any friends, can the host be your friend so you can ask him the answer?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Did they not start
Even
that in the
Creaky's
British one?
thinking about that one. Interesting.
I'd have to refer to Rule 1 for that.
I think the British one you can ask the host. Whoever it is now. Jeremy.
If this is the video, I think it is. Oh,
Yes, it is.
we're in for in.
Woof.
You didn't get that. I said I have to refer to Rule 1 for that.
Listen, yeah.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah, how do you refer to yourself?
But True Blue's asking. So Terry, I need your final word. Can True Blue phone a friend? It seems like a complaint to me.
But Terry, what happens if you have an internal conflict?
I just
Who do you refer
to Rule D.
That's a good question, Chris. Does their mother count as friends? Would they be able to keep their winnings if they won after their mother gave them the answer? That's another good question, I think.
Because that's what Mel would do.
Yeah. Listen,
Oh, Mom.
you guys up.
Reese
Now.
doesn't want to be a flat earther anymore.
you guys up now. I'm calling my mom.
Play.
That's
now.
number 5. Look.
Yeah.
And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hang on.
You should have shown us that at the beginning. Then we would have changed our votes.
Yeah, and how are they supposed to vote for number 4 if they're not allowed to vote for number 4? What's the point of having the one in number 4 spot?
Because as the tabs move along, number 4 becomes number 3.
No, but during that voting process, number 4's in play.
This feels a lot like a complaint, Deborah.
Yeah, it
Rule
does.
3.
Yeah, I'm bringing it to Terry's attention. I'm referring to Terry.
Terry.
We're gonna let Terry vote. We're gonna let Terry decide on this. But is in this
Terry, you should
instance,
treat the number 4 like the
shouldn't you
13th
count it
floor
like
in
1,
a building.
2,
It's
3,
just skip.
5?
Exactly. 1, 2.
Oh, yeah, that was
1, 2,
3, 5,
Yeah, I
6,
thought
7.
Creaky was number.
Or is
Play.
it 1,
Okay,
2,
look, see.
3, D?
1,
4
2,
means
3,
death in
4,
Japan, so that's why
5.
they don't
Yeah, that
like
was
to let a
Creaky.
number 4.
That's right.
1,
Take
2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, what's wrong with missing out then?
It's a
No, you never miss out on 4.
Oh, there you are, just throwing it in our face that you can say.
Yeah, see.
Terry,
play.
dictatorship. I'm starting to think I should have left word as world.
It was Halloween. She was dressed as a dog. She looked really cute. Hi, my name is Is there anything that doesn't bother some people? I've received this comment saying that I don't need to introduce myself in every video I make. But what about the people that stumble across my videos who've never seen me before? Hi, my name is the Creaky Blinder, and welcome to another episode of Playing a Blinder. Well, last 2 hours of my life I'm never getting back. But yeah, come on, really? If you're gonna leave a stupid comment, at least make it stupid. Oh crap, sorry, I almost forgot. Before we get into the video and all the fun and shenanigans begin, I wanted to say rest in peace to Daniel Pratt. Oh no, he's not dead. It's just his channel's been taken down for 3 copyright strikes.
Really?
Anyway, I've made no secret of the fact that Flat Earth is really getting on my thruppeny bits at the minute, so I thought today I would have a look at something different. So I jumped onto YouTube and this came up in my suggested, and this is no way an indication of the sort of thing I watch on YouTube, but I thought it would be fun to take a look at it, so stick around, we'll do it now. Tidy!
People come to my house and they see my ribbons and they say, oh, you've won all these ribbons at dog shows, but they rarely ask if I'm the dog.
Excuse me? Now, playing fetch on all fours may seem a little bit unusual to us normal people, but Tony McGinn, known to his friends as Tony Bark, sees nothing wrong with it at all. Hang on a second, is that a strap-on harness with a false tail attached to it? Oh dear me. Now Tony, who is a transgender man, refers to himself as a human pup. Sorry. And he is fully supported by his husband and handler, Andrew. It's not funny. When interviewed by Barcroft Media, Tony told them that being a dog is the purest thing in the world, but dogs lick their own ass.
These are my 2 best in shows. I got these at DomCon. My name is Tony and I'm a human pup.
I'm Andrew. I'm Tony's husband and trainer.
And I'm Creaky, and I'm completely confused.
Pet play is any time that a person takes on the role of an animal, and they
shit on the garden and nose through the rubbish bin?
Emulate that animal, either through their behavior or their
Is
actions.
anybody else sitting there with their mouth open right now?
Obviously, I'm just messing about trying to have a bit of fun on a YouTube video, but
goodness.
I'm actually quite curious now. Who got who into it?
I got into pet play through Tony. Once we started dating, handler is a common role for human pups, and I was glad to do it.
They say when the student is ready, the master appears.
Well, to be completely honest, until I met Tony, I had never heard of human pups, but I thought, I'm a 32-year-old man still living at home, I'm a virgin, I quite fancy the look of doggy style. How different can the rest of it be?
The first time I met you, I was dressed as a dog for Halloween.
Are you comfortable being fully out?
I don't care.
He was he's female at the time. I remember that he showed up with a little like dog nose painted on. Yeah, it didn't seem weird at the time.
I just happened to have all the gear.
Didn't seem weird at the time. It was Halloween. She was dressed as a dog. She looked really cute. Fast forward 5 years, we married. She's still a dog.
And now I'm too scared to leave, in case she bites me.
There's different aspects of pet play that relate to BDSM or kink or leather.
I had a funny feeling this video was going to go down the BDSM and kinky sex route. So there's no way this video is being monetized, is there? Thanks, YouTube.
That's it.
My responsibility is similar to the responsibility with a regular dog. The first
That to follow around with a bucket of spade and a plastic bag.
Andrew, come on. You've been married 5 years and you wait until you're in front
What's
of the
really bad,
Barcroft
Terry, is when she
camera
gets an
crew.
infection and you have to put that big cone collar on her.
Oh yeah, that's. Well, I always feel bad when I have to swap mine with a rolled up newspaper. So yeah.
Yeah, but what? And this is going to be terribly disgusting. What happens when she gets maggoty ass? Have you seen that before? It's when
Wurm?
it happens. No, it happens to unfortunate dogs who have long hair, and it gets matted around their bum hole, and then flies lay eggs, and then.
It's commonly called fly blowing. But
Yes,
anyway.
I know. It's.
Well. Anywho, play, please.
Play.
Please play.
Hey, play now.
Play. Really?
I'm just imagining
No,
her
no,
like, inching away.
No, I'll get dingleberries in there now.
Play. Play.
Wait a minute.
Thanks, YouTube.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Tidy.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Play, please.
Yeah, but this is what I was imagining.
No.
Is that gonna go out into the peanuts?
Imagine that with a collar.
Oh, I died a little bit.
I have a feeling that's going out into the peanuts, isn't it, Terry? You're gonna show them. Yep, you're gonna show.
Oh yeah, I got the panel open.
Yeah.
Thanks, Terry.
Oh, the picture.
And now
oh, sorry.
the
Oh, I better turn that off.
up.
Okay, where were
Well,
we?
that redefines the phrase "doing the dog." That's for sure.
I lost the video. Oh, here we are.
There it is.
Yeah.
The Freudian slip of the tongue. Of course, your wife's husband is a real dog. Those bio dog furry little shitting machines, they're not the same thing as a regular dog.
So I hang out and I provide him with lots of attention and tell him he's a good boy.
I am.
That's basically 90% of it.
I am a good boy.
The other 10% is agreeing to make programs and graphic design for a club.
I suppose as long as they're doing it inside their home, it's not affecting anybody in the outside world. If that's what gets them off, then more power to them.
Hey! Good to see you. Come on in.
Oh, that's not fake at all.
Very good.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Beautiful.
Oh my God, is that
What kind of dog is that?
What the?
That was a horse, wasn't it? That was a horse.
Yes.
Bring out the
No.
No.
Just no.
No.
How can anybody expect to put something like this on the internet and not be laughed at? I mean, really.
The event today that was held by the LA Pony and Critter Club is a play date. They're informal.
She sounds like
Now you know
Debbie.
you found something weird online when you would prefer to be looking at a video about a man that thinks he's a dog than you would. Ugh. I didn't like Pony Guy at all.
For me, the quintessential pet play gear is tail and hood. Everything else is extra.
I'm exactly the same. A hood, a tail. I'm as happy as a pig in shit. Throw that tennis ball for me, and I'll keep myself amused all day.
For me, the reason that I like to be a dog is man's best friend. Dogs experience the world through a lens of pure joy that I don't think other animals have.
Unless, of course, you're one of those dogs who was unfortunate enough to be born in China or Taiwan, because they still eat dogs. Not much joy in being eaten.
Hey, no, don't
Phrasing.
I'll bite you.
Yeah,
See,
I know.
I knew she looked like a biter. No wonder poor old Andrew's afraid to leave. There isn't a dog on the planet that likes being pulled by the tail. They like chasing their own tails, but they certainly don't like their trainer pulling their tail.
I don't think pet play is sexual. I do think that to an extent it is erotic.
Get the hell out of here. If it's not
Erotic.
sexual, then why do you do it? Because unless you enjoy licking your own ass, chasing the postman, humping things that don't run away from you, I can't see any other reason at all. Hang on, do human pups sniff each other's butts? Maybe that's it.
The topic of sexuality in pet play can be pretty controversial. We don't make it sexual, but I have nothing against those who do.
Come on, Andrew, let's be realistic. You saying
It's
that
not
pet play
sexual, but
isn't
it is.
sexual for you is like a 50-year-old man saying he went to the strip club not to look at the boobies. It's just a lie. Oh my god, what is my life becoming?
I went to the strip club. I went to the strip club to read the.
Whatever I got here. Whatever I got here.
Oh, give me that.
Well, that was
Don't
pretty
do that.
horrific. If you or anyone you know has been affected by any of the scenes shown in this evening's video, then please call the support line or
Yeah,
visit
yeah,
our
yeah,
website
yeah.
at www.whattheactualhellamIwatching.com.
Pet play is, first of all, great exercise. It's a lot of fun.
Maybe that's where I'm missing the point then, because my idea of exercise is opening the front door or walking up the stairs to go to bed, because apart from that I don't really do any exercise. And to call exercise fun, no, definitely not. And dressing up as the dog to get your exercise, big no-no. But if you insist on the word dog being associated with exercise, just buy a golden retriever or a poodle and take that for a walk.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
Where the hell is Caesar Milan when you need him? He'd have her listening straight away, no messing about.
I enjoy running around, I enjoy tug of war, I enjoy fetch, very typical dog activities. Anything a dog can do, a human can do.
Can they though? Can they really?
Can they really?
Can you sniff out somebody's stash when it's concealed in a drum of
find Timmy
coffee?
down the well?
And can you stick your head out a car window like this and have this much fun with just wind? And yet when I blow on the end of your nose when you're sat in the kitchen, you freak out as if I've thrown vinegar in your eyes.
I think people misunderstand pet play because they see a collection of ideas that aren't normally next to each other, namely animals, sex.
Yeah, and there's a pretty good reason why normal people usually don't associate those two things. And I'm fairly sure it's illegal in a lot of countries. So there's that.
Yeah. My mouth tastes like wood chips.
What? Is it? My mouth tastes like wood chips.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Tidy! Well, it takes all sorts, I suppose. Just ask Bertie Bassett. Anyway, if it is your first time here, this isn't my usual type of content. This is experimental to see how well it's received. So if you did enjoy the video, leave me a comment down below and let me know why. And while you're lurking around down in the comment section, if you do want to support the channel, all the links are down there so you can just pick whichever one suits you. If the only way you can support me is by watching me, then that's perfectly fine as well. Don't forget to give the video a like, hit the subscribe button and turn on bell notifications so that you don't miss a thing. I'm the Creaky Blinder, and I will see you all in the next video. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh dear.
Ugh.
My comment would be, don't ever play anything like that ever again.
Why? Like, why? Seriously.
This is why we don't vote for 4 people. Okay, just don't do it.
That was number 5.
I'm just saying from now on, that's an example of why you don't vote for 4.
This is why we don't vote for 5. Yeah.
or 5.
I think that video scared Bob away too.
Oh no.
That's what anti-vax does.
Oh no! Wait, hang on a minute. He, like it's a he. He was just a freak.
No, it's he when it's a dog and she when normal.
No.
You said it was trans, but is it male to female, female to male?
Yeah. Female to male.
Female to male, trans, pretending to be a dog. I mean, just
that's confusing.
How come he looked more like a woman?
Because she's not had any operations or anything so far.
No, I mean,
because she's a blood. Even the hairstyle and everything, she just looked like a lesbian. Yeah, she's a woman with a dyke haircut, and she calls herself a bloke and pretends to be a dog. I mean, how screwed up is that?
Yeah, you guys are worried about the trans part. I'm more worried about being the dog.
Yeah, pick one.
I don't care what your sexuality is, pretending to be a dog walking around on all fours with a fake tail that is using a strap-on bloody harness to put it on.
Yeah.
Well, we can't all
you just don't want to go any further than that. Like, who wears the harness, all the rest of it. You just don't want to. You just don't want to.
Good Lord.
You just want to leave it in.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm actually wearing my harness now.
Well, why did you have to say anything at all?
Put the camera on.
I was about to have a snack. Now I don't suddenly have an appetite.
You want the camera on, Pip? Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll put the camera on. You want to see it?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought we were all supposed to be naked from the waist down for this episode.
I told you I'm going to be naked all over.
Oh, okay. Right.
Except for my harness.
I feel naked when I'm not wearing my watch.
Gotta go.
So
No, Blue, don't go.
Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. It's flying by.
Terry,
yeah, I must go and find some.
Time's up. We'll stop the stream now. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Terry, do you mind if I put up a picture? It's nothing rude or anything.
Famous
Yeah,
last
go.
words.
Yeah, go. 'Cause
Terry
we're
has final
voting.
words. So with good on you referring to rule 1 there, Davros. Oh, very nice. Yellowhead Eggman.
Yeah, there we go.
So you want evidence, do you, Demonic?
Well, no.
Are you sure you want evidence?
No,
Hang
Davros.
on.
You see how you
Hang
leading
on,
it? You
Peter.
lead them in. Oh,
No, this has nothing to do with you.
Oh,
Make it all
you
about
just.
you.
I'm reading it. It's on my screen. You put it on my screen.
yeah, it's only
No,
been
but I
shown
put
to
it on
Peter 'cause
everyone's
I'm looking
screen.
away. I'm
But
looking
what
away
it
right now.
is that Jose has basically done a Hitchens by coming up with this. Right, you know how Hitchens says that that which you assert without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, and then there's Carl Sagan who says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, Jose's turned around and said, I don't believe your shit until you give me the evidence.
Yeah. All he had to
Pretty
do was
clever.
put this on a bigger background, maybe black, and put the text above and below, and it would have been able to show the whole man. But that's just me being nitpicky, and I tried this system, and it hurt my eyes. But, I get the idea.
Who
But
was it? The Royal Society who said their catchphrase was nullus verbius. Don't
What did
take
you
someone's
call
word.
me?
No idea.
It's basically don't take their word for it.
I think it was
Nullus verbius.
illegitimate non-carborundum.
Terry, Mippen is saying press play.
have we
Guys,
voted?
no,
What's
We've
going on
always
here?
said red
What's
flag.
going on here?
They've
Yeah.
voted. It's all ready to go.
Oh
We
my
need to
Mippen's
goodness.
always
On the
saying
ball.
that.
We need to shut up so Terry can push play.
Play, please.
No appetite at all.
Cranial rectal impaction.
I had Pippet say play.
Oh,
Pippet.
Just Pippet personas.
Okay.
Is
Well,
that
hi,
like
everyone, and
Dermot
greetings from
McDermott?
Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy. Now, as many of you recall, yesterday I put out part 2 of my series on the challenge questions offered up by Professor Dave to the
That's
Flat
right.
Earth.
Bob needs a
Challenge question
microphone.
number 1 was make a working Flat Earth map. And our Flat Earth scholar did a very long video
I'll
on
turn you
this,
up a
but
bit, Bob.
failed at it miserably. So I thought that I would help
Or
him out a little
better.
bit. Turns out I made a Flat Earth map not long ago, and I'm going to go ahead and present that now so that I can show you all that it can be done. So cue up the music, and let's go.
We might have to pick this map to death, I think.
In the great
I like
battles for the
subscribe
hearts and
B.
minds between science and Flat Earth, one point has consistently surfaced. Show me an actual model of the Flat Earth. Unfortunately, those in Flat Earth have been unable to produce one. So I decided to step in and create the first scientific model of the Flat Earth for them. I will not rely on gravity, which mandates a sphere, nor on spaceflight, which clearly has shown the Earth to be a sphere. I'll just start off with the premise that the Earth is a flat plane of indeterminate size and only use observations from everyday life to define it. Looking at the Earth as a flat plane of indeterminate size is going to be a little difficult to handle, so I'm going to use this styrofoam disc to represent my flat Earth. I'm not saying it's round. I'm not saying it's small. I'm just going to use this disc so that I have something that I can handle. Now, our first goal is going to be to decide if this disc is rotating somehow. There are two possible ways that a disc like this or a flat plane can rotate. We can twist it around like a record. However, that carries with it a problem, and that problem is centrifugal force. On a rotating plane, there's going to be a force causing objects on that plane to move from the center towards the outer edge. This is called centrifugal force. This is pretty easy to demonstrate on a rotating disc. All we need to do is put some pennies on it. As we put the disc in motion, the pennies will slide from the center of the disc towards the outer edge and slide off. This force would get stronger the further you got from the center of rotation and would be very easy to measure.
we do not see such a force on the Earth. The other possible way that the Earth could rotate is flipping end over end like a coin. However, centrifugal force would also pull objects away from the center, perpendicular to the axis of rotation. Once again, we do not measure this sideways acceleration on Earth. What we do measure is a uniform downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. The only conclusion is that the Earth is not rotating. It is a stationary, flat plane. We do, however, see movement in the night sky. We see three distinct features. We see two swirling patterns that are the northern and the southern celestial poles, and then we see a series of parallel up and down lines at the celestial equator. Now we need to explain this movement over the flat and stationary Earth. Probably the easiest way to do this is use the flat Earth concept of a dome. With a dome, we can have the stars actually embedded in the material of the dome, or the dome can represent a cloud or a belt of stars that circle the Earth in unison. If this dome was centered over the North Pole, the stars would rotate about that point. The North Star would remain still and the stars would form a circular pattern around it. There is, however, a problem as you go south, as the stars would become closer and closer to the horizon and would begin to move parallel to the horizon without a distinct southern celestial pole. However, this is not what we observe on the Earth. What we do see in the north is the stars moving counterclockwise and circling the North Star. We see the celestial equator, with stars moving in parallel from horizon to horizon. And then we see a southern celestial pole with stars moving in a clockwise fashion. We have no choice but to discard the idea of a single dome over the Earth. One possibility would be that this dome over the Earth is a long tube. However, the Earth is as wide east and west as it is tall north and south. It's not diamond-shaped or oblong. That leaves us with this shape, a spherical dome that goes around the entire Earth, both the top and the bottom. This shape would easily account for the rotation about the northern and southern celestial poles and the celestial equator. It also raises a couple of other interesting possibilities. First of all, there are 12 constellations in the zodiac. Each of those constellations is visible from the Earth at most for 6 months at a time. Where does it go during the other 6 months? Well, under this model, it would be underneath the Earth and out of sight. Likewise, the sun could set in the west, go under the Earth, and then appear to rise in the east in the morning. Now, another interesting thing is that the Earth would be limited in size by this dome because it must fit within it. It would have to be some specific north, south, and east, west dimension of the surface of the Earth, but perhaps more interestingly, there has to be a limit to the depth of the Earth. The diameter of the Earth could be no greater than the diameter of the dome. The depth of the Earth could be no deeper than the radius of the dome. Since there is a limit to the depth of the Earth, the question becomes is what is supporting the bottom of the Earth? I suppose we can leave that question to future flat Earth scientists. Surprisingly, telescopes with equatorial mounts may well work on this model of the Earth. That is another problem that has been facing flat Earth for quite some time. Now, one problem that does need to be solved is the location and the orientation of the northern and southern celestial poles. Let me demonstrate what I mean here. Let's take a strip of paper and make that run along a line of longitude. We'll use 0 degrees and 180 degrees, so we get one that runs completely across the surface of the Earth. In the center is the North Pole. Now, that nail in the center represents the axis on which Polaris must lie. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the tip of the nail, it could be higher, but it has to be along that line. Likewise, Cygni Octeris, the southern celestial pole, has got to lie along the line of the nails at the edges of that disk. Now, going back to our hemispheric dome model, we can see the problem here. We have the North Star somewhere in the middle of that dome, along that middle nail. The southern stars will be out by the nails by the edges of the disk. As the disk rotates, we'll have a normal pattern about the North Star, moving counterclockwise. However, the southern celestial poles will move parallel to the ground. This is not what we see from the ground, so we're going to have to modify our model a little bit. To solve this problem, the northern and southern celestial poles need to be on the same line, and that line will serve as the axis of rotation for the spherical dome over the Earth. We can solve this problem by replacing the nails at the northern and southern celestial poles with a wire. This wire will form the axis of rotation for the spherical dome overhead. This will require the curving of the surface. And another problem that we have is what to do with the other celestial pole. We can solve this problem by taking advantage of another observation that we have made. The stars around the southern celestial pole are the same no matter where we see them from south of the equator. This suggests a single southern celestial pole rather than multiple celestial poles, which would have different stars around them. Since both southern celestial poles are actually the same location, we can bend the other line of latitude around and hook it up on the wire the same way as we did with the first. That yields an interesting shape, and more importantly, it gives us another way for this shape to rotate. We can spin it like a coin on a table. Now, as the coin spins about an axis, perpendicular to that axis, we will have centrifugal force. This force would tend to pull objects away from the axis of rotation, and it would be maximum at the widest part of the coin. This suggests an interesting experiment regarding weight. As weight is the function of mass times the acceleration acting on that mass, and centrifugal force would oppose that acceleration and lessen it, it would follow that objects on the equator would weigh less than objects further from the equator. Now here we have a 500-gram reference mass on a very sensitive scale in Perth, Australia, 32 south latitude. Now if we take this same scale and reference mass further away from the equator to Canberra, Australia at 35 south latitude, we find it weighs 0.16 grams more. After a quick stop back at Perth to check the calibration, we take it up to Wurm, Australia at 18 south latitude and find that it weighs 499.44 grams, which is less. This confirms that objects closer to the equator weigh less than objects further away from it. This suggests that our ring model of the flat Earth is indeed rotating, like a coin on a table. However, that is one long line of longitude that goes all the way across the Earth. Let's add a few more. Now we have this shape. We can make some predictions on this shape as well. For example, in the spherical dome over the Earth, perhaps the stars are not moving, it's the Earth that's rotating. For example, the sextant has presented a problem on the flat Earth. We can't seem to get the latitude right on a flat Earth with a local Polaris. Let's use some elegant animation by Joe Lace to see whether or not maybe we can explain this on our model. Well, let's see if some other problems can be solved with this shape of the Earth. For example, if we looked at Chicago from 60 miles away, we would just see the top of the buildings on this shape, and indeed, we do. At 123 miles, we'd be missing the bottom 6,000 feet of Mount San Jacinto in California, and indeed we are. Flight paths would be along a great circle course rather than a straight line, and indeed they are. Rocket launches from the 1940s would demonstrate a curved horizon, and they do. As we see in everyday observations, the sunset illuminates the bottom of the clouds, and then the sun sets below the horizon as night falls. Ring laser gyros would measure rotation while sitting on a table. Water levels would demonstrate that the horizon is below the eye level of the observer, as they do. Seismic waves would propagate in very distinct patterns. This is observed on Earth following earthquakes at any location throughout the Earth. The result is that using common observations and logic, we have a working model of a flat Earth. It is the spherical globe Earth.
Well, guys, thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. And as you can see, there is a working flat Earth map. It's called our globe Earth. So, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe down there. Maybe check out a few of these wonderful playlists. And I'll see you again soon. Take care.
He's a tricky old sod, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Very clever.
That's not cheat. That's cheating. That's not flat.
Well, it's not flat.
That was a cool animation in the video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That guy's animations are very cool.
Yeah, really nice. I really enjoyed it.
Bob's model didn't have water.
Kettle's on. Who wants one?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Please,
2
please.
sugars and milk.
Right, what shape's the planet?
Oblate
Triangle.
spheroid.
Round.
Triangle, like the cup that I want.
It's pear-shaped.
It's not flat.
Right, so we've got one correct answer so far.
Oblate
It's not
spheroid.
flat.
Yep, sorry, you only get one chance.
Okay, don't know what
Batman
you
wins.
think, Coffee, anyway.
Doesn't matter.
I haven't voted yet.
Beforehand.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but Terry,
neither
you're
do
going to
I.
have to refer to yourself on that one, mate.
It doesn't matter, Demonic, because you're not allowed out of South Australia at the moment.
Yeah, but that's all right. None of us are allowed out of the country at the moment unless it's pertinent business.
Oh, it's always pertinent business.
What,
I
coffee?
thought I better.
All my business is impertinent.
What, impotent? What?
Hmm?
No name. What are you doing? having
Impertinent, sir. You take that back. I'm very virile.
I do not
My
consent to your
codpiece.
impotence.
My codpiece wouldn't lie, would it?
Still reckon it's a triangle.
Hey, I tried to
felt
get
the
them
need
to believe it was a banana. They would never go with it.
I like the taco Earth compromise.
No.
Flat
Well,
and curved at the same time and
oh,
delicious.
Taco banana has a similar mathematics.
I can justify the triangle though. Hence,
Well, if it was a
hence
banana,
why the
you could.
hence why the Egyptians built pyramids.
If it's a banana,
Oh,
you
is
could
it a flat
skateboard from the south pole to the north pole, basically.
But as a triangle,
There's
that would
oceans
still
in the
be
way.
flat Earth.
That's silly.
Oh, okay, you can surfboard.
Time to let Alan speak. He's been trying
Well,
for
there's
5 minutes.
mountains too. I mean, really, you'd need like you'd probably need like a Sea-Doo with wheels.
So, what was that, Alan?
But a triangle Earth would still be flat because, let's face it, a triangle is a two-dimensional object.
Well, maybe I meant pyramid.
Okay.
Carry on.
Oh, and I felt I needed to.
Are they voting yet, Terry?
Not till I press the any key.
Oh, I hate that. Where do they put that now?
The Earth is clearly shaped like a bridge. How else do you explain all the trolls? Good one, Eden, sir. Aquaponics.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm
If
going
I-
to bow out. It's 3 a.m. here. Terry, I appreciate the invite. Thanks, and I appreciate hanging out with you guys. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Okay,
Rocket
Rocket.
Scientist.
Hi, Rocket.
Rocket.
Night, Rocket.
Night, Rocket.
I wish I had known the contents of that video earlier, because I would have changed the avatar earlier in contemplation of it.
Looks like we have a 3, Terry.
Okay. I've got a naked person too. I better fix them up.
Who is it?
Eden's Aquaponics. If they're subbed to me, they'll get a spanner. Oh, 3's already. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
They didn't vote 3 last time, obviously. So.
Oh, if you don't like naked people, Terry, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, go and put your
Hey,
strides
wait
on.
a minute. They voted. I can see a pattern here. They voted 3 last time.
Just
ban it again. Ban another one.
Stop looking into things, Terry. It's just the way it happened.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, he's turning into a conspiracist.
It's just the way it is.
It's almost conspiratorial the way.
I don't want 3
on.
to turn into 4.
All right, because 7, 8, 9.
Why don't you reverse the rules, Terry, and have a naked hangout one night?
Oh, good grief. I'm busy that night.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to have to shave some bits.
You can call it the
Well,
Ozzie Perspective naked.
Well, it's all right, Terry. I'm ready to do it whenever you're ready.
Sick.
It's
Give
too
it a
cold
lot
here
of the camera
tonight.
up here. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Free your body, people. Don't be ashamed.
That's easy for you to say.
We're all beautifully in our own beautiful way.
It's not John Merrick.
Number 3.
I'm not.
Okay. What do we got for number 3?
And we're all individuals.
I'm not.
Oh, these are
I'm
short.
not an individual. You can't prove it.
That's a
I'm going to
9-minute.
be someone someday. Just you watch. I will be.
No, you're not, Travis.
Because one's only 9 minute, one's only 2 minute. I should join these 2 together.
Refer to Rule 1, Terry.
Okay. I want to get this one out of the road, so this one's number 3 anyway.
All right.
So I didn't think we were going to put it into the voting, but some people were wanting it. So
Sheeples, are you watching?
Just
I got
continue
excited.
just be shown.
Just showed up.
Yeah, I know.
apologize.
You could just
I
continue
got
to
excited.
just be showing
I got
up.
excited. Jose was here.
Ooh,
big fan. Big fan.
Direct message.
Shouldn't you be out chasing down buses? Isn't that
I'm
your
tired.
thing?
I'm tired from chasing down kids all day.
Oh,
that's fucking creepy, dude.
You are getting really creepy, dude.
Yeah, they're fucking easy to catch because they're so slow.
Oh no.
You're in Newport News. I can smell you.
plug you.
Whoa.
Yeah, get triggered, you fucking losers.
Someone will get triggered enough to shoot you when you need one of these days.
Triggered, you fucking.
So as I was asking before, I was interrupted by this Nathan Thompson guy. This Flathers drummer dude. That's his
Hey, I
name's Brent Hearn,
appreciate
is that
you
right?
knowing my name. Thanks for knowing my name. I appreciate it. Who are you?
He's drunk or something? What the
Was, mate.
No, that's funny.
So
He's
anyway,
got his name on his icon.
Who?
Who are you asking, Roz?
Anyone.
Yeah, it is. It is, Roz. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least I think it is.
Well,
That's what he says in the video. I was just checking if that's what his name was.
You guys are boring.
Can anyone hear diarrhea dribbling out of someone's mouth?
Yeah, if we're boring, why the hell are you here?
I just got here,
I've got
and
one.
I just want to let you guys know. So far,
That I have no life and I'm a
really
mood.
boring. It's really boring so far.
Let me ask what
So-
exciting thing do you have to tell us, Nathan?
Somebody
what
gonna
exciting thing do you have
Well,
to
don't let us
ladle
stop
the
you from
gravy?
leaving.
Oh, you want a red pill, bro? You got your smart water ready?
Yeah, I'll be in Atlanta later this month for the Sacred Word Conference. Anybody in the area?
So you have no plans on going back to South Carolina for your court case, do you?
Technically, South Carolina is on the way to Atlanta from Virginia, so you should study geography.
Yeah.
Because we all live in the US, don't we? When's your trip to Atlanta?
That wasn't the
And
point
he
I
should
was
study
making.
child
Yeah, my
stalking.
point was you're geographically
You don't have a
illiterate.
point. You are literally just point.
You are geographically
No, you had to run from
I'm
South
also not
Carolina
American.
to
Yeah.
pick on other
Yeah.
schools.
I'm also not American.
At the end of the month, and you said, so you don't plan on
I'm
going
also
to
not
South
American,
Carolina?
dipshit. So how the fuck would I know where it is?
Jesus Christ, Cypher.
Or you could look at a map.
That would be if he was actually interested.
Hey Nathan,
If he's not interested, why is he asking the question?
You're out on bond,
Hey,
right?
dickhead, how tall are you? Uninformed moron. No, I'm not out on bond. I never had a bond.
How tall are you,
I had a
Nathan?
surety. Look up what a surety is, moron.
Can you
It's not
measure
a
your
bond.
own height, Nathan? Can you get it right, Nathan?
Are you allowed to leave the state?
I don't know. Why don't you call the police?
Why
and
can't
figure
you
out
measure
for
yourself
a-
properly, Nathan?
You don't know? You don't know if you're allowed to leave the state? Surety?
Yeah, well, they never told me I'm not allowed to leave the state. Guys, it's a public disorderly charge.
How tall are you?
I wasn't charged with murder. I wasn't charged with rape. I wasn't charged with anything
your
serious.
babbling. How
You
tall-
guys need to pull your head out of your ass.
You're
hole.
babbling.
How tall are you,
Train
Nathan?
your brain, Nathan. How tall are you?
You want to come measure me, big guy?
How tall are you, faggot?
That was really gay.
Tell me how you
You're fucking disgusting. You are the most disgusting person I've ever heard.
Get him, nip it.
How tall I am? You want to know how tall I am?
Which one of us is
The
disgusting?
chick who want to suck
Probably
my
specify.
on Tinder, dude. That chick that wants to suck my on Tinder, is that what you are?
I just looked up what surety is. It's a bond, Nathan. You are out on.
Yeah,
if you have a
bond is
surety,
not
you are
bail.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. That's
I never
exactly
had a
what it is.
bond. Okay.
Why do they call them bail bondsmen
Yeah, you
then?
That's why he
Nathan,
paid
if you have a
$250 for
surety,
nothing.
You have a bond.
Hear me? Why are they bail bondsmen?
Okay, cool.
You have a bond, you're out on bail.
Okay, cool. The Earth is still flat.
You should.
And
No, it's not.
Yeah.
You got
And
proof
you
of
guys
that?
are all
You got
scientifically
look into
illiterate
the
fucking
specific
morons.
Someone's
contract
Discord
that you
on
have
here.
to
I
Suck
don't know
my
find
and
out and
ride
find out
my
if you're
lap
allowed to leave the
like
state.
a bunch of
Otherwise-
clowns.
Otherwise,
Hey,
you're
clown
classified
show.
as a flight.
Prove
Hey,
it,
clown
prove
show.
it, prove it,
Listen.
prove it, prove it,
Hey,
prove
clown
it.
show.
Hey, Miffet.
When I'm talking, nobody cares what you have to say. You're just like,
Yeah, nobody cares what you
are you
have to
going to go
say,
back to
Nathan.
court?
Nobody
Are you
cares
gonna
that you're talking.
Listen, shut up, moron.
Let's just
I
ignore
might go
him.
back to court. I might not. What's the next question?
Oh, I'm just giving you
How
advice.
tall are
to
you?
help you. Typically, when you go out on bond, you're not
Tall
allowed to leave
enough
the state.
to ride all the rides at Six Flags.
All right, I
What's
got
your
Why
next
do you lie
question?
about your height?
All right.
Why do you claim
Number
that with your
one.
brain training you increased your height?
Bro, do you trust your government and do you pay your taxes?
How tall are you, faggot?
Hey, Bubba.
Tell the truth
I'm
for once in your goddamn
69
life,
inches
Nathan.
tall.
He's up in bed
Listen
watching
how
his shows.
trigger they are. They just want to know how tall I am and how big my wiener is.
Well, you don't have a wiener, so we just want to know how
How
tall you are.
tall are you? What color
I'd
is
like
your
to-
hair? Do
I'd
you
like to
have
suggest
blue or
doing what I've
green
done and
eyes?
turn Nathan down to
work
zero
out?
so you
Lie
can't
about it,
use
Nathan.
Google. That way we
Do we all
start to
notice
talk,
that
we don't
Nathan
have to
never
listen.
actually
Have any
answers a
kids?
question? He just
of course
fucking lays all this bullshit out. When are you
Oh,
going to
listen
answer
to
a
the
question,
crybaby. Here
Nathan?
comes the crybaby.
I'm not a crybaby, mate. You've got no fucking idea.
Oh, okay, cool, mate.
Oh, okay. Oh, but I
You
left
think
a
the Earth
$5,000,
a spinning ball,
$10,000 a
mate?
month job for the flat Earth. Smart
I don't
fucking
have a
move.
job. Are you guys retarded? You
It's
think
in
I
a
have a job?
video of yours. You're crying behind the steering wheel.
You think I have a job?
You had a job and you gave it up for this stupid pursuit.
Yeah,
I
and how
would
long
suggest
ago
we all
was
just
that?
turn Nathan down
How
to
long
0
ago
like
was
I've
that?
done, so we don't have to listen to any of the shit that
Didn't
comes out of
they
his mouth.
fire him?
How long
How
ago
do you
was
do that, Cypher? Please tell me. How can I fucking do it?
Right-click on his name.
Because you're a creaky
Right-click on his name and turn it down to 0.
Everybody crying?
The volume will be there on his name.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Thank you.
He's not worth.
All right, well, he left. I guess all it took was somebody
Good.
threatening to ignore him.
What a worthless piece of shit.
He's gonna get himself shot one of these days.
Well,
He's a predator. Pure and simple. He's a predator.
Yep.
I mean, if he's out on bond and he's left the state, he's already in more trouble than he realizes.
And he just said, "Oh, I might go back. I might not go back to the court case." So if anyone heard that or recorded it, hopefully someone recorded that.
All right, guys.
Go,
I am just recording. I'm gonna stop the recording and I'm gonna clip that part. I'm gonna upload it on my channel like in 10
Good
minutes.
job, Jose.
Nice.
It wasn't really that exciting.
Mippet, you're my new hero.
But I tell you, it's it's not a good look for someone trying to be all calm and collected as he is. So that was good.
And the thing is, though, is if every time he comes into one of those hangouts, if you act exactly the same way, he's just going to leave because he's got nothing.
Yeah, well, he answers questions with questions. My favorite one was like, I've got a helicopter observation, and it shows that the thing is flat from this high up. It's just on my other phone. You know, it's just like, oh, okay. You know, just no need to back it up with anything, but you know, just statements of fact. Yeah, no, he's cruising for a bruising, that's for sure.
It's only a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
That's why he moves around a lot, so no one can find him.
Well, that's the problem, Terry. He's going to go back to where he's hated, or someone's going to intersect on the way through and be like, you know what? Here you go.
Or he's going to hang outside a school and there'll be police or something. They'll go, oh, bang.
That's the thing. I mean, he's already filmed himself stopping a bus with children on it, you know, in the middle of the street. You know, it's pulled over to drop kids off or whatever. This time they're high school kids or whatever, but still pulls them over.
Have any of you guys seen Super Troopers?
Bits and pieces of it.
Long time ago, but yeah.
There's a scene where the real jerk cop Favre gets waylaid by a bunch of middle schoolers when they come boiling out of the back of a bus. Remember that clip, that scene from the movie?
No.
It is at the end. That's true. They're all sitting around. It's like right during the right before the credits roll. Somebody needs to cut that scene and splice Nathan Thompson in there getting bum rushed by a bunch of middle schoolers. I think that'd be hilarious. Or the one from Step Brothers where the middle schools beat up on Will Ferrell. That's pretty
Oh, Walter got timed out and I didn't get a chance to give him the spanner, and they put 4. Walter, if you sub to me, I'll give you your spanner when you come back. So wait for your 300 seconds and then you can find out.
Sorry, Walter, wrong number.
I think we got a 2 or a 3. 3, 3, 3.
You got 3 threes.
3's the new 4.
Mm-hmm.
3 is the magic number.
Actually, you got two. You got 3 twos first.
Did I? I better count them again.
Yeah, there's the 3 twos come up before the third.
Oh, they do.
Third,
Too. Sorry. Demon Orb 2, Mippet 2, no cure for me 2. Right, you're right. Alan. Okay, 2.
yeah, I realised that after I'd said that 3.
Yeah.
Won.
I missed a 2. 2. What have we got for 2?
Purger says not fair. Purger 1, refer to rule 1, please.
Fair? You want fair?
Come to the wrong place.
I don't think you understand rule 1. If you're having trouble with rule 1, please refer to D.
What have we got here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're knocking them down now. We've only got a few left. That, get rid of that. Carl, am I ignoring you, Carl? No, I'm not ignoring you. You said you were going away and you had to come back. You got your power back.
You know, he's a loyal peanut, Terry. The man runs a generator to keep his laptop going.
Yep, that's it.
He's on a He's on a bicycle right now, hooked up to the
no,
dynamo on the wheel.
When he tagged me, he put the 2. No, it wasn't yours. The one I missed, Carl. It was somebody else's 2 that I missed. Okay, press play.
Pedal like the wind, Carl. Pedal like
of this. Nathan Thompson is a very well-known flat earther
not again.
who recently got himself arrested for harassing elementary school children whilst they were out playing.
Hey guys, check this out real quick. Space is fake.
Just got my appetite
You're not
back.
on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you. Listen, guys, they're gonna teach you. You live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real.
He was, of course,
you've
trying
got
to
to
tell
yell,
them that the Earth was
they're not
flat.
listening.
Shockingly, he seems very proud of the fact that
Tell
he
you
was
what.
arrested, showing the true
Very
class
stupid.
of the man. However, during the Flat Earth Convention late last year in America, he did a presentation that was very, very wrong. And today, we're going to take a look at just how wrong that presentation was. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, SciManDan. Thank you very much for joining me. Today's video was voted for by my lovely patrons. Thank you very much for that. If you'd like to get involved in Patreon and vote on a video too, then I'll leave the link in the description so you can sign up. Right, back to Nathan at the Flat Earth Convention in Dallas last November. He takes to the stage with arrogance pouring out of him. Let's see how he gets on.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Nathan Thompson.
Huge round of applause there.
Thank you. Guys, I have to start this out because I've been up here for about a week in Dallas helping put together this conference. These people work all day long for free so that you guys could have top-notch display, and just please, round of applause for everyone working the event. You guys are awesome. Yep. My hat is off to you guys.
Said with his hat on, lol.
Mark, you did a great job, and I appreciate you not talking about anything I'm going to talk about, so that's awesome. Guys, I run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion on Facebook. We've got 125,000 members, and I believe there's more members. I think they're shadow banning the amount of members that we have, but we've got about 100 moderators and administrators that help run the group. We do not allow cursing or insults, and a lot of people have come up to me here and said, hey Nate, I'm in your group. And I said, it's not my group, guys.
No insults, hey? This was on a thread that Nathan posted about me, as was this. Same thread. And that is just one example.
It's our group so that we could figure this thing out, because doing it on your own is not easy. So I wanted us to work together, and the thing has exploded. And please, if you're not in there, join the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion and do this. Add all your friends.
That's one way to become unpopular quickly.
I've done over 200 meetups all across the US. I think flat earthers are some of the most open-minded, humble people you can run into. Humble means willing to learn.
No, that's inquisitive or curious. Humble means a low or modest estimate of one's self-importance. Not really sure that includes you there, buddy.
And if you're willing to question the reality of where you live, you are a humble person. So I've also, what I call flat smacked, about 10,000 globe earthers, and I do it on video for you guys. I put it on my YouTube, Nathan Thompson, so you can see their reactions and see that they don't have any good arguments.
You've flat smacked 10,000 people. You said you've been doing this for 4 years. That's almost 7 people a day, every day for 4 years. Where do you find the time for that?
It's quite comical. I think it's some of the best reality TV out there. Also, I've been on MSN, Daily News, New York Post.
Humble. Nathan goes on to give a 5-minute speech about his life. A bit more info about him, which nobody needs to see really, so we'll skip to his proper presentation.
What I'd like to do with my speech is flip over some tables over at the NASA department. So,
NASA department.
let's get right into it. This is where most people think they live. Spinning, tilted cartoon ball. I run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion, and this will be a compelling review of modern and biblical cosmology. Warning, this presentation contains content that some people may find disturbing.
Yes, I would be one of them. Disturbed at the utter lack of physics understanding, probably.
I don't care.
Rude.
1, no one's asking you to believe what you're about to see without questioning it. But at least hear me out, okay? Listen to what I'm saying. If you're a Christian, search the scriptures. If you're not a Christian, do your own research. And if you are a Christian, do your own research, because the Bible says, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. Cosmology, the science and origin and development of the universe. Uni, singular, verse, spoken word.
Actually, it derives from the Latin words for one and turned. Putting those together, it means coming together as one or whole.
So we all live in one spoken word. But who spoke it? That's a good question. This is what mainstream science will teach you. A violation of the first law of thermodynamics, matter cannot be created or destroyed. So they'll tell you at the beginning of the science books that all life and trees and organic and non-living matter came from an infinitesimal dot about the size of the period at the end of this sentence. That's what they say in the textbooks.
Well, to be fair, the books don't say that is 100% what happened. A lot of evidence points towards that, but honestly, we don't know, and that's okay.
And then they'll tell you that everything's orbiting around the sun's blasting through space at 500,000 to 1.3 million miles an hour, so we travel roughly 20 to 35 million miles a day, and we don't feel a thing. Right? Brilliant.
Right. Don't see the issue there.
So, do you know, or do you understand this modern cosmology as well as you think you do? I would submit, with the 10,000 people I've talked to and done activism with, globe earthers don't know their own religion at all. Like, at all. So, we need to educate them on the globe earth and the flat earth, guys. I can't tell you what's wrong with it. You just gotta see it for yourself.
I'm assuming that this will be groundbreaking.
First question I want to pose to you guys is, does the Earth spin 1,040 miles an hour? Does anyone in here, by a show of hands, think the Earth spins 1,040 miles an hour and is brave enough to raise a hand? All right, cool, thank you so much.
That was probably Bob from Globebusters.
a 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm going to ask you a question later because you were brave enough to raise your hand. So how would a spinning Earth affect our atmosphere, guys? I have a question for the gentleman who raised his hand. Would it cause it to rotate as one cohesive body, or would the Earth work as a giant blender? What do you think?
Here comes our education.
See, this is what let me repeat. Does the atmosphere move with the Earth, or does the Earth blend the atmosphere and the atmosphere moves separately from the Earth? The atmosphere moves with the Earth. Excellent. So, let's look at both of them real quick. If the atmosphere moves with the Earth, my man, that's not what mainstream science teaches at all. They teach that Earth has a Coriolis effect and that the atmosphere moves separately from the Earth.
Our survey said...
Incorrect. We teach that the atmosphere does move with the Earth. The Coriolis effect is the deflection of objects in our atmosphere because of Earth's spin, like weather systems. So that is a blatant lie.
Check out Neil deGrasse Tyson's Twitter. He talks about field goals being made because of the rotation of the Earth moving separately from the atmosphere. So this is what I mean when I say Globers don't know their own religion, guys.
Let's take a look at this tweet from Neil deGrasse Tyson, shall we? And you said...
Check out Neil deGrasse Tyson's Twitter. He talks about field goals being made because of the rotation of the Earth moving separately from the atmosphere.
No, I don't see him saying that. More lies. It looks like it is you that does not understand reality.
So, let's look at, if it moves with the Earth, there's a problem with that. The atmosphere would have to increase in speed as you get farther away from the Earth.
Wow, is he really arguing this? Really?
In velocity. Guys, this is insane because there's no force that would drag the air sideways because don't forget, everything's pulling towards the center because gravity is pulling everything towards the center. So there's nothing that's pulling it sideways at all whatsoever.
Wow, Nathan, you've really showed yourself up here. Air is viscous. That means thick, Nathan. Due to friction, the Earth's surface drags the atmosphere around with it. Friction is a force. The upper layers of air are carried along by the layers beneath because of the same reason.
And that's also not what mainstream science even teaches, even though those are all lies. So what natural force could do this? A column of air will not move as one cohesive body as a result of moving back and forth through the air as a result of the Earth spinning 1,000 miles an hour. So, for example, if I take this piece of paper and I wave it side to side, the air at the ceiling is not also moving side to side. That's not how fluid dynamics work, okay?
Did he just do that?
If I take this piece of paper and I wave it side to side, the air at the ceiling is not also moving side to side. That's not how fluid dynamics work, okay?
Wow, I'm actually completely speechless. Nothing to say on that one. Can we see it one more time?
The air at the ceiling is not also moving side to side. That's not how fluid dynamics work, okay?
Glorious.
So I choose to reject this hypothesis. You guys can believe it if you want, my man, okay? But not what we observe. The atmospheric blender. So what would really happen if the atmosphere, to the atmosphere if the Earth spun, guys? What would happen is the air closest to the surface would move faster than the air away from the surface, and you would get a blender type effect. So it's an indisputable law of fluid dynamics. If the Earth spun 1,040 miles an hour, like that.
That is because liquids, and especially paints, are much more viscous than our atmosphere. Our atmosphere is nowhere near viscous enough to allow this to happen.
Consequences of spinning Earth and atmosphere. Guys, we've all looked at airplane flights. I saw one person raise his hand that thinks the Earth's a spinning globe, so I'm going to breeze through this really quick. Basically, if the Earth was moving separately from Earth's atmosphere...
which it's not. So I'm guessing ruining any argument you're about to make.
It would be really tough to travel on planes. Also, you would have a difference in journey times east to west than when you travel west to east. That does not happen. Also, the Federal Airline Administration trains pilots and air traffic controllers on what's called a target generation facility. It's a simulator. For the Earth, it's a flat Earth, a non-moving Earth, and the third thing that's real interesting is they negate a gravity vector in the software. So flat, stationary, with no big G. Good stuff. There's simply no way commercial plane travel would be possible if the Earth were rotating 1,040 miles an hour, but you guys can believe what you want.
No, we'll understand what we want and not listen to your rubbish.
Smoke on a moving surface behaves like this, guys. Smoke on a stationary surface behaves like this. And then also you've got sometimes cloud formations are moving different directions in the sky. You got cirrus, cumulus, cumulonimbus, lenticular clouds, and sometimes there's no wind at all. So, consequences of spinning Earth and atmosphere, guys, I want to strap a rocket to this thing, and I want to move it like 1,040 miles an hour. Now, what do you guys think would happen to the people, the hot air balloons, the airplanes? Of course, they're just going to go flying off.
Because you'd be doing it on Earth's surface. I really have had enough of this ridiculous argument. It's woeful. What else have you got, Nathan?
None of that happens because the Earth doesn't rotate, in my opinion. 2017 solar eclipses reveal the impossibility number 2, guys. This eclipse right here, August 21st, 2017, went from Oregon, traveled west to east to South Carolina. Now, let's pull up Solar Walk from the European Space Agency. Have you guys ever heard a glober say, "Where's your model?" You guys ever heard that? Where's your model? Where's the flat Earth model? Where's the glober's model, guys? Because it is not working out at all whatsoever. And this is courtesy of ESA. This is European Space Agency. So what you do is you line up the moon on the day of the eclipse. You zoom in so that the sun is directly behind you. And then we're going to click play. And something's interesting is going to happen, guys. The moon is going to move from east to west. Not west to east. Not starting in Oregon and ending in South Carolina.
But we aren't tracking the moon though, are we? We're tracking the moon's shadow. Also, the moon moves from west to east. But because we rotate 28 times faster than the moon orbits, it appears to move from east to west.
So, during an eclipse, the Earth must just reverse itself for that to happen. Right?
No, it's because of the Earth's rotation that we see the moon move at all. Right, with Nathan on the ropes here, we're going to leave it today and tackle the second half of his video next month. Leave him hanging for a bit. Right, thank you very much for watching today, and thank you again to the patrons for picking this video. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe. I've been SciManDan. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for part 3 of Taboo Conspiracy's lunar landing video. See you then.
Sorry, I look forward to that.
And people wonder why people have disdain for Nathan's way of talking. Did you hear how he talked to the people? He's making a presentation in front of what, 350, 400 people, and he says, "My man," at the end of a sentence.
Hang on. How many did you say?
350 to 400 people.
There was 100 people in there.
Was there?
He gave his presentation to 100 people.
Okay, I was being gracious then. Anyway, the fact that he's still making a presentation and saying, "My man," that's the point. It's like, dude, you talk about how you give all these great presentations and you say shit like that.
I just didn't want you to give him any credit that he wasn't due.
What, did you not hear me in the video that Jose had? Did you not hear me?
Oh, yes.
I think everybody here heard you.
Yeah, we all heard him.
Yeah, you heard me.
Yeah.
I
heard him.
Yeah. He didn't like it when I brought up the crying behind the steering wheel.
Yeah. It was
Thanks, Brainy Beaver.
You big bully.
Yeah,
How
fully
dare
Davros.
you use truths and facts to upset him? That's
Yeah, but
just
you see, it's like chasing a child. He's slow and he's easy to catch.
yeah.
Oh, I'm terrible.
That's creepy, Davros. Just saying.
The thing is, I'm laughing so hard I got tears coming out of my eyes.
And you just admitted that you want to chase Nathan.
Yeah, with an axe.
No. Do it with Star Chainsaw.
Yeah, I was trying to work out the most fun way of doing it.
I thought bug spray would have been one thing.
What,
No,
'cause he's
actually,
a
I
pest?
wouldn't use anything that's liable to draw blood because he might exsanguinate. Pickaxe hand.
So apparently, just saying, the Russians had this really good tactic that involved an umbrella and a little pellet of a radioactive isotope. Now
and London Bridge.
Yeah.
Farmers,
Mm.
given a standard issue pick elf, you could exsanguinate him with that anyway. Because they have this really nice big steel bit round the head end.
Yeah, well, that's why I just favourite a plain pickaxe handle without the steel embellishment. You know, it's a handy way to really introduce the term blunt force trauma.
I like to use a sling blade. Some people call it a Kaiser blade. Mm-hmm.
I was actually thinking of getting Blue's non-container pipe, sharpening the pointy bit, and saying, "Look, gas pressure without a container," poking through the stomach with it.
Oh dear.
Now, how did I guess that 3 was going to be voted this time?
3 wins.
Oh, jeez.
Probably because we're only down to 3 videos.
I think you're psychic, Terry.
Hmm.
You could
Or
start
is it
fires
a
with your mind.
conspiracy?
I'm going to have to ban all numbers.
Oh, so it's onto letters it is?
Hang on, does that mean maths is fake, Terry?
Well, I don't know what
Yeah, you're
numbers
starting to
are.
sound like
I don't know what
starting to
numbers
sound like
are because Anthony Riley said that, so it must be true.
Yeah, and numbers don't matter. They don't mean anything.
Oh, that's right.
It could be unicorn farts.
The
Yeah,
courier, how do
he
you get a
knows.
Discord link? You have to be over in Discord in someone's channel somewhere so I can tag you to send you an invite. So you and Jose's, Bob's, Gem Pandas, who else?
Yeah, we saw that casual, thank you.
Who else would you be in? Are you in Casual Spacemans? Are you in McToon? Creaky Blinder? Oh, the list goes on here. Who else we got? Mr. Sensible. The Shills. Fight the Flat Earth, Team Skeptic. Any one of them?
He's in my server. I'm pretty sure he is. Or he was.
Okay. Oh, Adam L, you lost your spanner too. I forgot. People are coming back that haven't been in for a while. Oh, pardon me. No one Discords. I just read
I forgot.
down. What?
Oh wait,
no
that's Flight Path. That's
Yes.
That's
Cruising
I just
with
realised.
Jay.
Yeah,
Shit.
I just read. Yeah, when you
He
said
changes his name like
I
every
know.
time he disappears.
Well,
for a
he
month.
does Korean work now. That's what keeps me confused.
I know.
It's not the point. It's like, if he had said, "Hi, it's Jay."
He did no, but the thing is, he did a couple of days ago, which was the last time I saw him, and I forgot since then because
Yeah, but no name. Stop living in the past.
Well, how do I?
Oh, you're right.
How am I going to get you if you're in
so-
no one's
so,
Discord? How does
Jay-
that work?
Jay, go to one of AT2 Productions.
Team Skeptic, anyone's
Videos.
Videos, yeah, and get the Discord link from in the description.
Get the Discord link from the description for AT2 Productions. That will put you in there. Terry can pick you up from there.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Done.
tell me which Discord you found through someone like A2 or Team Or whoever's got their Discord and below their descriptions. We'll see you in a minute. Anyway, what was I up to? 3. Now, Wally left me a message about this video. So, lucky. Yeah. And I haven't watched it yet. So, and he's just took off to go and make the missus a cuppa. So he's either hiding or he's going to come back in a minute after.
Hang on, he's been watching you for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but just when I said I got it on the list and we're going to be voting, he said, I've got to go and make the missus a cuppa. Yeah.
Thanks, Dora.
Convenient.
Who's that Discord? Oh, that's AT2s.
That's AT2s.
You got
Thanks,
that,
Dora.
Jay? That'll save you a bit of time. And then I'll chase you up on that in a minute while we're playing this. Okay, ready for play.
Do you wanna let us see it too, Terry?
Oh, sorry, that would be helpful.
That might help.
Refer to Real D, Pete.
Oh, that's why I asked you, Terry. I asked
Referring to you.
Sounds like a complaint to me.
Yeah, but you're used to them.
Here we go. I'll leave the panel open.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, I went down to the shed today to have a look at a bit of science I had running down there, and I found this. These animals are just so dumb. Have you ever seen anything that has so much irony and so much dumb all in one place? I mean, how dumb do you have to be so ironically coming back for more of the very thing that's going to do you in? Anyway, here's Nathan and Anthony.
So burden of proof reversal fallacy, correct? Reversal, because it isn't for us to prove anything unless we make claims. So we're not really making claims. No one claims that the AE map is actually a map. We're just saying it's a depiction, a description, an idea to get your head around the basic concept, right? It's not being touted as a map.
Oh, I just love this part. It's the whole just saying it's flat regime, isn't it? So
Yeah.
Nathan, he's going to say the world is flat, but he doesn't want to provide a model. He's, I don't have to provide a model. I'm just saying it's flat. Like Wolfie's been saying around the water cooler for a long time. The flatties have actually all totally given up, or bar Dim Dim, but he's too dim to know that he can't do it.
And this is my globe.
Everyone's pretty much given up trying to produce a model. A flat model, that is, because they know they can't. And any time they do, they just get themselves in a big pile of trouble. So Nathan is quite wisely saying, no, we can't do it, and we don't have to do it, and I'm not going to do it, and you can't make me do it.
You complete clown!
Hang on a sec. If you go to Google and just type in all maps are wrong, you will find umpteen references that tell you that all the maps are wrong. Because no matter how you project it, no matter how you describe it, draw it, calculate it, scale it, no matter what you do, you can't get it to be accurate for some reason. And they always say it's because you can't wrap a ball around on a plane, right? So the piece of paper that you're drawing it on or the screen, you can't wrap a sphere around it, and that's what they say. However, the fact is that all the maps that he thinks are right in the first place are openly admitted to be wrong anyway because of the way they're presented.
Well then, Anthony, I guess the thing is here, when he says that they're inaccurate, what he's saying is that they all have various distortions because, well, as you quite rightly say, I don't want to say that you got something right, but you're quite rightly saying you can't project from a round 3D shape and put it on a square, flat 2D shape without some distortion somewhere. But you know what does actually work quite well? A globe. Just get a ball and project the ball onto a ball. Quite easy.
The guy's a moron.
He's asserting the Earth is this sphere-shaped model. Reification. But I'd like to see it. I want to see the model he's claiming. I want to actually see it.
Oh, you guys really crack me up. You think there is no spherical model and no one's provided it. Look, guys, I mean, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, where he's saying that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, would get actually'd by these guys at Esri. These guys understand the geoid to within a metre. From 6,300 plus kilometres, these guys know it down to the metre. And even in the oceans, they've worked out where the gravitational anomalies are. They can even spot where the undulations in the oceans are. I'll leave the link in the description for this really interesting article by Esri. These guys really, really know their stuff, and I can just imagine how much they'd be laughing at you guys. So, Anthony, where's your flatoid? Where's all your deviations based on the flatness of the disc? Oh, yeah, that's right. You haven't even worked out how to use the P900 and the compass to determine the shape yet, have you?
The guy's a moron.
I mean, there are geodetists, there's geodetic surveyors, there's so many people who have dedicated their whole professional career into knowing exactly how high the ocean levels are, the exact shape of the Earth. For goodness sake, guys, there was a whole satellite launched. The whole purpose of the satellite was to accurately map the altitudes of all land masses and water around the world.
None of these guys know what science is, but everybody wants that comforting lie. That's why they can spew any nonsense, and all the subs will just lap it up like cats lapping up milk, because they want to believe the inconvenient truth, the inconvenient lie. That's what they want. All they're doing is playing up to the drongos of society, and we're encouraging it by not pointing it out. We should be pointing it out every minute. Sorry, I'm done.
Oh, that is just a brilliant little piece of wordage there by Anthony, and it is absolutely full of irony, and it really is flat Earth in a nutshell. They really, really, really want to believe, so much so that no one ever bothers to pick up anybody else when they say something stupid, provided they're saying it looks flat to me.
The other thing is, Nathan, the fourth element to it is when this claim of make your own model up comes up, realistically speaking, what can you expect from us when the current rhetoric has all of the science, so-called science, people, resources, tools, equipment, infrastructure, financial support, time, and the ability to do the cartography required to make a map, and they admit that they can't even get it accurate, right? What would you expect from our side when the most that we've got is a P900 and a compass?
Oh, Anthony, that's called Crimea River fallacy, that one. Do you know what you can do with just a P900 and a compass? You can actually prove that the Earth is a globe. Here, let me give you a quick teaser of how I did it to show that guy exactly how the Earth is a globe.
The guy's a moron.
So let's see it. If we're going to have an argument about models and their accuracy, not that we hold true to one, we're not asserting any models, but as he is, I want to see it.
Oh, Nathan, that's called being a wuss fallacy. Gotta make a claim, guys. Make a claim. If you're trying to claim something, you got to make a claim. The thing is that most science-based people can, from what you say happens, easily work out what the model has to roughly look like. Do we have to do all the work for you? If you say the sun is circling overhead and the ground is flat, then you've got to have something that's basically like an AE map. And that then opens you up to all of the many, many, many problems that the AE map has.
The guy's a moron.
It goes red. There you go. I've said something about the lunar eclipse. I make no claims about it. I've witnessed one and filmed it. It got very, very cold when it went to totality.
Oh, hold on there, Nathan. Isn't the moon supposed to make you cold? And the moonlight's gone away and you got cold. You're doing exactly the opposite. Nathan, you haven't read up on what you're supposed to believe. You're supposed to be getting hot when the moon goes away.
The guy's a moron.
Okay, let's just address these quickly. Okay, no worries. We need to look into angular size resolution limits based on averages of the camera or optics of the telescope in this example. The telescope has an angular resolution limit. You can calculate this limit with the Ray criteria. Things get smaller as they get further away. At 1,000 miles, things get too small to see. What I would recommend for Professor Dave, go and watch a little excerpt from a series called Father Ted, where it's explained that the toy cloud close to you is small, but the cloud that's full size in the distance on the hill is nearly far away.
I remember this.
Now this is called perspective. If you're trying to look at New York or England, it's too small to see. The angle is too limited. Now, given that this guy professes to be a professor, I would think he would understand that things get smaller as you get further away from them. And 1,000 miles is far too far to resolve things. Their angle is too small. So I'll just declare it right here, right now. Pure stupidity on account of Professor Dave. Do you not understand that things get smaller as you get further away? Oh, I know why he thinks this way. Because his model is based in geometry. And his model would use actual sizes for things in the distance. For example, if you were to ask him how much of where the hell this is on the horizon is being obscured, he would tell you in feet and inches or meters how big this item is and how much is blocked. However, these items at 1,000 miles will still be the exact same feet and inches value precisely as his model calculates for. Now that would mean his globe model and his mathematics ignores perspective. And because his model of the globe Earth ignores perspective, he expects us to express the same exact fuckwittery and assume that we can see things at 1,000 miles. No, it's only your model that excludes the angle of things getting smaller as they get further away. Why on earth, with the failings of your heliocentric model and its complete lack of angular size reduction, be somehow transferable onto us as flat Earth as being able to see things when you remove the hijacking of this perspective effect, which you call Earth curve, in your perspective exclusive maths? You complete clown.
No,
So Professor Dave, would you expect the angular resolution to be conformed to seeing things at 1,000 miles? How big is it? The angular size to see at 1,000 miles on any shaped surface. You complete clown. Then when you calculate to explain what the hell your geometric maths excludes perspective, and for some reason completely ignores the fact that these things are very small in distance. You'll give me their size in feet and inches, won't you? You complete clown. Tell us that you think things stay the same size at any distance because their feet and inches value doesn't change. In your globe maths, yeah they do. Their angular size, also known as apparent size, gets smaller with distance. Funny coincidence, Professor Dave. People are telling us all about how apparent everything is at the moment, not realising like you that their calculations for a sphere Earth rotation fallacy utilises actual sizes rather than apparent sizes. That would be the angular size that gets small as it gets further away. Yeah, this would be a very big angular size if we were right next to it, but you'll still give it the same feet and inches, and then ask us to justify why we can't see it at 1,000 miles. You calculate exclusive perspective, you complete moron. Take some flights. I used to be an international rep. I've travelled everywhere.
Speed you play it,
you'd struggle to find somewhere I haven't been. Take some flights. Yeah, every single flight I took, what I witnessed on the flights was endless numpties, rows and rows of them with headphones on, listening to a shit series of radio channels and watching crap television that you couldn't really watch with engine noise, or trying to get to sleep, or trying to get drunk, or reading a magazine or book. That's what I witnessed.
What
I did on my flights when I flew all over the world, undoubtedly flew a lot more than Professor Dave will ever do in his entire lifetime, was I witnessed the flat plane below us. I also witnessed the horizon, which was claimed to be a physical sphere edge that should bend at the altitudes I was flying at, never bending, just seeing endless flat plane beneath me.
Oh, Nathan, that is the old looks flat to me fallacy. I mean, how many people have looked out of a plane and just go, yeah, I can't see the curve? Seriously? You're going to try and pull that? Well, look, I tell you what. How about I show you a video and we'll get Wolfie to fly a plane, and the independent variable can be the plane moving towards another plane. So we've got two planes, 40,000 feet and one 1,000 feet lower. So the independent variable is these two planes moving closer together. They're maintaining height, so Wolfie's twiggling the height by keeping it exactly the same. And let's just see what happens as Wolfie's plane flies 1,000 feet above the other plane. Now bear in mind, this is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and there's nothing else around but sky and water. Oh, and the sun out that right-hand window too, by the way. We'll get to that in a second. So as you can see, when the first plane is visible 25 nautical miles in front, it's well above the horizon, yet it's lower. Straight away we busted the old horizon always rises to eye level, haven't we? Right there. So now we can see that as the plane gets closer and closer, it actually dips underneath us. And it's now below the horizon.
I do apologize to everybody for my disappearance, man. I had some like really not so great shit go down, and yeah.
Oh, and Nathan, now is the time to look out the right window and see that sunshine way over there, because now that's a really big thing and it's a long way away. We don't need Father Ted to tell us that's big and far away. You know how? Because when it moves from one side of the sky to the other,
let me get this.
It never changes.
Let me get the damn
size
Zoom thing to
by
work
any
first. And I'll
significant
join
amount.
you.
It's always roughly the same size.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna remute myself
No
while I work
cows
on
on
this
that
thing.
one, mate.
Give you complete moron. So, if you want to go for a pissing competition, Professor Dave, I've taken a damn sight more flights than you ever will. Now, maybe there's other people out there like Wolfie. Thank you very much indeed for supporting my GoFundMe campaign, who've taken more flights than I have. And they might well lie to you about the horizon being a physical geometric edge that bends at altitudes that they don't achieve. And they claim not to be able to bend until you get higher, according to their priests like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, Nathan, that's the old Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy. See, what happens there is you're cherry-picking Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're saying no curvature until you get to 120,000 feet. Or some people say even at 120,000 feet, you can't see curvature. If you're going to quote Neil, you've got to quote everything he says. You can't just cherry-pick the one thing that he says that suits you. Smacks of desperation.
Give you complete moron.
That did something scientific on this very panel. You got an egg, added a bit of mass to the medium, and it made the egg move. Now, if F equals ma, and the a, the acceleration, was the egg moving, then there must have been a force there. Well, here's the thing: it went the opposite way to what your model would predict. Because if I add mass below the egg, that would attract the mass, wouldn't it, on your model? But it didn't do that. It pushed the egg away. So we have done an experiment.
How hard do you think Professor Dave's going to laugh when he hears your little chicken and salted egg routine?
But if he made the water denser, why did the
Tony. Do you not understand eggs or salt water or anything?
Leah told me
the
the
biggest
other
fail
night
I'm
that
getting
it
a
was,
chuckle from here is you don't
air
actually
and water
understand
weren't
density, and I
bonded
thought
the
that's what you
same
Muppets
way.
really understood.
And that's why water doesn't lift up out of the ocean.
What?
Well, she was asking for an example of a pressure gradient without a lid, and I pointed out the ocean.
Yeah.
And she said, well, that's just dumb because water is bonded and air isn't. And I said, air isn't molecularly bonded?
O2, like two molecules of oxygen together.
Yeah. I mean, like you've never heard of molecular oxygen before? And she just broke and started repeating herself and then started just hurling insults at me. I mean, seriously, every time I asked her or answered a simple question, she would just lose her mind.
Exactly, Casual. That's why I paused it, because the panel was open. I just have to replay that bit because I missed the whole bit.
Oops, I didn't know that the audience could hear it.
Yeah, I left it open for this one, but I will stop it if you want to comment. Sorry about that, guys. We just had a bit of a thing behind closed doors.
That's
Back to the video.
An administration issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Acts of desperation.
You complete moron.
That did something scientific on this very panel. You got an egg, added a bit of mass to the medium, and it made the egg move. Now, if F equals ma and the a, the acceleration, was the egg moving, then there must have been a force there. Well, here's the thing, it went the opposite way to what your model would predict, because if I add mass below the egg, that would attract the mass, wouldn't it, on your model? But it didn't do that. It pushed the egg away. So we have done an experiment scientific.
How hard do you think Professor Dave's going to laugh when he hears your little chicken and salted egg routine? Oh, Tony. Do you not understand eggs or salt water or anything? The biggest fail I'm getting a chuckle from here is you don't actually understand density, and I thought that's what you Muppets really understood was density, relative density. That's all it is, relative density. So the salt has more sodium and chlorine added into the H2O, and it makes it a denser solution. It's now more dense than the egg, so because of gravity, the water is now pulled in underneath the egg. The egg floats on top of it. It's as simple. Come on. Relative density. How do you guys not understand your own mantra?
The guy's a moron.
Well, that's enough Muppetry for one day. Now, how shall I sign off today? Laser? No, probably not. I know, look, I was going to go and do my guilty pleasure, which is go and drop in on Terry Davis. He does an excellent stream. It's running about now, so I might just drop in and say hello. And I see my good friend Terry Davis is going to do a 400 sub celebration this afternoon, right when I plan to release this video. So everybody, please sub, and let's make this hilariously inaccurate for Terry. Poor guy. Love you, man. Actually, I'll leave a link at the top, and I might drop this video right about when he's doing his next live thing. If you've never been to him, again, drop in, subscribe. He's only got 400 subs at the moment, so I'm sure a few extras. And all they do is they sit around and watch videos and talk between the videos and just basically muck up and have a good old time. But when he has all the videos, he asks for people to provide a number. Vote for what one you want to see next.
I'm trying to figure out this thing. I don't know if you can hear me in the Zoom chat, but can you hear me in this? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you in Discord, Korea.
I know I'm in Discord right now. In the Zoom? Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. It's just not Oh, I gotcha. All right, 1 second. Hold on. Let me go over there and let me mute my Discord. I'll be right back.
Oh, what was that at the end there that he was playing? Is that a certain person's channel?
Just giving you a shout out.
Just-
In
just-
fact, you got a couple of people over from Wally.
Yeah, you actually did.
He told people to vote for, so he's got them on the right path.
I like the way Wally sped Nathan up.
I have to give a big shout out for Wally for that. That was awesome.
Thanks, Wally.
I don't know how I'm ever going to thank you, Wally.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Jay.
Yes, Jay.
Yep.
Hi,
We can
Jay.
hear you, bud.
Jay, where are you?
But speeding Nathan up like that was a good move. I mean, it makes some difference, right?
Hold on.
No. You just get through the pain faster, but it's still painful.
Right, yeah.
Well,
you got it, Davros. Yeah, that's the way it is.
You can hit your thumb with a hammer.
Yeah.
Or you can crush it with a vice.
So we hit it with the hammer to get it over and done with.
It might be painful, but it's definitely painful in a different way.
I've got a lot of naked people coming in for some reason.
They're coming from Wally, Terry.
Hey Terry,
I like
have
that.
you heard of that obnoxious sound that it's like sound therapy that you want to stop smoking or something like that, and every time you want to have a smoke, you play the most obnoxious noise through a headphone while you have a smoke, and so you start to associate the sound through. We could play Nathan Oakley.
That'd be
You
a
know?
good
God,
idea.
no.
Yeah,
Every time someone wants to have
Yeah.
a smoke, they have to put on Nathan Oakley at like 100 speed,
but
and
that might stop them smoking, but it's going to drive them to drink.
Then we got another
That's going
problem.
to drive everybody to drink. What the hell?
I'm getting the shakes just thinking about it.
I'm reaching for my, it's almost midnight. I'm reaching for my beer right now. I tell you.
Oh dear.
Ah, this coffee ain't working no more, Terry.
Isn't
What are you
it?
talking
Oh,
about?
okay.
Oh,
Well, I did have one
4:17
more
in the morning
video
here.
left.
How y'all doing?
I did have one more video left to go. What time is it? We've got a launch, haven't we? Later.
No, it hasn't been
It's
delayed
been
till
postponed
Monday.
till Monday.
Oh, I'm not.
Been postponed. Carter left you a message. Did you not read it?
Didn't I?
Yeah.
Oh, that's in Discord if you did.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's in Discord.
I woke up to it.
Ah dear.
Postponed till Monday.
So Obi-Wan, you know me. I was like, oh, and there you go.
Okay. Quick audio test. How you guys hear me?
Yay.
Sound good.
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got a
sound
weird
like you don't
echo
know where
coming
you
back.
are. Well, that's your
mute yourself in you got
deafen yourself.
you're in Discord. You need to deafen yourself.
Hold on. Yeah, muted. Oh,
No,
deafen. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Okay.
Is that better?
That better?
And now I don't hear you guys.
Oh,
What have you done?
what have you done?
You done?
Don't deafen in here, deafen Discord.
Just
What the
close
hell?
Discord.
Can't deafen in Zoom.
Yeah, you can't definitely.
No, exactly.
You guys are screwing with me.
You can mute audio though.
You can
Well,
mute
Carter
your
says
outgoing,
it's
but you
post-
can't mute the incoming.
Casual says it's postponed till Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sunday, about just after midday
It'll
for
be
us.
Monday.
Yeah.
On Monday.
Or is it midnight? I think it's just after midnight for us or something.
Great.
If you edit a video while you're up, will it work? I mean, edit your stream stuff that you're on now. I
Huh?
don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, I want to
Terry.
add something to the description while it's actually playing, and I don't know if it'll actually work.
I don't know if you can.
I don't think the description works. It's you just go to the if you're on the
Just go back to studio.
screen page in Studio.
I've already done all that, and I put it
you
in.
can just type it in the
it's all
then
done.
hit
It's all
Then
done.
hit save.
It's all done.
Yeah, you should be able to, because Jose and all that
I
will
just
change
don't
the
know if anyone else is
name
going to
of the thing.
notice it or not.
Yes, Terry, it's worked.
Right.
I can see it now. It's worked.
Oh, for anyone out in the peanut gallery, I forgot to put the PayPal link in the description if you would like to support my channel or not. And also the swear jar too.
Terry actually got PayPal.
Well, I haven't got
yeah,
Patreon, and I haven't got what's that other thing you
Yeah, you
have
should.
besides Patreon? Super chat thing.
Super chat. You haven't got super chat. have you?
No, I haven't got all that.
Be 1,000 for that.
Not yet.
Yeah,
We'll
you
get
did.
it. You'll get it soon, Terry. It's all right.
Like
I set you up with a mini-vids account, Terry.
Yeah, I don't care if I got 5,000 subs like some people have. Just 1,000 will do
we're
me.
not greedy.
I got 56.
Oh.
Did I tell you I've got 130 this morning?
Yeah, that's rose pretty quick, Pip.
You need more.
Yeah.
You definitely need more.
I need more, yeah.
Are we gonna play some Pip, Terry?
Well, I was just on my way around
Oh, you
the
wait till the
traps
end.
looking for Pips. Oh, I was just wanted to get it ready while we were talking. I've got to do all my administrative stuff on the side here. I would ask Peter to do it, but I thought Peter might want the night off.
Oh,
well,
it's
unless you know where any Pippet stuff is.
On it, channel.
Stop calling me Pippet.
Oh, well, it rhymes with Mippet. It makes it easier to say.
I put my channel in, if that helps.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Who was that?
Jay.
Jay.
You haven't been here for a couple of months.
Yeah.
You said a couple of things and then you just belched.
You just let that out. Yeah.
Better out than in, I always say.
I've been drinking at night. Sorry.
Oh, I got a
This
super
sounds like a
chat
personal
from
problem.
Spacey. The space pirate. Super chat. My ex-wife and a mouldy piece of cheese. Well, I'll eat the mold. I know I could eat the mouldy bit of cheese, but I don't know how much I'd get for your ex-wife down the hock shop.
I'm glad you said hock shop, not the other one.
Oh,
yeah, you probably get a headache and a sore face.
I wasn't going to say
you might get a pretty penny based off of a weight pound. You never know.
So, do you still need the link, Terry?
I got lost somewhere. I was over in the peanut gallery for a minute.
That's fine. You play with the peanut gallery, and I'll drop the link in the internal chat.
Thank you, the Elmix.
So who's been Who's been suffering with the heat in Australia?
What heat?
What heat?
What heat?
Oh, you haven't. Okay.
We've got no heat here.
About the heat.
No, it's the opposite at the moment.
It's been snowing here. Do you want to swap?
Well, I think it got to 15 today.
Well, it actually was 15.
We're at 8 at the moment.
Excuse me.
Oh, cool. Where is
bad.
8 degrees here in Norfolk.
There, I fixed you.
I
fixed Jay.
Try 2 degrees and snow.
8 degrees and mostly cloudy. For where I am in Norfolk.
Oh, ding dong! I got a ding dong at the door. Didn't you leave the door? Didn't you leave the door open, Jay?
Oh, my learned friend in Perth said it's steaming where he is. Very hot.
Oh, okay.
That's in the internal chat, by the way, Terry.
Hello, Mad. How you going, geezer?
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Mad.
Hello. Hello.
What
Sorry,
did the hour hit?
Quick, I can't stay too long. I gotta crash out here pretty soon. It's 4:30 in the morning almost.
All this kerfuffle and they got pissed off. Bloody hell, mate.
Hey, to burp and run, guys.
Yeah, burp and run. That's what it is.
Come in. Cause a hassle.
No, Terry. In all seriousness, I want to say, in everybody else too. Sorry about my disappearance for everybody out there.
Oh, shut up.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Dad.
Nobody noticed.
Yeah, thanks.
Go on. Keep going, Jay.
Jay, just ignore him. Just keep going.
One thing that kind of was nuts was I wanted to go for my commercial pilot license training, but my flight medical got denied due to hypoglycemia, and it's an easily manageable problem, but the FAA doesn't like it very much, and it totally threw me off a loop. I wasn't really too happy. I guess it kind of fucked me up a little bit. I just dropped off the radar, but now I'm back, and I've just concentrating on my business, concentrating on my family, and I've made this new channel here, The Courier, and it's going to take off and more stuff. Video games, driving on the road, that kind of deal.
I've got an idea for you, Jay. If you can't go
What's
up, why don't you go down? Why don't you get a Submariner's
What's that?
license? Get a Submariner's license.
Submariner's license.
Yeah, get your own personal sub. Go all James Cameron on us.
Dude, I'm in the desert.
That's a lot of digging.
So what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to hook a GoPro up to a naked mole rat, and then you're gonna want to live stream that naked mole rat tunneling all over the desert.
What the fuck?
This is just.
I think it's gonna make money. I'm just saying.
What has I walked into?
I don't know,
Well,
man.
that was just, I don't know, Jay, that's just a negative thought. You know, live in a desert. Yeah, but either side of you is ocean.
Ocean
and
of dirt?
really, and who is live streaming a naked mole rat 24/7?
Kim
No
Possible.
They canceled Kim Possible.
3, Mad B. 3.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not so bad.
Anywho, did
Hello,
someone say
Carl.
something about Pip's video?
No.
Hello,
No,
Pip.
it's too early, is it not? Hi, Matt.
Your computer is assembled. It's got
Oh.
Windows 10 on it. It has a new hard drive from Boggs and a video card from Boggs. Unfortunately, the motherboards he sent me, I think the couriers decide to use it as a rugby ball. So
Bloody Hermes.
So you're getting an original motherboard I was going to send you. But as I said, it all works. I've downloaded a few programs on it. Just got to tidy up, and that should be on your way next week.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Awesome.
Just thank Boggs when you see him.
I will do.
Oh, that's cool.
Boggs rocks.
Yeah, Boggs rocks. Yeah, so you got 1
Yay.
terabyte.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, if I can, I might stick an SSD in it if I can. I'll see how much shekels I've got.
Oh, you might be up and running better than me, Pip.
Cool.
Right, there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, good.
John Rapp doesn't recognize my voice.
Oh, really? Well, you're on
Yeah.
a computer. You're on a computer, so you're using a different headset now, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, hang on.
That's why you sound different.
You know what you need to do, Jay? Is
Yeah.
Cut in and cut out like you used to do with that old tablet thing that you used to have, and then he'll recognise you.
There you go. I'll help you. I'll do that all in time. As you're talking.
But he's not talking, Terry.
Oh, he's not talking.
He's not talking.
He's not talking.
And now you've muted him.
Wait a
Did you
minute.
mention- did
No,
you
I'm
mention
unmuted
like
him. He's
that?
muted himself.
Nah, it sounds just like him
It just sounds like it, yeah.
when he's muted. Sounds just like.
I just let. Goddamn.
There he is.
That's.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to unmute him.
We're gonna
and he keeps
fight this
muting.
one.
That's it. That was perfect, Jay. That sounded just like you used to sound.
That's
Is he
Jay.
going against rule
Hey,
1,
Jay's
Terry?
back.
Going against rule 1. I think he's.
No. You bastards.
Yeah.
Oh, the fun, the fun games we used to play.
It's all coming back to you now, Jay.
Never ends.
Yes.
The fun never stops here.
I remember the one time where it was just myself, Jay, and Terry for like 4 hours.
Oh man,
that was a good day. We had to try and teach Terry how to go north.
Go north.
North. North.
I think the first stream of Terry's that I listened in on, oh shit, what's his name? Fell asleep and started snoring.
those crashes.
No, it was
unpaid.
Unpaid shield.
unpaid shill. Thank you. God, my brain. just
Oh,
blanked out.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, chicken ticklers.
Has anyone heard from Shills?
Yeah, he messaged me a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
he messaged
cool.
me. Yeah, he just said, it's all just bullshit. I've had enough of the bullshit. I'm gonna just do my own bullshit.
Yeah,
basically.
Cool. I was gonna ask everyone today. I was thinking, I was watching the Dragon Boat, and I was thinking, unpaid shills. Yeah, what's he up to? You know.
I miss him.
Yeah.
I tell his joke everywhere.
Yeah, me too.
So there I was.
Slipping off a cliff.
There I was, balls deep.
Damn it.
Oh. Yeah. Actually, speaking of people we haven't seen for a while, apparently Slick James is making a return at some time.
Oh,
Yes.
joy.
What?
Yes. And
Oh,
8 months
yippee.
ago, check it out. I've done some
Check it out.
reconnaissance. He commented on Paige from Australia, one of her first videos, and he called it intriguing, very intriguing.
Which is somewhat interesting when you actually sit down and watch Paige's videos.
I made it a minute.
I tried to last night, and I almost it wasn't good.
I even tried to listen to it like half unconscious because I was falling asleep, and still no, I couldn't do it. So we're just gonna move right on. Moving.
In fact, me and Sheeple were sitting there at the same time trying to listen to it, and it was like we were arguing. No, I can't do this any longer. No, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
It hasn't made a point yet, but no.
Yeah. And just the way this every video starts talking, wait, it's like, whoa. It's like there's no like, hi everybody, it's just straight into it.
She doesn't beat around the bush.
And she says things like, what people don't understand is, it's like, oh, so everybody, no one understands. Not some people, just everyone doesn't understand. It's just like only she is the arbiter of truth. It's just crazy.
Wow.
Probably why Slick was intrigued then.
Yeah, well, with the deep voice,
Well,
he's normally the arbiter of truth.
I worked out that she actually lives about 3 hours away, or 3 and a bit hours away from my house. And
that's not far enough. That's not far enough away to me. I really.
Yeah.
I would like to sit and talk to her without the echo chamber around her.
You'll catch flurpies, man. Don't do it.
There's no vaccine. Once you get it bad,
I'm working on it.
You can have symptoms
think it would be,
and recover, but
I think it would be interesting.
Peter, that word has been ruined by a certain journey.
Interesting.
It could be intriguing.
Intriguing.
I think you've.
It would be a somewhat exciting experiment.
Listen, I think you're catching flurpies over the.
Hang on. You're missing a part of the plan. I'm gonna take Bandy.
Oh Jesus!
Oh,
that's
my
brilliant.
Goodness!
Are you going to be able to get him out from under the thumb?
Say what?
I'm gonna take Bandy.
Say what?
Are you going to let him flirr for you? And kind of like be your beard?
I was just going to record it so that Terry could play it on his stream.
That is brilliant.
Yeah.
That is actually brilliant.
He's your flurf beard.
So it's call him like my flurf condom if you want, to protect me from the interaction.
I'd rather not. Let's not and say we did. All right. How about that?
What are you saying? Is
that was fun.
Is Bandy a cock blocker? What?
No. Well, I hope so. No,
I'm just
you
mentioned that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh shit! I thought you were going to say he was going to be my wingman, but you just it escalated quickly, Pete. It really did.
Well, I was just thinking that it would be somewhat interesting to see. I could just see her. She'd start talking about all of her beliefs and all of that, and then Bandy would just come out with that. Interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. And then the whole conversation would go downhill so quickly. It would be. It'd be almost like a black hole appears around them, and all intelligence would just be I can see her just going sideways.
It's a bit harsh.
Well, she would get so... Yeah, a bit harsh.
Well, now that you mention it,
I just think if Randy was to meet her in a situation like that, it would be somewhat fun.
I think so too. You
Because
should
she
totally film that.
She wouldn't be able to escape into her echo chamber of everyone protecting her. She'd have to stand up for her own beliefs.
You should do it in a public place.
Oh, of course.
Like a Starbucks. So that way, if she does lose her mind, it'll really go viral.
Well, no name. I was actually thinking that if I organised it to be down on the beach, and down where she lives, there's actually some oil rigs off in the coast in the distance. So while she's talking, I could take pictures of the oil rigs in the background, but still be recording them like talking.
Mm-hmm.
And then it could be the new not so Black Swan.
Black Swan. Oh, darn it. Who else watches Ben G. Thomas's channel? Anybody?
Never heard of.
Oh, he's a paleontologist. He just had an episode the other day on an extinct species of giant swan, and I can't remember the name of it.
Giant swan. That's horrifying.
Yeah, it's an extinct species of it too, and I thought that would be appropriate for the flat Earth black swan, since it's an extinct giant black swan.
You could be like, you know what? Your observations remind me of such and such. They look into it. You bastard.
actually, I've been thinking I should start finding pictures of the Jackophosaurus from South Park.
Jackophosaurus. I bet you the live chat.
That was from season 2 of South Park. That's that old.
Wow.
Hey, casual space pirate.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Space is fake. Space is fake. The Earth is flat, and chemo is my new best friend.
Oh, really? Wow.
Are we playing opposites, Dave?
So if that's the case, let me introduce you to Paige.
Hey, how you going?
Yeah.
Oh, how you going? I'm a woman and the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Don't you tell me what to think.
We don't need your help.
Didn't you know me and Paige are engaged now? Did you not know that?
Hey,
We don't know nothing from you.
You back off from my new girlfriend to be soon ex-wife.
You got it bad, sir.
Okay. Damn, I missed out.
Is she gonna be your pup?
My pup. Oh no.
Oh God.
She's gonna be my new person puppy.
Imagine the bark.
Rottweiler.
As long
Who's
as
a
if
good girl?
as long as if a bark's not as bad as a bite. Oh, hang on, I got that backwards.
You might get splinters.
All right.
Oh man.
Yes, Aaron, we're talking about Paige. What a wonderful person she really is.
So
I'm gonna have
polite
to
and
go. I'm gonna have to
ladylike.
go back and listen to the live stream, where Aaron triggered the whole panel, because it must have been those things they hate the most, like questions. Yeah.
Questions.
Yeah,
Oh,
questions.
yeah, questions.
I think he asked some questions, and you know, they were like, you know what, questions. We don't allow questions full of logic on this.
How dare you?
Yeah. So, Aaron, I'm going to say ahead of time, great job, because clearly you did a great job. The reaction was was absolutely priceless, because they were so triggered. They were talking about after you left, so it's like, it doesn't matter, but we're still talking about it.
The wooden spoon award for stirrer of the week goes to Aaron.
Yeah, well done. I must say.
Absolutely. The only better thing was Professor Phil's trolling action that he did to them. Like, that was different. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's like he perfected the art of agreeing with someone.
Agreeing.
It's where you argue while agreeing with them. Like he's agreeing with their basic premise, right? That the Earth is flat, and now he's arguing all over, over the fine detail, and that just drove Paige nuts. He's like, "We don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need you." Yes, you do. You just shut up and listen to this guy. He's going to teach you how to flirt.
If you're going to flirt, watch now how it's done correctly.
Yeah.
We don't need you to tell us.
Yeah. Listen, those sound eerily like questions of logic, and I, for one, won't have it. It's crazy.
I'm a bit confused.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Just refer to Rule D.
Listen, I live
Good
in this
place.
constant state, so I can help you. What are you confused about?
Well, in Northern Ireland, it doesn't happen very often, but there's this great big orange bright thing in the sky, and I don't know what it is. And it's...
Did Donald Trump go to Northern Ireland?
No. God's
is
lit
that what it is?
God's lit the sky candle for the casual today.
Just hang on a bit, casual. The yuckiness is on its way over.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
If,
All right.
if you don't like it, casual, just wait 5 seconds. You'll be gone.
Spray yourself with vinegar just to be on the safe side. I hear you
go
get chemtrail burns.
I was going to say if you got a
Days like that.
basement casual, it might be a meteorite.
Casual,
Or
maybe
comet.
get a piece of glass, refract the light, count the rays you see there, get back to us.
No, I'll count the photons. How's that?
Listen,
grab a jar.
that would be
and grab
better.
some
Could
sunlight.
you? That would be great. And while you're at a
I'll
peel me a
catch you.
drink.
I'll catch you if you.
If it gets any closer, grab it with a jar and catch some and put it away for later.
Yeah. Take a handful of that, whatever's in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Terry.
What happened?
Can you press play?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
I thought you might be getting the hint by now.
Okay, I'm gonna take my headphones off
And
and listen on YouTube.
There's another one in there. Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
Is there another one? Did you drop
There,
another
I've-
one, Stewie?
No, not for Stewie. It's another video for you, though.
Oh, okay.
Terry, the PayPal link isn't showing still.
You got to refresh your page.
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it.
You got to refresh
It's
your
working
page.
fine.
What's a swan? The black swan.
Yeah, this is Stewie's stuff. I had to put away. I didn't get to play it the other night for Stewie.
Right on.
Here we go. There we go.
And my microphone's right up, Terry.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
I can hear you fine, Matt.
Yeah, but
Oh,
if he's
Hey,
saying
sound
his
good.
microphone levels are all the way up and he's low, that's not right. You'd be like blasting our ears out if you were all the way up.
Yeah.
Should have been.
Terry, there's a guy comes to Jim's server and he's called Gregory Apple. He's from the Midwest, and he sets up his phone and he jams out like the coolest like Metallica riffs and everything, you know. And he it sounds pretty damn good through Discord. So I think if you could do something like that, it would be pretty sick.
So the problem is that the latency issues. It's fine when it's just one guitar, but it's like when you're trying to sing to that one person playing the guitar and you listen to people singing to it, there will be a audible out of sync problem that happens, and it's the same on Steam.
Oh, okay,
How
so
does
when it goes through Discord and
how does Finchy sound when he's on Discord?
Yeah,
clear.
clear, but that's one guitar playing. But if you listen to when Finchy's playing and someone starts singing, they'll sound out of sync.
Oh yeah, no one will be singing. We just
Are
be
you talking
listening
about
to
Bandy?
RSG.
Bandy's always out of sync, but anyway.
Sweet home Alabama.
I've got the words with me, so I can sing. I can sing along with him, so it makes it easier.
And you got me here. I know all the words. It's printed on the back of my birth certificate.
Oh, okay.
I knew there was someone was from Alabama. Hey,
that was me.
I watched some of those Alabama dirt competitions, like mud crawling stuff like that. Oh man, that's so cool.
No name, you don't have a birth certificate. You weren't born. You were created, I heard.
As someone who's had run-ins with Swan...
True.
And Madby.
Who spoke to me?
Oh, there was the video. I was just checking to see what it is. A giant extinct swan.
And on the third day, God created
At one
no
point in
name.
time, giant swans inhabited Sicily and Malta alongside dwarf elephants, resulting in a pretty unique ecosystem. But what were these swans? Cygnus falconeria, like when they were alive? I got no idea the context this is. They're white swans. What's the relevance here?
Well, it's a
Swans.
metaphor for the black swan being dead. It's an extinct giant swan.
Right.
I was just trying to remember
Makes-
the name of it, and I thought you'd get a kick out of the video.
A third as big again as the modern day mute swan. Taller,
Not that big.
taller than the dwarf elephants that are around at the same time. Has Mother Nature just been taking the piss?
Yeah.
Let's have really big swans, but at the same time, let's have really tiny elephants.
Little elephants.
That's crazy.
How
Swans
big
are
is the
scary
dwarf
enough
elephant?
in the size they are now. Imagine them being bigger than little elephants. That's just think of a nightmare.
Oh, this is all wildlife that was native to Malta and Sicily.
I tell you what, don't go to sleep. Don't fall asleep with the Discord server on while listening to YouTube. You have the weirdest dreams. I tell you what.
That
You
link
have
I dropped
the
you-
weirdest dreams.
That link I dropped to Terry is actually has got some relevance to Australia.
What, the last one you dropped?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that one. Are we voting or are we gonna just pick random? I can leave that one.
Is there a difference?
Refer to rule 1.
I just did. I was asking the man.
Oh, I did have an ancient Greek astronomy one that I wanted to look at.
Do it. Look it up.
And I've also got. Oh, okay, I'll just close that one. Keep that. Okay, I got Sarcastic Barman. And I've still got a Wolfie one here, so we'll play.
Thank you.
We'll play the Wolfie one. It only goes for a couple of minutes.
Just a quick one today. Back in 2017, I posted this video titled 100% Global ADS-B Aircraft Tracking is Coming Soon. And yesterday, FlightRadar24 announced that satellite-based ADS-B data is now available to all FlightRadar24 users. Now this is extremely bad news for flat earthers because we now have seamless tracking of the aircraft operating on the southern routes. And there we can see QF28, which is going from Santiago up to Sydney, Australia. And you can see just how far south it reaches with its latitude. If we come across here to the data and expand the data, we can see that it is now coming from the satellite. So it's giving the aircraft ICAO 24-bit address, its current latitude and longitude, and as you can see there, a seamless track. In addition to that, we can also see the flights to and from Australia and South Africa. There's QF64, and again, more information here. The data is coming from the satellite. So the flat earthers can no longer claim that aircraft tracking drops off in the middle of the ocean. We can now seamlessly track the aircraft operating on these non-stop southern routes. 2020 appears to be a very bad year for flat earthers. So I'm currently at Sydney International Airport just waiting for my flight to the USA this afternoon aboard the Qantas A380. But I wanted to share with you just how deserted the airport currently is. I have never seen it like this. There was no delay at all checking in. Going through customs, there was no line, no wait, and many of the departure gates are completely deserted, just like this.
That's Wolfie's private airport, that one.
Looks like you're going to get a trip on an A380 with nobody else in it.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't
Can I
they
first class know it's full?
Wouldn't they reduce the amount of flights that are available if there's no people to go on?
One of the problems is, certainly for flights to and from Europe, under European aviation laws, if they stop flying the routes for any reason, they can lose the route, and the route can be given to another airline. So they've been having to fly almost empty planes about
just to keep the route.
To keep. Although I believe the EU have now said, look, we're going to suspend that rule so that, because obviously it's going to drive airlines to go. But I mean, it's that's part of the reason why Flybe went bust last week. The fact that they had also bought the wrong type of aircraft for the type of airline it became wasn't helping them, because most of their aircraft were too big for the UK routes they were flying. So they couldn't fill them up with passengers, so that was costing them money.
The next problem with... Sorry, Terry. I was just going to say that the next problem with that also is that if that plane is going on a route, for example, from Melbourne to Sydney, it has to get to that next airport so that it can do the next stage of its run if it's picking up passengers and stuff, which means a lot of our international flights actually will do like 1 or 2 stops in in Australia before it goes overseas. So it still has to do those legs.
Yeah, that's true. Airline routes are quite carefully choreographed with airlines, all over the world. It's as we see with things like volcanoes and things like that, it knocks everything out of sync, and it's a nightmare to get it all back into shape again.
Yeah, put it on Kazman's tab.
Yeah,
I'll pay for it.
And of course, the other problem for you Aussies is that you want a flight to South America or the flight to Los Angeles from Sydney, you've got to put a big airliner on it because you've got to have an airliner that's big enough to carry enough fuel to get the airliner to where it's going. And you can't do that with it. Yeah. So if you suddenly get a drop in passengers, you can't put a smaller plane on it because the smaller plane just can't carry enough fuel to get you there. Because you have to remember that the mass of the crew, the passengers, and all the luggage is quite a small percentage of the mass total takeoff mass of, say, an A380, where most of that mass is actually fuel.
Maybe this is what forces us to go back to Zeppelins. Huh?
Yeah, I like Led Zeppelin. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking like Sky Captain of the World of Tomorrow, but okay, we can meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, if it hadn't been for the Hindenburg, if it hadn't been for the Americans not hoarding all the helium and the Hindenburg catching fire, and also the R101 crash of the British airship going to India that crashed in Beauvais in France.
Yep.
Killing everybody in a big fireball. Airship development might have carried on. I mean, unfortunately, the R101 was a government project run by one of the early socialist governments in the UK, and suffered.
Designed by committee. Yeah.
At the same time, Vickers Aviation built the R100, which successfully crossed the Atlantic did 2 crossings from the UK to North America, toured Canada and the US really successfully, and was great as a vessel. And I mean, airships then made sense. Airships now, to some degree, still make some sense, especially for really heavy lift, where you don't need super speed, because obviously they're not quick.
Right.
Well, we can't use helium. The world doesn't produce enough helium unless we increase production. But not nearly enough at the moment.
Yeah, and you got to keep all the helium for them. Oh, they don't fly them no more, do they?
Yeah.
I
don't know.
Blimps.
Well, I've forgotten what the name of it was. The airship that was used in the Bond movie, Airship Industries airship. I actually got a look around that when it was still doing its testing phase, because I happened upon it moored at one of my local small general aviation airfields, and I just walked up to it and said, "Can I have a look at your airship, please, mate?" Because there was a guy on it, and he went, "Yeah, come and have a look round."
They got 2 at Bedford. Blimps.
That's actually the sheds at Cardington.
Yeah.
Which are, I believe, still the largest in open volume buildings in Europe.
Yes.
Were actually built to hold the R100 and the R101.
Yep. One is still used as a hangar. I believe they use the other one, amongst other things, as recording films.
Because I knew one had been restored and was being used as a hangar and as a film set and stuff. I thought the other hangar was still unrestored. But I haven't been that way in a while now.
It's a few years since I've been that way, but I always used to see a couple of blimps there when I used to come past.
They're huge. They're absolutely massive.
They're massive, aren't they?
If you drive down the Bedford bypass, you've got Bedford on one side and Cardington on the other, and you look at you can see those hangars from miles away.
Yeah.
Says you turn it off, but it gives you a little goodbye message.
Oh, bugger! That blue's fat earth.
What they've done here is that they've got various sort of.
Who's bleeding through?
Not sure what happened.
Yeah. Who is
that?
It stopped now.
Probably me.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't
I
you.
wish
Mike
I
disappeared.
wish
Play.
I wish
Press play, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Sarcastic Barman and welcome to a little video. We've got a little question for flat earthers and I'm waiting to see the crap that they come out with. Now, is everyone familiar with the Southern Crux? It's a constellation that's been used for navigation for many a year in the Southern Hemisphere and looks a bit like this. Ooh, magic. And it's visible from 2 points at the same time in 2 different continents. This is going to be very difficult to explain, so I've made pictures. So here we have a flat representation of the Earth, and I've put the Southern Crux in between South Africa and Australia, because guess what? You can see them from those 2 locations at the same time, which you could then say that the Southern Crux must be somewhere within this circle. Makes sense, but it also, we have the problem of you can't actually see it above this green line, and we don't seem to have any explanation for that on a flat Earth model. We also have the problem with this. These are the directions you would have to look at the same time to see the constellation. Now, as you can see for Australia, that's directly south, but in South Africa that's 50 degrees off south, which yes isn't perfectly south, but you still have the problem that that's not looking anywhere near the direction you're having to look for Australia. This is going to be a fun one. Now we'll put this out as a challenge to any flat earther. I did try and have a conversation with Lemonbird about this, but unfortunately Discord was being a pain in the butt. So Lemonbird, if you see this video, I'd love to see your answer about this and have an explanation of why we see the stars the way we do, why we see them at different directions, why we can see them from the same location at the same time while not even looking in the same direction. These are challenges I think most flat earthers, well actually all flat earthers are going to struggle with unless you come to the conclusion where, oh yeah, the Earth globe model seems to work quite well for that. Now I will offer this up as a challenge with rewards. Ooh, rewards. The rewards are you get to come to my pub, I will do a video with you on your channel, I will give you a pint of alcohol, whether that be a pint of beer, cider, you're not getting a pint of spirits out of me, that's for me, but I will basically give you an alcoholic drink on the house. How's that for fun and fair? And I'll also have a quite reasonable conversation with you. And we'll just laugh if you don't get it right. But until then, enjoy. And good night. I should actually say that really, shouldn't I? It's the end of the video. Hey, crazy Russian man. Do you love clothes?
Ah! Yuri does like clothes!
Awesome. And do you love the barman in a way that's just like, yeah, he's really cool, I wish I was as cool as him?
Ah! The barman, he is the best! You do realize barman has lots of vodka.
Well, now you can have clothes with a barman's face on. Check the link down below for my Teespring.
Oh, awesome! Now Yuri can look good and stay warm while he drunk and burst out in garage. Yay!
Well, that wasn't racist at all.
Yuri rocks.
Yuri rocks. No, it's not racist. It's a Russian. Being a Russian. Who doesn't wear clothes, apparently. Hey, Terry. Alan's put them up. Thank you, Alan. It's been a long time since I've seen them.
That photo was taken back in 2011.
That's what happens when you take it so perfectly crisp like that. It looks like it's...
Did Travis take that picture? Oh no, it's in.
It's in
perfect
focus.
shot, Yeah,
Listen,
it's in focus.
listen.
It can't have been Travis. Oh no, it must have been Ranty. No, it can't be Ranty. There's
No,
either.
no.
No.
This took skill. This took skill, Madby.
That's in focus. Oh, it must have been Alan. He knows how to use a camera.
Yeah, it's centered.
I was going to say, and Freest Anglia, I must have been stood on the top of a really steep, big hill.
You're standing
look,
on a molehill, Alan.
Because I'm above the height of that telegraph pole.
Yeah,
That's a really cool photo. I don't know why, but
So-
it
Got
is.
some big moles in Bedford.
So,
Alan.
Mad B, you do realise why it couldn't be a ranty photo, don't you? It doesn't prove the globe Earth.
Oh yeah, that's true. That does. Meow. Meow.
Oh,
meow meow.
I'm hoping that this Warbirds over Wanaka show doesn't get cancelled in April 10th to 12th because of the all the things being cancelled. But man, it's gonna be epic.
Night, Chris.
Oh, it's
Good
Chris
night,
Garn.
Chris.
Night, Chris.
Good night, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Night, Chris.
I can't see the chat, but I'll believe the rest of the panelists that you're leaving. I trust them.
Funny you should mention mud plugging, because that's what I was watching last night with my guest last night. People getting stuck in mud.
Mm.
Yeah,
Always fun.
cool machines. I wouldn't want to be the passenger. There's one bloke actually swimming through the mud because he couldn't walk through it. That was funny. He was actually caked in it. He was.
I saw one of those mud holes, and the whole truck got swallowed by the mud. They tipped it sideways, and the whole thing just damn gravity,
Yeah, we're watching some hill climbing, some trials hill climbing.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy what they're doing. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to do it on the motorbikes and things, but to do it in one of them vehicles.
Yeah, like what do you even call one of those vehicles? It's like big engine, huge wheels. Like it's not really a rock crawler because it's
called a mud truck.
It's crazy, is what it is.
It's called a mud truck.
It's badass.
No, the rock crawlers. Rock crawlers are different kettle of fish.
Yeah, the rock crawlers are certain look, but these things are just torque, huge tires, crazy suspension. And they've got crazy courses as well, right? It's not just like climb. They got to go like up and down and through the bush and then round it down.
Yeah.
And then up the craziest hill. Like they make it or they flip over. That's how most of them finish.
Yeah, most of the hills are at least 1 and 2.
Yeah.
You think, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
They roll down the hill, down, bounce, do somersaults, everything, land back on the wheels, and they have another go at it.
Yeah, exactly. They don't. The only thing they stop if their wheels are falling off or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But have you seen those little courses? They use like little, they use like quad
buggies.
bikes with like huge big wheels on them, but they've got to go over heaps and heaps of little logs in the ground, and they just destroy the suspension, and then like halfway around the course, the whole front end just gives out. They're like, oh.
Yep. Oh yes,
Good
it's
fun.
Expensive hobby.
Oh,
very expensive.
Can't even imagine.
You still shared.
We're watching this German
Alan.
guy building a 1/3 scale monster car. I can't remember. He called it Willys, but that was based on one of the monster cars, trucks, things, and that's 1/3 scale, right? This thing, and he put a supercharger on it, then he converted it back to a turbocharger, then he put supercharger back on it. That was well cool. And then he got bored and he now let's come to the end of the project. I'm now going to build something else. And he pulls out one of these wheels and it nearly makes this, it just swallows this car he's just built. And this car is big. And this wheel, he's now going to build a mini grave digger.
Oh, yeah. Sweet.
1/3 scale grave digger.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a German guy. And it's quite funny what he's doing in that. Pretty cool.
That's crazy.
But yeah, the skill of them people are just immense.
That Willie B truck is like an old army Jeep, isn't it?
The first one.
This was a pickup. This is a pickup truck.
Oh, it's a pickup one. Oh, okay. I thought it was the Willie B one. Oh, Willie's. Okay.
Willie's.
I was thinking of Willie B. It's like an old green army truck, and then it's got massive big monster truck wheels on it.
Oh yeah, no. This was a. I'll show you a video next time we're in.
Just for you, Ozzy.
Good call,
Oh,
Pip.
sorry, did I
That was
snore?
Pip.
Yeah,
Pip, she really loves things about motor vehicles.
Just for the Aussies, the photograph is of the de Havilland DH-88 Comet, which won the 1936 McRobertson Air Race from London to Melbourne in a time of about 36 hours, I think.
Whoa.
They've still got one at East Hull RAF base.
Yeah,
that's the one that actually won the race.
They just announced, Alan, that they're bringing a B-52 bomber to the air show, so that'll be cool. That'll be so cool to see that.
Do you want to hear something?
Yeah, I haven't
funny?
seen a B-52. I haven't got any pictures of one.
Do you want to hear something funny, Alan?
Does it involve engines?
No, not really. It involves rotors, though.
Oh, it better not involve anything with a bloody motor.
No, it involves a rocket engine. Well, not really a rocket engine. It's the turbine.
Somebody say rockets.
Turbines, yeah, rockets. We're talking about helicopters, right? With my guest I had last night, and we're looking at this Bell, right? It's got a range of 391 nautical miles. It's just cool. You could fly to Australia in that. I said, do you know how long that'd take you to get there in that machine? And it said the stretches of ocean probably wouldn't be close enough for you to actually fly from one place to the other to get to Australia. You'd have to put on a boat, darling. Yeah, but that'd be all right. You'd only be able to fly for like 4 hours and then have to stop and fill up the fuel again. So it'd take you a month of Sundays to get there in that bloody thing. But she's adamant she could get to Australia.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can probably get to Australia in an aircraft with a range of 400 miles.
Yeah, but this
because
it said 391.
All right, 391 miles. Because I'm pretty sure if you have to go like across India and all that and down Indonesia and all those. I'm pretty sure the longest jump is less than 300 miles of open water.
Yes, but you need fuel.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to keep stopping for fuel. It's not going to take.
Yeah,
it's not going to be quick.
Can you imagine?
But I mean, let's face it. The first people to fly down there did it in tiger moths.
Yeah, I know, but can you imagine
gypsy moths even?
The amount of people you'd have to have waiting for you with fuel.
So you're saying, Alan, and Matt, that you can't. So you're saying that Chemo thinking that planes run on compressed air is a myth. Is that what he said?
Yeah. Well, of course it is.
Yeah,
I mean, let's face
when
it.
I heard that, I almost fell off my chair, but I don't have a chair.
In the late 20s, they were able to fly a tiger moth which had a range of much less than 300 miles. Sorry, not a tiger moth, a gypsy moth, gypsy major, down to Australia. Stopping every 100 and something miles without any trouble, without any too much serious trouble at all. I mean, even Amy Johnson did it.
Just a series of steps.
Yeah, I mean, it's
lots
of lots of refueling stops.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Actually, and there are actually lots of airfields. There are enough airfields in the world that you wouldn't have any problem doing it.
I know, but can you imagine how long it'd take you?
Well, yeah, it took Amy Johnson about 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
If I remember rightly.
And it cost an absolute fortune.
Yeah, mostly because she was also only flying during the day.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to be flying instruments in instrument meteorological conditions in a 1920s gypsy moth with only really basic instruments.
It's no fun in some modern aircraft as well. I read a book several years ago about the A-10 tank buster, and when they flew them over for the first Gulf War, the A-10 doesn't have an autopilot, and they basically had to manually fly them all the way across the Atlantic, including through thunderstorms, because they didn't have the fuel to go around them.
Yeah.
And they said it was very, very difficult to do, and it was extremely exhausting because they couldn't just switch an autopilot on, and they had to fly, an awful lot of it was at night. They had to fly by instrument, by the eyeball, for hours on end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the biggest killer of light aviation private pilots is flying into instrument. No, it's flying into instrument conditions and then losing control of the aircraft because
they're not trained for
it. And if you're not trained for it,
trained for visual rules at flying, aren't they?
Oh, so
yeah, and if you're
killer men.
Well, not necessarily. No, see, it depends how high they are, because sometimes they can break the aircraft up before they hit the ground.
Mm.
And that quite often, breaking the aircraft up can quite often kill you. So you might not actually die by hitting the ground. But I reckon if you're not trained 90 seconds before you've lost control, I believe. If you're really, unless you're pretty good and can handle the instruments. Anyway.
Over
We
to
got
Pip
another
now,
video, Terry.
because Pip would like to talk about engines and rockets.
It's Pip's favourite subject ever.
It's all right. I'm just finishing my dolly here. Yeah, carry on.
Sorry, I was asleep for all that time. What happened?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to talk about it because I made Pip a computer, so she'll let me off this time.
Oh, that's true. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, you can swear at me after you get the computer.
Internal chat, Terry.
So did we all strike?
What can we do?
I did.
I was thinking we might do something similar to what Craig did the other night on that special agent guy for those CGI photo things.
Ooh, yeah.
Yay!
But to make it fair or easier for me to read it, if somebody shared the fake or photo thing, and then I'll play that one on my own, and the peanut gallery can play along. But everyone can play along, I suppose. But I'll see if I can work it out.
Cool.
Well, if you want images like that, go no further than NASA's Image of the Day website, because some of them are artist impressions and some of them are not. Like JM Truth found out one day.
Yeah, I was looking at that one, Peter, but it's a different video than what we've normally seen about that subject. Yeah. I will do this CGI thing first. I want to see how that.
There you go, Terry.
No, that's not the one.
That's the wrong.
That's the wrong one.
That's the wrong one.
We'll do that one in a minute. The other one's the one that Craig did. The first one you see.
What was the other one called? Oh yeah.
Yeah, fake or photo, but it's the first choice.
Fake or photo, yeah.
Yeah, F for photo and F for fake. Oh, we got Professor back again.
No, FOTO. Alan.
It's fake.
Yeah.
It's photo with an F.
Yeah, well, that was.
Yeah, we're right. That's the first one.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. No, that's not it.
No,
The first one.
The first one, Alan.
Go back, Alan.
FOTO, Alan.
One that says Autodesk.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Are you home now, are you? Or you're in your car again? Or you're in your car again getting a coffee at McDonald's?
No, what happened? I called in a supermarket to buy some stuff, and there was a guy with a pallet selling toilet rolls, so I thought I'd buy some.
Did you buy the whole pallet?
Get it while you can, Phil. Get it while you can.
You only allowed one, but they were really nice to me. I've got no idea why. People just parted ways and said, this gentleman looks like he wants one. So.
Oh, okay. What, one roll or one packet?
No, there are about 20, I think, in this thing.
Okay.
30,
well, 3 ply? 3 ply or 2 ply? 3 ply or 2? 3 ply or 2 ply?
3 ply, unfortunately.
What do you mean, unfortunately? 3 ply is better than 2 ply.
Yeah, no, I know, but, it's all... Oh, God. You probably pay a fortune for it. I didn't look at how much it cost. I just bought it.
Okay,
so
anyway,
that was it. There's absolutely nothing else on the shelves, just the odd bits and bobs. And I'm thinking, what the hell is going on,
Wow, that's crazy.
Panic. Panic.
Yeah, panic.
Panic.
Yeah.
Yeah, mind you, you can buy as much apples and fresh food as you want.
Oh, well, fresh food stuff doesn't spoil, so it's all the dry goods stuff.
Yeah.
It does if you wipe your bum with it.
That's a bit of an image.
Hello, GPS.
Oh.
GPS is naked, Terry.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Now, I'm going to have a drive on my way home, listen to you guys natter away, so whatever you say.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'll be able to talk, but we'll see. Okay? All right.
Yeah. We're just about to play. We're just about to play a game called Fake or Photo, and we're just waiting for. We're just waiting for. Who's sharing?
Alan.
Alan's sharing. So, okay, that I reckon is CGI.
Yeah.
That's a Zippo.
So anyone else think it's not
real?
CGI?
That's real.
Are we going to get the peanuts to play, or is it going to
Yeah,
be
the
too much
peanuts
to
can.
do?
No, I think Terry should play this one.
Yeah, I'll play it,
Yeah.
but the peanuts can see if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, let's see what the peanuts say for this.
Yeah,
I reckon that's real.
I reckon it's. I reckon.
One for fake, 2 for photo.
Yeah, but you take my answer, and then we'll see if I'm right and they're wrong.
I think it's. I think that's a photo.
Oh, I reckon it's CGI, so that's my answer. See if they reckon it's not. You can't put 2 casual. It has to be fake or photo.
I said one or.
You said 1 or 2. Somebody said 1 or 2.
I said 1 for fake and 2 for photo.
Oh, okay.
It's easier to do that than from all right then.
Oh, okay, photo.
Yeah, photo is P and fake is F. Or 1 or is
what my
fake.
granddad told me to say.
I'm so confused now. Which is 1, which is 2?
Photo is 2. Fake is 1.
So
1 fake, 2 photo.
Yes, exactly.
People, just so that we get this clear. Number 1 is when you go to the toilet and stand up. Number 2 is when you need toilet paper.
No, number 2 is when you use the shower.
Oh, that's right.
Or stick your bum out the window, which I'm going to plan on doing.
Okay, tick CGI for me, Alan.
Fireman, Kaz,
we'll go to the next one.
You want me to hit CG?
Yeah, I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes, that's my choice.
Okay, so that's Terry's choice of a fake.
Yeah, I'm going to choose all of them. I just want to see if the peanut gallery are going to beat me.
Okay.
So
the peanuts. What is the peanut?
The peanut gallery.
The peanuts picked 2, so they reckon it was a photo. They're going for photo. Most of them. Okay.
What about this one, Terry?
So just give it 20 seconds. Just give it that.
Give them
lag
the voting.
time.
The vote. Yeah, lag time for the vote.
I reckon that's fake. You can just tell that's fake.
Yeah, it's a rocket.
Personally, if you look around the outline of the crab, it just looks too sharp compared to the rest of the photo, compared to the rock and the rest.
No, we've got
fakes. But look at the.
It's got correct.
Look at the lighting there.
It's got correct depth of field on it though.
I'm gonna have to go 2 on. I have to go 2 on.
And I have a nasty feeling that it's the reason the lighting looks odd is because there's some artificial light in there as well as the
ether bed.
We're getting
That's
Alan,
right.
Alan, I know you're an expert, but I'm going with gut instinct. I'm going to have to disagree with you, Alan. I'm afraid.
I'm
Sorry.
going to say it's real.
Well, I would have thought Alan was the expert, so I'd be going with him.
Okay.
What's
all the
what's
votes
Terry
are
going to
going
go
to
with?
Well, all
Since
the
when has
all the
Casman ever listened to an expert?
the peanuts reckon it's fake, but I reckon it's real.
Okay.
No, I just don't listen to you. You're not an expert in anything.
So,
Exactly.
so hang on. Casual, what did you say it was?
Casual
He said it was
said
fake.
one,
I
so
reckon
he
it's
said
fake.
it was fake.
No, I reckon it's fake.
It's
I reckon
real.
It's fake.
Okay.
Is it? How do you know?
Because
It
you
doesn't
said it was
actually
fake.
tell you what they are, does it?
Yes,
No.
it does. Yes, it does
Oh,
at the end.
at the end, yeah, at the
At
end.
the
Right,
end, it
okay.
will.
Well, did Alan come good?
Oh,
No, we haven't
yeah.
finished yet.
What do we have to?
You got to
what's
finish the
really
whole
happening?
thing. We're
oh,
just
that was
waiting for the
tricky.
peanuts to vote.
Ooh.
That
And
one's
again,
tricky.
with this one.
The wood effect. I think that's tricky. I'm not sure whether that's could be real. It could be fake. You can
much-
fake that.
Not much depth to it, though, is there?
Well, it's going to be flat, isn't it? So there's not going to be any depth. Is there?
No, I mean the color and the rings and the.
You got to look at the saw
Detail.
marks, Sheeple. You got to look at the saw mark. That
Can
gives
you
it
make
all
the
away.
photo a little bit bigger, Alan?
Oh, the saw marks. I
I
didn't
reckon
see
that's
them
real.
marks.
I think that's
Go to
real,
your zoom
but only
buttons
just.
up the
I'm not
top
sure,
right
but I
hand
think that's
corner and
real.
your three dots. It'll have zoom maybe 75%.
Resistance is futile.
Resistance is futile.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I can't push the. If I push the zoom button on the keyboard, it uses the same.
There
thing.
you go. There you go.
Yes.
That'll do.
Yeah, you look at those saw marks. You can't fake that.
You can't fake. It's good.
Yeah,
It's a good bloody
I agree with
diamond
that.
tip saw right there. I tell you that.
So the
much.
peanuts are going 2, 2, 2,
Yeah.
2.
Yeah,
So I
that's
think they're going.
real.
I think they're
That's
going
real.
for real.
You
Okay.
got it
Well.
real.
Okay.
Are the pommies panic buying too?
Yes,
What's
they
that?
Yeah, the
are. I
Tommies have
reckon.
been panic
Yeah.
buying. Yeah,
Not to the same degree, but we are. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I felt really bad having to buy an extra bag of Andrex the other day because my daughter couldn't get any in Norwich,
Yeah.
and I've now got
yeah.
2 bags
Yeah.
in the house, and it feels like hoarding.
Well, there
Anyway,
was
are we
there
going-
was none in Asda the other day. There was none in Tesco's, but
I'm
our
going
local
for
shop went through
photo.
a roll, so bought a few packs.
I tell you what, the pommies make better than anybody. There's bloody sausages, pork pies, and lollies. My God,
Oh
they
yes.
Don't-
Oh, pork pies
Oh,
especially. Oh
pork
yes.
pie.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to
Pork
go.
pie with a pork pie with an egg in it.
And I think we make the best cheese as well. Actually, the French. No, forget the French. We make the best cheese.
God, oh God, I'm
So
hungry.
what about this one of Clint in his
Go back to the
in
shop, Phil.
U.S. Marine Corps?
Alan.
I'm on the Monday
Alan.
freeway now. I'm not
Yeah.
going back anymore.
I could produce a photo, and you'd think it was Clint Eastwood, but it'd be my dad. That is a split
Yeah.
image of my dad.
Clint is fake.
But my dad's older, so he's.
I'm
copied
gonna have
my
to
dad.
go. I'm gonna have to go CGI on this one.
You're going
Oh,
CGI.
don't
The
know about
peanuts
this
are
one.
going. Clint is fake. Fake.
My
I'm
dad
gonna
got
go-
more ribbons.
One,
so-
one.
I'm gonna go naught with this one. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No,
I'm going to go. I'm going to go that I
Egg or
think this is
death?
actually a pencil drawing.
Could be.
No, they're CGI or
Or-
fake.
or
They
it's
can't
been-
be pencil.
Or it's been processed to buggery.
You can't be a
That's
flat
fine,
earther
though.
casual. You've got to have a stance.
So
You
we've
gotta-
got fake,
You got to have a
fake,
stance to play in the game.
real.
If it's been processed, Ellen, it's
Couple
CGI.
couple of
No,
photos.
I'm gonna sit on the fence on this one. Sorry, I'm not gonna
okay.
take a stance.
I
Right,
go.
so you're now out of the competition.
Okay.
You can't force me, sheeple. You can't force.
You're
me.
out of the competition.
Okay.
Terry
What are
says
you going
shit.
to go, Terry?
I'm referring to
I
rule
reckon
one.
CGI. CGI.
I'm saying it's real.
You guys need to stop talking over each other.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Who said
Terrible.
that?
Stop talking to each other.
Yeah, stop
I'm not
talking
talking
over
over
each
anybody.
other.
Who's talking Eddie?
Stop
I'm not
talking
talking
over
over
each
anybody.
other.
What
You're
are you
trying to
doing?
talk
What
when
are
I'm
you doing?
trying to
What
talk,
are
and
you
then I
doing?
can't give
What
an
are you
answer,
doing?
and I'm trying to read the peanut gallery. Okay, ready
I
again.
reckon that's real. Real.
India is locked down to foreigners, so that's the end of that job. Coming
Okay.
This month. Yep. So
Looks like
I'm
you're
on the
on
way
a
there in a couple of weeks' time. Now it's locked down.
looks like you're on a long holiday then, Mr. Professor.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Will they pay you though?
No, of course not. I'm a contractor.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, this is difficult.
Oh well, never mind. I'll be able to. It depends. If they get the satellite up, I'll be able to do some work from here. So, but it depends on whether they decide to get it up or not. Because there's about 10 of us foreigners, so they might decide not to.
Reflections are pretty real.
Well,
on
we're
there.
getting a lot of photos in here.
Yeah, I would choose
Oh,
photo.
photo.
I don't know, Terry. That
I'm gonna
right
say
hand
real.
side, that right hand side doesn't look right to me.
Yeah.
It could be a photo.
What do you
never
reckon,
know.
Alan? What do you think, Alan?
It's a bit weird.
No, I think they are. I think that is. If it's CGI, it's very, very, very good CGI.
So you're going with real on this one?
Yeah,
I'm going with photo on that
It
one.
looks
Yeah,
like
I'm
it's
gonna
too,
go. I'm gonna
it
go the
looks
same.
too real,
Yeah.
doesn't
I
it?
reckon that's a Kaz, man.
Yeah, but
It's
you
the
know what I'm.
multiple reflections that I'm looking at. I don't know. What about you, Peter? What do you think?
I reckon that right hand side doesn't look right.
Bloody.
So you're going fake.
I think it looks absolutely fine, Peter.
Can you see this
'Cause
film
remember,
on your
the
phone? Or you're
further-
driving, you can't see jack
I
shit.
can't look, and there's cops everywhere. There's an accident,
Because remember, the further you get away, the bigger the blob gets.
If they do stop me, you guys better shut up because I can't stop you. Turn you off. You like it.
No, we're going to shout out. Look for the drugs in the glove box.
Just turn off your Wi-Fi, there, Phil.
Don't open the boot. The dead body might jump out.
No.
Don't tell them.
Help me, officer! I'm in the boot. Let me out, officer! Let me out!
Don't tell them.
Just hope they're not a flat earther. They'll lock you up.
Yeah, don't tell them you're a flat earther, Phil.
Don't tell them your name, Pike.
You don't want to flat smack the Australian cops.
Don't tell them your name, Pike.
Yeah, don't tell them your name, Pike.
Don't panic.
Don't panic. Okay, everybody voted. Finish voting.
Peter, can I just say
That would be gold.
that the out of focus bulbs on the right hand side, the fact that they've got that bright area in the middle and the lighter area around the edge is exactly what you would expect from the way out of focus works.
Yeah, I know that, Alan, but there's just something that doesn't look right in my mind.
I don't know, Peter. I'm going to go CGI. Click CGI. There we go. Okay.
That's a ranty. That's a ranty photo. Oh no, it's in focus. Sorry.
Oh, I'd say that was real. I think.
Okay, so is this bird real or CGI?
Well, I think the bird is real, but I think it's been put in to that scene. I reckon. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's probably might have been what happened. That they might well have put a photo of a bird into a different image.
Yeah. But then again, Alan, what's that? See that rock that's the nearest to the camera, the one that's got the green on it? Does that look right to you compared to the rest of the scene? The lighting on it looks a bit off.
It looks digitized.
Yeah, it looks a bit weird.
I think it's okay. I think what you've got is that the lighting on the bird, the shadowing on the bird is wrong because as you can see, the sides of the rocks we can see are illuminated, and I don't think the back of the bird. I don't think the light comes around far enough on the back of the bird. The shadow on the bird, the shadow goes too far round to the left-hand side of the image. If you get what I mean.
Yeah. So one is fake, isn't it? We're saying one is fake, two is real, isn't it?
One is fake.
Yeah, fake or photo.
I'm gonna go with one on this one.
Well, John Rapp said that it's a fake swan. I agree.
Oh, I love it. Love it.
No, I have to agree.
I just love it.
It's a fake black swan, as all fake black swans are.
So what's Terry going for?
Real.
Terry's going for real.
Because the shadow. If you look, I was going to explain to you why, but too late now.
Oh, sorry.
You can go back.
That's all right.
If you look carefully where the bird is, look in front of it in the water. You can actually see its slight reflection.
Yeah,
true.
Okay, next one.
True, but you could put that in on Photoshop.
No, I'm pretty good at this.
I reckon that mouse pointer is fake.
Press the arrow, Alan.
Oh, it's gone now. Yeah, it's definitely CGI.
Yeah.
I'm anyway done. This is taking forever.
Should we go on to the next one then?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to go back to the tiger, lion, whatever you call it.
Fake. That's a drawing.
CGI. Fake.
Drawing.
Oh, I'm gonna reserve judgment on this one. I don't.
I might do the same thing in the peanut gallery. If I get three of the same voting for fake or photo, then I'll guess.
No, I think that is literally computer generated. That is that image. I really do.
Computer
I
generated.
think that's a photo. But
What are we looking at? The lion.
Yeah, a lion. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful, isn't it?
Male lion. He is beautiful though.
Oh.
I got a 1, a 1, and a 2, and a 2, and a fake, and a real.
It's not symmetrical on both sides of its face, though. Is it?
Yeah, but that's what makes it actually more realistic.
That's what I mean. It's not like they just mirrored the eyes and mirrored. It's.
And we've got a couple of photos.
Have a look at the scar across his nose there. It actually goes down on an angle across the nose or across the bridge of the nose.
People can do CGI pretty good these days.
I've got
they
someone
can
local to
CGI that. They CGI that scar in. No problem.
I've got someone local to me who can actually do hand drawings exactly like that.
Yeah,
you can't tell between a photo.
Turquoise Laura.
Yeah.
Turquoise Laura does work very similar to that.
Only one ear. It's only got one ear.
She's just done a drawing exactly like this, and you would not believe it. You'd think it's a black and white photo.
Have a look on the right hand side, right? You know where it's tried to continue its kind of like the outline of its body. It looks to it's kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a gradient. It doesn't look like it's blended in properly.
It's
you know
cut
what I
out
mean?
It's cut out,
Yeah.
but like
casual. You know what that'll be? That'll be the rather strong JPEG compression they'll be using.
Yeah.
Combined with the fact that you're viewing it through Zoom.
It's beautiful.
At 720p.
Right. Okay.
And the hair, the fur direction is very, very, very realistic. You know, it's not all just in one way like a CGI.
I don't know. I'm just going to go with my gut instinct. I'm going to say fake CGI. It's very good. It's a very good computer generated. I think.
Okay.
I think it's a photo, but
I'm going with photo. It looks the shadowing's not right for CGI.
I can understand what you're saying though. I get what you're saying though, but I don't know. Just gut instinct just tells me it doesn't look right.
That's a real putty cat.
Yeah, that's a photo.
No, very big. What do you mean, little putty cat? That's a big putty cat.
I shall vote then.
Lions
yeah,
are not putty
I did. I said photo.
Lions
are
and
not
tigers
putty
and
cats.
bears. Oh,
No.
They're
How is
not
Oh,
what is this?
Nice.
that looks so fake. It could be real, actually.
I think that is real. I mean,
I think that is real too. Yeah.
I've seen lots of photos like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also something. It's a set of wooden. It's a wooden floor, but it's a set of steps that are not straight.
So is it like a?
Yeah.
I see the angles.
It's
Yeah.
a stand.
Is
And
it
you
like
look
a?
at the
Is
Reddit
it
right now.
like a?
It's like
music
an
concert or
optical
something.
illusion sort of thing. Yeah.
Is it a music
Yeah.
stand?
I want to go real.
The planks would have been laid differently. That's where.
Well, the thing is that
cool.
they do that sort of thing at theatres and other artsy places just for the effect. It's for that effect.
Yeah, it's freaking my eyes out.
It could be one of those.
Auditorium for
It
the
could be one of
audio.
those. Yeah, it could be one of those outdoor theatre type places.
Yeah.
Look at the shadows. Look at the shadows. They're all different. That's pretty cool.
John's
you had a one- Out there saying
John's the only person that's been original by
saying
putting an
photo.
actual photo, an actual camera as an emoji for his.
That's
vote.
CGI, John. That's definitely CGI, John. Stop.
What his camera
what-
CGI?
You know what CGI
I
stands
think
for
that's
in
real.
the Flurf
I think
world,
that's
right?
real.
Man.
All the shadows look right, don't they, Alan? To you?
You know what CGI means in the Flurf
would
world?
say, I
Can't get it.
Can't
I
grasp
would say
idea.
that is. I would say that is real. I've seen so many photos like that over the years, including stuff done on film.
Yeah.
That, again, yeah, it could be CGI. Some of this stuff is actually not hard to do as CGI. How are you going to know? I mean, it could be a photograph. It could be CGI because it's not exactly a difficult one to do.
Look at the shadow lens, though. Look at the shadow lens, though.
Okay.
Alan, they're all different on the
What's
steps.
wrong with the shadow lens?
Yeah.
Compared
The
to the
idea-
perspective, I don't see anything wrong with it.
No, they're all.
Remember,
they're all
they're at
different.
different
So the
angles.
the idea
Yeah,
that
but
you
they're at
have
different angles.
CGI lighting.
Yeah, that's enough analysis. We don't.
It's a bloody game, go on with it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, get on with it. Come on.
These guys have got to compare. These blokes have got to compare each other's
Jesus
knowledge
Christ.
to the end of the world.
Take
You
a
know, like
photo
as
then,
if we.
Terry.
I reckon it's a photo. And I'm not going to give me analysis in depth that much like you guys do.
CGI.
I don't know. That's real, I think.
Okay, that's your vote. That's it. That's it. Shut up. Now the peanut gallery.
All right.
that book
The
looks a
shadows
bit
all look
weird,
right as well from the light source. It all looks good.
That book.
Trouble is, I've seen this photo somewhere else, so I actually know what it is.
This book looks a bit weird,
real,
though,
then.
doesn't it?
Yeah, the real. Got
Go on outside, vote.
CGI.
I'm going to say CGI, but
Yeah, I don't
If
like
you're not voting, Aaron, I'll time you out.
I don't like that left curtain. It's not. It doesn't seem
We're
to
not talking. We're not
finish correctly at the
talking.
bottom.
Aaron Armstrong's trying to talk to you in the peanut gallery.
Oh.
Sheepy. He's
Sorry.
talking. He's talking about some other crap that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Fake photo.
Fake photo.
Photo.
211, real.
Fake. Not sure. Dora says not sure, but guessing fake. Real. Okay, that's.
Real gets it.
Yeah, we're not getting a consensus there. I'll go CGI because of a reason.
Of a reason.
Yes,
I don't like
I've
that shit.
got
I
a
don't like
reason.
that curtain. I don't like that curtain.
No, there was a certain reason I looked.
Very
looked at something.
weird at the bottom of it.
This
The
is a
curtain
lot.
looks very ghost-like.
Yeah, black and white photo.
black and white photo of a chess set. I
Yeah,
mean,
depth of field is correct.
yeah, I mean, the problem is that, again, though, as
That
we've said,
portrait.
it's really easy to
Do.
build that as a CGI model.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I reckon that's real. I reckon that's a photo.
Aaron,
would say it's a
read.
photo as
Aaron,
well.
Aaron, read Rule D.
Is that a? Is that?
Can everyone in the
portrait
peanut gallery
mode
tell
there, Alan?
Aaron Armstrong
Sorry?
to read
Is
Rule
that
D?
like portrait mode where the background fuzzes out deeper and deeper and the foreground is?
Well, I wouldn't call it portrait mode. I
Aaron
would
says
call it
real.
shooting with a shallow depth of field.
That's beautiful.
What says Terry?
I'd like to see a Rubik's cube. done.
I go real. That went
Yeah,
back
I'll
to
go
the
with
beginning.
real.
Back
Now
to number one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And there should be.
Okay.
Are you able to
Submit the
check the
answers.
scores somewhere around on the screen somewhere there?
You
Submit the
submit
answers.
answers.
You're going to have to make it smaller to see.
Oh,
You
Terry!
scored 100%.
Oh.
Yay!
Oh, cool.
100%.
That means there's ones in there that people got wrong.
Wrong. Yeah.
Ooh.
Lucky I didn't go with your.
have a
Lucky I
look.
didn't go with the voting of the peanut
See
gallery.
answers.
Okay, so the first one
Fake.
was
CGI.
CGI.
Clint
Yep.
Eastwood's
Oh,
fake.
I said real.
Lights were
I
I
said
fake.
said
real. I got
real on
that
that
wrong.
one.
CGI.
Yeah.
I
And
said real
and
on that one.
and the
What was
I
the
was
crab?
right
What
with
was the
Clint.
crab one? What did you
that
vote
was
for that
real.
one, Terry?
Real.
I said
Photo.
photo. for that
Photo.
one.
You got that right.
See, I got them all right.
You
I
got
told-
them all right.
I told you,
No,
Alan,
I'm just
that
saying
there
I
was
got it
something.
right. I got it wrong.
There was something wrong with those bulbs. It just didn't look right.
Oh, that
There
was
something-
fun.
Oh.
What did you say? What did you say about the Clint Eastwood one?
That's
I said that
fake.
CGI.
CGI.
You said it was fake, Terry. Did you?
Yeah.
You
I
voted
said
for
that was a
right, okay.
drawing.
See,
Yeah, I
the
wasn't
green,
sure
the
about
green
that one.
times CGI, the green circle and the blue circle's photo.
And what about the lights, Terry? What did you say about
They're
that?
fake. They were
CGI.
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 Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Me and
And
Alan
there
thought
was
it
me
real.
thinking that I thought they were real, but you
Yeah.
know, This is the problem, though, that computer generated imagery is so good these days that it is actually really difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, the room scene that's CGI, I've seen that because it's become very common for companies that make furnishings and the like now to just render the whole thing.
Yeah. What your room's going to look like and all the rest of it, right?
Yeah, because it's rather than actually putting stuff in a room and photographing it, they just CGI it because it's so expensive to build the sets and dress the set and do everything to take a couple of photos and then strip it all down and build another set. You might as well just render the whole thing virtually and do it that way.
I've got one wrong, and
I've got a question in the side chat.
I've got 3 wrong.
You got that wrong.
For you guys in the panel or out in the side chat, am I cranky?
No.
Nope.
In the peanut gallery, am I cranky? Have I been cranky? Have I ever been cranky?
Who said you're cranky?
Oh, somebody thinks I'm cranky.
I think you're fake.
You think I'm fake?
You're cranky.
CGI.
I think you're cranky today.
Aaron, we were in the middle of a game.
I just think you're just your normal grumpy self, Terry. No, I'm only joking. No, you're not. No, you're not grumpy.
Aaron doesn't know Rule D.
Rule D is referred to Rule 1.
There are no rules, Aaron. This is the Aussie perspective. Why do we need rules?
God love us.
If we never know the rules, being here is a risk.
Is he whining again?
Yeah.
Always whining.
Look, so just what about if we just let it go? Just stop.
He didn't come here to be berated.
No, it's all right. Aaron was a little bit late. He didn't know what was going on, so I think realistically,
and Sheepy didn't notice that he was getting spoken to.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I was watching the Zoom stream to catch up with what was happening instead of
in the peanut gallery.
You didn't. Yeah.
Hello, Darkman.
Well, I think I got 70%, so I fall within sort of like the 50 to 70%.
Did anyone in the peanut gallery get them all?
That's still better than what the Flurf did on Fight the Flat Earth Casual. He got 50%.
He got 50%.
All right.
So, and as Team Skeptic said, you look at 50%.
Mippet thinks that you got them all right. I don't know. What's your proof?
Yeah, Team Skeptic said 50%. That's a guess because that's half right and half wrong.
I got 70%.
Yeah.
I get 67 when I did it before. Not that one, but the same idea.
I got no idea why I got them all right. I must just know me pictures and things like that.
You're so clever.
Oops! Sorry, I shouldn't have that screen up at the moment.
Just rub it into everyone. I got the line wrong.
You want to do the other one, Terry?
Yeah, but to be honest, that picture was actually a screenshot of me already doing it yesterday.
I got the line one wrong. I got the bedroom wrong, and the Zippo.
Mippet says I was amazing.
You look at the Zippo though. That's unbelievable.
Good.
Like it really does look like.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be honest here, so people know I'm not cheating.
I know it's fake by the wheel because there's no flint marks on the wheel.
This score here that I've got there now. That is not from tonight. This is from yesterday.
Check for your suck.
What's that?
Check for your suck in Discord.
Okay, if no one realises I cheated, well,
it's
away.
all right. We know, Terry.
I'll get away.
We're not ignoring you.
Yeah.
Let's go to the other one.
Is there another one?
Oh yes, there is.
Yeah. No, see how we're going.
Let me try.
Easy CGI.
No.
Can we get to it a wee bit quicker this time?
That's fake because look, it's got it in there. It's got writing all over it. It's clever, that.
Real or fake?
Real.
No, I'm in lag. Hang on.
No, actually, it was fake.
No, it wasn't.
Fake.
Yeah, that's fake.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Fake.
Real.
Fake.
You go, Alan. You pick.
Oops, that was a real one.
Fake.
Thanks for the update, Pip.
Fake.
This is the one I did yesterday too. It's
Fake.
67.
Finger's real,
fake,
but the
fake,
little thing
fake.
Fake.
is fake.
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 Real.
No,
Oh,
definitely fake.
Fake.
That's actually a British That's actually a British
Real.
aircraft
Fake.
as well.
Fake.
No,
Real.
that's an owl, Alan.
Real.
Oh.
Real.
Fake.
Real one.
Fake.
Fake.
Real.
Fake.
Real.
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 Sorry, I didn't hear what Terry said.
Fake.
It's gotta be fake. I'm on lag. What the hell am I watching
Real.
YouTube for? I'm not trying to keep
Fake.
up with you.
Fake.
Fake.
No Pippi.
Fake.
Can't remember. Real.
Fake.
Man, you're going fast. Fake.
Fake.
So
Photoshop.
fake.
Yay.
Bloody hell.
Fake.
Fake.
Real.
Fake.
I'll get these wrong.
Oh, the clouds.
Fake.
Real.
So,
Fake.
so I'll just
That's real.
point out that Terry's on 64%, just saying fake.
They're all fake. He's saying they're all fake.
That was
Yeah.
real.
Real.
No, fake.
Are you going fake again, Terry?
Fake.
Yeah, I'm
Say
going fake
fake.
again, yeah.
Real.
Oh, that was a real one.
That's
I
real.
got
Right.
60%
Yay.
by saying fake.
Sorry.
Yeah, just by saying
I got
fake, yeah.
67.
The
was
score
gonna
is
say that's real.
fake.
Yeah.
It's all fake. Don't lie now.
It was all
Oh,
computer
Terry's
generated
pretending to be a
images. Technically, they were all computer generated images.
Yeah.
Well, no, because some of those could have actually been photographed with a
Yeah, if you go
film
back.
camera.
Yeah, but
originally,
we're on a computer.
and it was then digitized.
But
That's
yeah,
right, that's,
Alan,
that's computer.
Alan, did it go through your GPU?
Well, yeah, of course. It was,
Yeah, so it's fake.
it was
Yeah,
displayed on
exactly.
It's not.
It's CGI then.
It's CGI.
Exactly.
Can't you
But then in that case,
Wait a
if
minute,
the
wait a
if
minute.
you're looking at a
Phil's
photo
trying
that's
to
gone through your GPU,
Phil's
is
trying to
it
talk.
CGI or is it fake?
No,
Phil's,
fake
Phil's
then.
trying to talk.
What's Phil saying?
I said, can't you photograph photograph a fake picture?
A photograph of a photograph, because that makes the photograph real.
Yeah, it does. It's not not CGI then, is it?
No, that's kind of how they used to. That's kind of how they used to do it before the invention of digital graphics.
Yeah.
Whereby
in which case
they would.
then, in which case then, is it any photos you take with your phone? They're CGI, right?
Yeah, technically they are. Yeah.
Well, yes, because you can't.
Unless
any
you use a
photo
film.
that's taken with a digital camera is technically CGI because
No,
it's generated by a computer.
No.
Yeah. So if you take a photo with a film camera,
that's not the
that's not
definition
CGI.
of CGI.
I
Not
know,
the
but we're.
definition of CGI.
I know.
Yeah, but it's computer generated, isn't it?
No, it's can't grasp idea.
Look what you started now, Phil. For goodness sake.
We're arguing amongst ourselves.
What have you started? We can't finish it. All answers are fake. How can we get to the end of this argument?
They had a picture there of that building that looks like Italian or Greek building. Right?
Yeah.
They said it's fake, and when they
Yeah.
showed
Yeah.
you the picture, all they did was remove two people.
Yeah,
Or
that's
put two
CGI.
people in
That's
or
what they
something.
call
And they
CGI.
made all the
But that's-
like the cathedral really nice in Photoshop clean.
So that's not real or fake. That's what you call
They
Photoshop.
just
That's Photoshop.
They just cloned out two people, but it's
Yeah.
still not a photograph as it was taken in the camera. It's been
It's not
manipulated
original. No,
Yeah,
it's
to
not
remove.
original.
exactly.
It's,
I mean,
it's
it's-
not just. It's not just had global adjustments made to contrast or stuff like that. They've literally gone out and changed pixels in it.
Mm.
Yeah, they took people out of it, but technically the photo's still true. 'Cause it's the
So
true picture.
over here, you have to have your BCE or your HSC to get into uni. In Pomeland, do you have to have A levels to get into uni?
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
you usually have to have
high qualifications.
I think usually the minimum is 3 at grade C or above, but there are other routes because for some degrees, especially, you might have done a business and technician education council certificate at level 3, which is the equivalent of 3 A levels.
And some of the top ones won't take you unless you've got top A marks because that
Yep.
looks good on paper for them.
So,
Yeah,
some universities for some courses require you to have 5 A levels at A star.
Yeah, just to keep their statistics up.
Ah,
That's all.
Flat Earth
Yeah.
is understood.
Yeah.
Have we got any more?
We had a couple struggling with physics, and I'm just wondering because they let them do physics at uni, but they didn't do physics at A levels. They only did physics at O level, and I think that's
Right? Yeah, you would.
not enough.
Yeah. What
I
physics
wouldn't have
would you
thought
learn
would
at
have got.
bachelor?
Yeah, that was the word I was looking at. Manipulation. Yeah, the photo's been
Yeah.
manipulated. Yeah.
Um,
It's not fake. It's just been manipulated.
Yeah,
There's a difference between fake and manipulated.
Good point.
Yeah, Phil, I would be surprised if any British university would admit a student onto a physics course.
Yeah.
A
Without
degree
A-level
in
physics,
a degree
yeah.
in a degree in A level in physics without at least A level chemistry and A level maths.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
A decent level. And then you'd probably expect them to have chemistry and something else as well.
Yeah, no, this is a bit surprising. They got maths, but they didn't have physics, and I'm thinking, and so they're struggling with some of the concepts. They're okay with the maths, but the physics is just
The physics course, because you do an awful lot of stuff at you cover an awful lot of ground at A level, essentially preparing you for an A level for a physics degree course.
Yeah, that's right. But if you don't have it, and the thing about it is that half my students are engineers, and I'm thinking you don't have a hope if you can't, if you haven't got the basics, then you're going to waste my time going back. I'm thinking if they really should have a remedial class for those who didn't do physics, or don't let them in if they haven't done physics.
Yeah, I mean, on a physics, it depends. I guess it depends on if you're doing a class that is physics for engineers.
Yeah.
Compared with somebody doing an undergraduate degree in physics.
Yeah. Okay. So we do the first year is really common to all of them. So.
Yeah. Because I mean,
you branch off in second year.
Yeah, I mean.
So there's scientists, physics, physicists, there's engineers, physicists and engineers, and even some people who are even doing architecture, believe it or not, still doing physics.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would hope an architect has a good understanding of physics when they're doing all their building loads, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, I mean, when I went to university, I did it as a mature student after serving in the RAF, and I was admitted based on my BTEC level 3 qualification that I got through the Royal Air Force.
It wasn't the AR-47, AR-15 you're carrying and pointing at the head there, Alan.
No. I wouldn't have carried an AR-15. We were still using.
I know you wouldn't.
We were still using the good old L1A1 self-loading rifle at that point.
SLR, yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, the SLR.
Big, heavy old things.
Big holes, not little holes.
Yeah.
You really don't argue with the man with the SLR.
Yeah, my dad had a 303, but when we came to Australia, they stole it off him at customs.
Way. Lee Enfield, the old Lee Enfield 303s.
That's what he
I
had.
shot a few of them as a teenager when I was in the cadets.
Yeah, so did I.
and then somebody managed to blow one up, so we had to stop using. So we had to stop using the number 4 Enfield.
Look before you play it. It's only 3 minutes though, or 3.5.
Is that the one from Glober, Mum?
No.
Another one.
I had A levels when I went to.
It's an interesting turn of the situation arising.
Ni hao, blood. Good morning.
That one.
Oh,
Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had A levels.
Listen to it first, though,
college.
Terry.
I had A levels when I went to college, but they wouldn't let me in.
I can't
so
listen
got
to it
let
without
in.
anyone else listening to it unless I mute the panel.
Oh.
Mute the panel.
Yeah, just
Nothing quite like a wood fire on a blustery, cold day. If only we had some beer skis. Afraid not. Onto the ice cube soup. Count of safety reasons. Well, that is toasty. Now, I know the old adage is when in panic, when in doubt, yell in circles, scream and shout.
Okay. So somebody just putting a word out there about it all.
Yeah, well, it's.
Talk to you guys in a minute.
Righto.
Okay.
AEV is he's a big YouTuber. He's pretty cool.
Okay, cheers.
Righto.
See you, Phil.
Later.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You should be able to get away with everything.
How'd you find it?
I've been watching him for years.
Fake.
Sorry.
I've been watching him for years before I found Flat Earth.
I thought we had more fake or photos to do, but we'll have.
Yeah, I quite agree.
I could do it with some of mine, but I haven't got them sorted out so that I can show them quickly and easily in succession.
Yeah, I know. That's okay.
Right, that's your homework for next time then.
And they're all pictures of aeroplanes, so a lot of
Pip will be really pleased.
Yeah,
Would love
Pip
that.
would
Yeah,
be
let's do
really
that.
happy.
Pip would enjoy that.
Yeah.
No, now.
Fake gun or real gun?
Bang! Ow. You hadn't answered. Hey, you hadn't answered. Is that real or fake, mate? Can't answer me. That must have been real.
Play.
You can't, you got no head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ni hao, blood.
You ain't shooting.
Good morning. Nothing quite like a wood fire on a blustery, cold day. If only we had some beer skis. Afraid not. Onto the ice cube soup. Count of safety reasons. Well, that is toasty. Now, I know the old adage is when in panic, when in doubt, yell in circles, scream and shout. But it's gonna be okay, boys. Swine flu, avian flu, N1H1, what was the other one? SARS. I did them all. Traveled to Poo, Lick Dong, Ding Dong Airport. It was fantastical because there was nobody there, and I also managed to negotiate a wee slice of the pie, some danger pay. I kept going back, couldn't get enough. So, if you're worried about the Spanish influenza of 1914, it's gonna be okay. What they're trying to do here, well, the only difference between all those previous ones and nowadays is the media. And the media, we're in such a state that it's all about your eyeballs. So if and they can get some conjecture going, some conflict, some ridiculous headlines for you in order to click just to get angry about it, they're winning. And by they, I don't know who it is. I defer to the wisdom. Jesus, that's freaking hot. I defer to the wisdom of Dennis Miller, well, maybe Dennis Miller, Frank Miller, Dark Knight, Batman, brilliant artist, writer. He took a long spell off to try and find the worldwide conspiracy, came to the conclusion that there ain't no conspiracy, it's just a bunch of dullards like you and me trying to make their way in the world. Ain't no worldwide conspiracy. So, I'm here to tell you, partner, it's gonna be okay. Wash your friggin' hands. The reason why there's more flu in the wintertime than in the summertime is because viruses cannot live on their own, and they cannot be dispersed other than through fluids. In the summertime, the spittle dries up quicker, so you get less contagion in the summer. We're coming into the summertime. It's gonna be okay. And also, wash your friggin' face so you don't get those fecal coliforms in your mouth hole. There's a reason when you go to when you go to a vegetarian country, you don't eat the meat. I now know what fill your boots actually means working in India. So I've been all over the world. Not a problem. Wash your freaking hands and just follow instructions of regular level-headed people. There ain't no need to go out and buy up the store of toilet paper. Shit tickets ain't gonna save you, partner. I didn't understand they were wrapping around their head like a turban or what. I don't know. I don't judge. As far as I'm concerned and my family's concerned, we wash our hands. It's gonna be okay. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the March break. Oh, also, bloody great idea of the government to sequester people for 14 days after travel. That's brilliant, because I'm going to go on holidays, and then I don't have to work for an additional 14 days because I'm not allowed to go into work. Fucking brilliant. Scores.
That's okay.
That's
Oh.
Yeah, sheeples.
Are
It's
they still
all right.
muted? Are we-
No.
Rule 3.
It's all right,
Rule
Nippet.
1.
No, Rule D is Rule Rule 1.
Bad Nippet.
I wrote them.
No, Terry's rules.
Yeah, I wrote
See,
Terry's
Rule
rules.
1.
I made
Yeah,
it.
that was
No, I dictated the rules and Sheeple
Yeah,
wrote them.
I made the whatever you call it, the thumbnail. So
for people
Yeah.
that were interested. That was AVE. He's a he does a lot of different stuff. He pulls tools apart. He tells you how crap they are and how good they are. He's got a CNC machine that he actually does stuff for his Patreons and stuff like that. He actually, yeah, he's a pretty good channel. It's he's been around for absolutely ages, but
No, you got one too many rules.
Have I?
Yeah.
Which
You
one?
should just have two. You should have two. Number 1, Terry's word is final. Number
Right.
2, see Rule 1.
no, it has to be D.
you're getting the D.
So I just
Or
like
you
to
could just put Terry number 1, Rule 1. See Rule 1. That's all you got to put, really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Rule 1.
So-
See Rule 1.
So Terry, how much are you paying your channel artists? Just wondering.
Well, I just gave him a pay rise.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Peanuts.
100% pay rise.
Yep.
Yep.
That's
What's 100%
fantastic.
of nothing?
Donuts.
What's 5 divided by 6?
I was just going to say the exact same thing, sheeple.
I was going to say, you can work the first week for nothing, and then the second week, I'll double your wage.
I was going to use
And
Riley's
the third
math
week,
and
I'll
say
treble your wages.
I'm giving you 5 of something times 0, and you'll still have the 5.
So I bring my 5 and you times it by 0.
Yep.
But I still get to keep my 5.
Yeah.
Sounds like a win to me.
Only get 0.
Not a gain, just a win.
Oh, Ali B's live.
Oh well.
No joy.
There goes the
Never
neighbourhood.
Let's all go.
What else have we got? I've got a couple
Ali
of
B
videos.
is live and what?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Nothing here to see. Move on.
Yeah,
please.
nothing to see
move
here.
on.
Oh,
In other words, don't care.
Okay. I got no idea what this one's about.
In the past, I can tell you that these surprisingly massive birds are occasionally pretty terrifying. They're undoubtedly beautiful, fascinating creatures though, but in the past, members of the swan genus, Cygnus, actually grew to even larger and more intimidating sizes. The largest swan species alive today, the trumpeter swan, is known to attain wingspans of between 185 and 250 centimeters, or about 6 to 8 feet, though the largest ever recorded individual managed to reach just over 3 meters. These swans also generally weigh between 9.5 and 12.7 kilograms, making it one of the heaviest flying animals around today. But the giant swan, Cygnus falconeri, probably weighed about 16 kilograms, had a wingspan likely over 3 meters wide, and reached over 2 meters in length, while trumpeter swans rarely get to over 1.8 meters. Interestingly though, despite the clearly overall larger general dimensions of the extinct swan, there was actually a mute swan individual that got far heavier than Cygnus falconeri and all other living swans. This unit apparently weighed an astonishing 23 kilograms, but it's unclear if it would still have been able to fly at that size. Just goes to show that there will always be exceptional individuals of a species that will push beyond the established dimensional ranges. Something to keep in mind when looking at rarely fossilized extinct animals that have a poor, likely unrepresentative sample size. But anyway, the remarkable Cygnus falconeri was still a big bird. Fossils of this species have been found in Pleistocene-aged rocks in Malta and Sicily, and they've been able to give paleontologists a pretty decent insight into what the bird was like. In a 1982 paper that examined its skeletal anatomy in detail, it was found that this giant swan was, perhaps not all that surprisingly, more swan-like than goose-like, as had previously been thought by some. Additionally, it more closely resembled whooper swans than mute swans in the shape of its legs and head, and so this paper states that, unlike in older works in which this bird was thought of as a giant mute swan, it's more appropriate to think of this creature as a scaled-up whooper. This publication also questioned the possibility of flightlessness in the giant swan species too, pointing out that at the sizes it reached, it would certainly have been much more limited in its flying abilities than any living swan, apart from that unit of a mute swan of course. Plus, as it was an island species, this could encourage flightlessness if there was a lack of large ground predators. This question of ground predators is actually quite an old one, with the original describer of this extinct swan species noting that the fragmentary, broken up nature of the fossils could be an indication of large predatory species having been present at some point in the environment. However, in another publication, the person who first excavated the fossils from Malta noted the unusual absence of large predator remains, evidence which could support a limited or complete lack of flight ability in the giant swan. There are also anatomical details of the ankle joint in Cygnus falconeri which have been found to look more like the whooper swan than the mute swan, leading to some interesting conclusions as to its walking abilities. The whooper is known to walk with a bit more elegance on land compared to the mute, and as the giant swan shares some of the ankle features, it seems it was also quite well suited to a terrestrial life. There are other additional useful anatomical comparisons that can be made between Cygnus falconeri and living waterfowl which enable a deeper insight into how this giant lived too. By looking at the ratio between the length of the middle digit and the length of the tarsometatarsus, a fused lower leg bone in birds, of the mute swan, whooper swan and white-fronted goose, it was found that the ratio gradually decreases in these animals. This decrease shows that there's a progressively greater adaptation to moving about on land, with mute swans being least suited for this and the geese being most suited. And this terrestrial capability also links into their diets, with mutes feeding mainly on aquatic plants, whoopers feeding on a mix of aquatic and land plants, and the geese feeding mostly on land plants. So where does the giant swan fit into this? Well, its bone ratio is even smaller than that of the white-fronted goose, providing more evidence towards this species indeed being very good at moving about on land and presumably also feeding on terrestrial plants. A strange circumstance would have arisen on the islands of Sicily and Malta during the time that Cygnus falconeri was around. A situation reminiscent of far more ancient times in Earth's history when dinosaurs were larger than most mammals, since the giant swan shared its habitat with a species of dwarf elephant, Paleoloxodon falconeri. These animals are thought to be descended from Paleoloxodon antiquus, the straight-tusked elephant, and to have been affected over time by the evolutionary processes at play on the islands, resulting in a spectacular example of insular dwarfism. The fully grown swans on the islands would have stood a good deal taller than these mammals, which only reached shoulder heights of at most about 97 centimeters, or 3 foot 2 inches. However, the elephants were still far heavier than the birds, achieving weights of over 300 kilograms. The reason for the Maltese and Sicilian biota being so similar around these times is thought to have been due to how the sea levels changed during glacial periods, connecting Malta to Sicily at certain points in time and allowing organisms to move across and onto the smaller island. It would have been quite something to witness these unusual ecosystems of Pleistocene Malta and Sicily, but sadly the giant swans, along with their tiny elephant acquaintances, are no more. It's been proposed that perhaps severe changes in the climate or the introduction of new predators or competitors could be to blame for the extinction of Cygnus falconeri, however it's not known for certain. What is certain is that a special part of life on Earth was lost with the death of the last giant swans. But, unlike other extinct animals we've covered on this channel, fortunately this organism still has some very close relatives that survive to this day, and hopefully will continue to live on far into the future.
Cake and coffee in Discord later, maybe.
Before we end the video, just a quick announcement that next Saturday, the 14th of March, Doug and I will be at the Atom Science Festival in Oxfordshire doing a sort of YouTube workshop. So if you're in the area then and feel like meeting us, you're welcome to. The details of the event will be in the description. Also, we've recently uploaded another exclusive video to our Patreon of a failed expedition we took part in to search for some seals in a local harbour. Things went quite badly wrong on that trip, but it's still quite entertaining. You can get access to this video and others for as little as $2 a month if you'd like to. Well, I really hope you enjoyed this video on such a remarkable extinct bird. And a big thank you to our Patreon supporters, especially our Dinosaur tier supporters Nicole Bueno, Harry Everett and Dominic Bathy. If you would like to find out more about our world, its history, and the wonderful life that surrounds us all, please feel free to subscribe to the channel if you think we deserve it, and if you would like to see more from us.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Thinking?
I'm thinking. Maybe.
When he said giant, I was expecting like a 7-foot bloody swan.
Yeah,
Hey, if you
kind
see
of
a
a bit
giant swan in the
deceiving, isn't it?
Just a wee bit.
See a giant swan in the horizon, does it disappear from the bottom up?
Of course it does.
But you see this massive swan, and then you see this tiny elephant taking a drink by the water. You're like,
That's optical refraction that would do that.
Oh yes, perspective.
Perspective.
What's Davros been? Oh, is that not Davros? That's they and them. Oh, that's Davros though.
Is that you, Dave?
No, I got to get this.
Is that you, Dave?
Is that you, Dave?
Dave.
Dave's not here, man.
My name's Dave.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Listen to me.
Hi, Travis.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Dave's not here.
They and them put this in Discord.
Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, I'll claim that is a bad.
Who is it?
I'm an ass wet.
Status was an ass twat.
There's another one that he's done too, Terry.
Why are you gonna delete your Discord, Jerry?
No, the link is going to delete the link in a minute.
This message will self-destruct in
That's not what That's not what I typed. My Discord will delete after 1 minute. Oh, sorry. It should have been my link to Discord.
He's clever.
Clever.
You're too quick, Theory. You can't make a mistake. Not even one letter, one iota, one piece, one nada, zip.
This Discord will delete in 1 minute.
There. You happy now?
Yeah.
Please stay connected. To lose your eardrums.
Loon
And-
is just, but
Oh.
depends the size of the bottom.
If we're really
Theory, a man of his word, the message is gone. Gone forever.
deleted.
There.
So if Casman bends over,
That's what
does that
I
mean
should have
he'll-
read, isn't it?
he'll
Link to my
disappear
Discord
from the
will
bottom
delete after
upwards?
1 minute. That still sounds the same.
We're still talking.
No,
over
that's
each other.
that's perfect. Link
Right.
to my Discord.
Right.
Before
Now you're
my
giving
Discord
them
will
another minute.
Yeah, give him another minute.
Message refracted.
But did it disappear from the bottom up? His message.
No, it kind of fell over the edge all at
Yeah,
once.
it's suffering from
It
compression.
hit the ice wall.
Yeah.
It sunk.
Do we want any more Nathan Thompson?
I don't know. I don't.
No.
Yeah,
I don't know,
Somebody
Terry.
somebody gave me the link.
I did, but it was ages ago.
It's a bit long.
No, do we have to listen to him?
Oh, let me find. Oh, our mate. Yeah,
That's better.
Owen's about to start.
Oh no.
That's much better. Pipinori.
Oh yeah, that will work.
Laurie
Yeah, that's
said, "Damn
true.
you guys!" What, Laurie?
This
What
is
do we
all-
do now, Laurie?
Damn you guys.
Terry, it's been a minute. It's been a
Hello,
minute,
Laurie.
Terry.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Boom.
That was a
Disappeared.
minute.
Right on my command. Did you see that? I hope everyone saw that.
John Rapp joined.
We are
GPS
Terry.
joined. I better give you a roll.
We should all call ourselves Terry
Yeah, they got a roll.
and put
Yeah,
on
Terry.
put on the same
roll.
profile picture.
Welcome GPS and John Rapp. Who else joined?
I think we're getting a no. A no.
I got a calling bullshit. I've heard that name somewhere
Alan,
around
Yeah,
Touch before.
yeah. Leave calling bullshit in there. He's not too bad.
Perfect,
Okay.
Alan. Perfect.
If anyone else didn't catch the Discord link, let me know.
Alan, tell them why we can't watch Nathan anymore.
Because he's a child shouter.
Long one.
No, but that was almost appropriate.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
And also because it's impossible.
It's
It's
impossible.
impossible.
Exactly. That's why we can't watch Nathan anymore.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Hey,
B.
I'm
I
changing my
resemble
name.
that remark.
Hey,
I resemble
Ter-
that man.
are you looking for something that's not quite what we'd normally watch, but still?
Hey, we got an Irish Stewie in Discord.
Nothing to do
Hey,
with
Yay, Irish stew!
hey.
What?
very
Okay.
cool.
Terry, would you be interested in a video that's about jet fuel's hoax?
I was just reacting for.
Oh, okay.
I was just reacting for.
Oh, was you? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. What about jet fuel? What is it's
Jet fuel is a hoax.
Jet fuel's
Hi,
a
Parrot.
hoax?
Yeah,
Is it really?
apparently.
It's compressed air. All right. That's how they travel 6 hours from here to Japan.
And who
Alibi's
brung
not
this one
live.
out?
Logicked did it.
Oh, Logicked. I thought I had a
it's-
Logicked in me Discord chill.
Yeah, you do. It runs for about 23 minutes.
Give me a look. Give me
So
a
it's
look.
right at that
How far
that
up the
length. It's
list is
probably a bit long for you, but
it? Where are we? Yeah, it must have been posted a while ago.
a full day ago.
I like how ancient civilizations were smarter than 21st century flat earthers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, jet fuel hoax. Yeah, I'll grab that.
You got 22 subscribers in the
Hello,
stream.
ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Dr. Cloud.
Hello.
What in the hell?
What in the name?
It's funny.
Cloud Albers, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness.
It's
Why
pretty.
ex-researcher.
That
Oh,
freaked me
good
out.
God.
That freaked me out.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
It doesn't matter. It freaked me out.
An anti-gravity engine.
Oh, yes.
And yes, Alan, I read
wanted
your
to put one of them in
internal
my
chat.
car the other day.
More
Is that a
airplanes
yes
than
then for
motorbikes.
later?
Yeah, in Discord for coffee and cake.
Yeah.
Lunzag says more airplanes
well,
than motorbikes.
Don't want to
What
completely
time is
stop
it anyway
himself to the-
here? 11:30. We've been going for 7 hours and 31 minutes.
Is that all?
That's a
What
short
do you mean,
one.
is that all? I started early today.
Started on time, Terry.
If you
Yeah, Aaron, and you're in the peanut gallery still. I started on time today. How much do you owe me?
It almost... like, I was sitting there, I was like, no, he can't be starting within 20 minutes of what he said, and then just like, oh my
Well, I had to
goodness.
sleep in. Assuming that he wasn't. No,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. Like a couple more hours, right? You know.
And he cheated.
Terry hit the snooze button. on
cheated.
you, but,
Yeah.
He tweeted Logic and he didn't reply, Demon Orb. Well, I won't tell you that he replied to me.
don't tell him that, Peter.
I won't tell him.
Don't tell him that.
I didn't tweet him. I didn't tweet him
Because
though. I'll be
because
honest.
yeah.
I messaged him on his Discord.
Oh, you shouldn't tell him that either, Peter. Make sure you don't tell him that, right? Promise
well,
me you won't.
I won't tell him. Shh.
All right, good.
But if he asks, I can give him a link.
I like what John Raps just put. An anti-gravity engine is a rocket, isn't it?
Or a balloon.
It's really against gravity. It's anti-gravity. It doesn't like it.
Or a balloon until the air runs out.
I reckon we should abolish gravity and just have anti-gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just have gravity when we need it.
Exactly. So
Gravity switch,
don't
right?
float away.
A switch.
course, yeah.
That's it, sheeple.
The switch. Just
A
turn it on.
switch.
I have one on my motorbike. I have an anti-gravity switch, so when I go over a jump, I can actually press the button and I float in the air.
Yeah, well,
That's very
D Marble thinks it exists when he was talking about the space hotel being built and mocking SciManDan. He says, "Oh right, so we've invented gravity machines now, and we just turn on the switch."
Yeah, I
Yes.
know what
It's
dickhead.
like, what?
Yeah.
What? The first thing Alan said was, you know, when we
What?
mentioned the space hotel, he said it's just because it'll be rotating and creating the 9.82. It's exactly what it does, you know, exactly what it does, you know. But no,
What did you ever say?
D Marble thinks it's just a switch that we choose to turn on or not. It's like
Oh yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
somewhere out there's a power station with the gravity switch. Do not turn this off. Do not turn this off unless the case of emergencies.
Yeah, please.
See
don't turn
Terry,
this
rule
off.
1.
Yeah. So
Well,
what's
this will make it
about
easy
then?
for Stewie to drop his music stuff now if he's in Discord. We'll be able to keep an
That's
eye on
awesome.
him.
Yeah, well done.
Planet
That's
X
cool.
researcher.
Okay. I'm just waiting for the P word.
Oh, play.
Play.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Dr. Claudia Elbers. No, not Dr. Piltia Elpers. I've decided to disagree with Google and trust my lying brain.
I am Dr. Claudia Albers,
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Planet X researcher and professional physicist. And today I'd like to bring to you another one of my articles. This one's entitled, "The Jet Engine is an Anti-Gravity Engine. It uses air as fuel."
Yep, I did not realize that Dr. Claudia Elbers here had a video about the jet fuel hoax. A lot of you will remember that I made a video, actually a 2-part video about that quite a while ago, and I kind of thought that was it for that, but apparently this is more widespread than I thought.
Now, I have recently watched several videos where I noticed that the slow speed at which turbines within jet engines turn and the ease with which planes get into the air.
Slow speed. They run at like tens of thousands of RPM. So what could you be talking about here? Well, you say you watched a video, and that immediately gets me concerned because, well, let's face it, a lot of the conspiracy theories that come out of your corner of YouTube basically revolve around not knowing how cameras work. So let's go watch a video of a jet turbine starting up and running, and we'll see how slow it actually goes. So here's a video with 1 million views. You probably watched this one. Maybe other ones too, but probably this one. I've also seen this one before during my work on the last jet fuel video. So at first we can see it's totally stationary. It starts going real slow, a little bit faster. At that point, it looks like it stops just briefly. Now, why do you think it does that? It starts speeding up, and then it stops. Or at least superficially, it kind of looks like it stops. This is a really important question. This is going to determine how we interpret the rest of this video. Now, the question, Claudia, is did it actually stop? Was it actually standing still? Well, you can see that it didn't actually stop. The brightness of the blades was changing. The blades were clearly moving. While it was stopped, each individual blade that you saw was actually multiple different blades being swapped out with each other. Very strange thing to happen in real life. It would be kind of concerning. Fortunately, this isn't real life. This is a video. And videos have frame rates in frames per second. The fan there also has something like a frame rate, revolutions per second. So I don't know what the frame rate is there, let's say 30. The camera is taking 30 different images every second. So what happens if, say, for a full second, for 30 pictures, that fan is turning at such a speed that at any given point, each one of those fan blades is in the same place that it was in the previous picture? The answer is obviously that it's not going to look like it's turning at all, because the fan blade is in the same place as it was before. If it's not in exactly the same place, but it's pretty close, it'll look like it's barely moving. And now what if instead of the same fan blade being in the same place in every picture for a second, in every one of those pictures, a different fan blade is in the same place? Well, the structure's still not going to look like it's moving, but because in each frame you have a different fan blade in any given position, and each individual blade has a slightly different coloration, a slightly different amount of wear or dirt on it or whatever, it's going to look like the fan blades are changing brightness, which is exactly what we see. So just to be absolutely clear with you, professional physicist, in case it wasn't clear already, this in no way means that the fan suddenly stopped dead in its tracks for a little while. So now that we understand this process and we understand that cameras can be deceptive in this way, let's move forwards and see what happens as it goes faster. Okay, we can see it picking up speed, and it still doesn't look that fast. But given what I've just told you, you should be considering whether the speed that is apparent in the 30 frames per second that you have available.
If she's an astrophysicist, she would know that the applied force could not stop because the energy would have to dissipate somewhere else, i.e. the shaft would snap.
She's a Planet X researcher as well.
Yeah.
She's been into this Planet X thing so long now that her brain is basically completely fried. I don't believe anything.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Poor girl. Yeah. She's lost the plot, you mean?
Yeah, well, simple as that. She's an idiot.
Planet X is late. By the way,
late.
It was 2012. No, 2015. No. It's 2020 now. Now what? It's out there, man.
Oh dear, poor gal. She's really lost it then.
They still do the new Bury News updates, don't they? They still do them.
It's just running late due to it set its clock to southeastern
Cloth time.
No, I was going to say summer southeastern universe time. Oh, that's the one.
Aha.
And she's from the southern hemisphere, so I mean that's even worse, isn't it?
Oh,
I believe she's South African.
All right.
University.
Oh, so she's Carl's fault then.
She's what? She's,
yeah.
She's not ours, Carl.
Carl. Sort her out.
She's not ours.
Sort her out, Carl.
Hey, come on! If I have to go see Paige, you can go see her.
You're off to see Paige.
You
I
don't have to
sympathise
go
with
see
you.
Paige.
I'm taking Bandy. We all good.
Yeah, Bandy.
Do you want some earplugs?
That's such a brilliant idea, Peter. It really is.
It'll be fun because me and Bandy can get on the terps afterwards.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. It's like win-win.
No matter what, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be play.
in the camera is the actual speed that you would measure in the continuous real world. What I mean is, if you had a camera with 1 billion frames a second, would you still see that appearing slow? Or would you see this thing undergoing many, many, many more revolutions per second than you see it doing in a 30 frames per second camera? So now we see the fan start moving forward pretty quickly, and then reverse direction completely and move backwards until it stops again and starts moving forwards again. And backwards. And forwards. And backwards. And we pan over to the people who are running the engine. Now, what is the most likely possibility here? That this fan is spinning up in speed, and the multiples of its revolutions per second are changing over time relative to the frame rate of the camera, thus making it appear to move at different speeds at different times, like I described before when it stopped. Or that these engines seriously run by spinning up kind of, and then going backwards, and then going forwards, and then backwards and forwards and backwards. Is it more likely that this camera is perfectly capturing continuous infinite frames per second reality, or that it's capturing 30 frames per second and a whole bunch of reality is essentially missing in the video, and that you can't accurately determine the RPM of something that's spinning rapidly if you film it at 30 frames a second? Claudia, what is actually more likely in your opinion? Is it that Planet X is deceiving me? Now, up until what we've seen so far, I think it's pretty reasonable to say that this fan is turning pretty quickly, more quickly than it appears in the camera. But at that point, we were just getting started, so let's skip to the end of the video and see how it looks there. At this point, the fan is moving so fast that it's totally irrelevant what the frame rate on the camera is. You're not going to see the thing going forwards or backwards, because in any given frame, all you see is a blur all the way around. If for some reason you were trying to measure the speed of that fan before, even though you would be doomed to inaccuracy, now you would have no way to even attempt it. All you see is a big black circle. And yet for some reason the assertion is that this fan is running slowly. Well, I have to say it doesn't look all that slow, and there's no other reason to think it is. So, coming back to what I said at the start of this, I really don't know why you think this thing is running slow, unless maybe you just watched this kind of close to the start and you saw that phenomenon where the frame rate doesn't match up to the RPM and decided that means it's actually slow and the camera's perfectly representing reality to you.
It made me wonder how such slow turbine speeds could actually propel an airplane to the correct takeoff speed.
Well, yeah, if that fan was actually sitting there either not moving or moving backwards half the time, I would have to agree with you. Fortunately, though, being a person of the modern world who pays attention to the world, I know at least the very basics of camera functionality. And so, unlike you, I don't have to sit around feeling confused all day.
Since I haven't seen any cooling fans showing any signs of producing a propulsive force.
Cooling fans producing a propulsive force? Why do they have to be cooling fans? Why can't they just be fans?
And they could not have been moving that much slower, and being much smaller, you would expect something if all the turbines were doing was pushing air. And there being only the advantage of that air being heated as jet engines are supposed to do.
And they could not have been moving that much slower and being much smaller. You would expect something if all the turbines were doing was pushing air, and there being only the advantage of that air being heated as jet engines are supposed to do. Am I just being a dumb brain right now, or is that total word salad?
So, when I came across some information relating to how airplane wings do not actually contain any fuel tanks, I was very interested.
Good, that's great. Be interested. I was interested too. Did you think about it? Think about the reasoning presented, the evidence presented, whether it added up, whether the math worked? You're a physicist, right? So you must have done that.
Jet airplanes are supposed to have huge fuel tanks in their wings, but it seems that there is actually nothing but empty space and hydraulics to control the moving parts on the wings inside those wings. And you can see this is a panel that broke off this airplane wing whilst in flight, and where there's supposed to be a fuel tank, a whole wing supposed to be filled with a fuel tank, there's nothing but empty space and hydraulics equipment.
Wow, that's damning evidence. Except those wing flaps look a little big relative to the wing, don't they? In fact, what is all that gray up in the top left corner of the picture? It almost looks like more wing. Okay, you know what? I have to find the full picture. Oh, here we go. Oh, I see. So the main wing is not affected by this at all. In fact, that means that what you're seeing along the left side of the open cavity is the main wing structure, the place where the fuel actually is. Here's a schematic of a 757, and here is another one. Look at that part of the wings on both of them. What do you see there? Well, what you see is that on this particular aircraft, that exact spot where that panel fell off is just behind the main wing box. There's not supposed to be fuel in there, which would explain why there's not. Fortunately, you have all the rest of the wing, which is perfectly intact for the fuel to be in. Also, considering that the fuel is stored in the internal structural wing box, it'd be pretty baffling if an outer panel falling off would lead to fuel leaking out. But because you don't behave like a real scientist, Claudia, because you don't investigate anything, because you don't give a hot goddamn if what you spread on the internet and what you personally believe is actually true, you looked at this one picture, made a judgment, and decided that you understand everything about how planes work. I can only assume mostly because it agrees with your preconceptions about there being massive conspiracies everywhere. So that was pointless. Tell us about the other one.
And you can see a broken airplane wing with, again, no sign of any fuel tank inside it.
Really? You're not seeing any sign at all? Are you feeling all right? Because I see the green wing rib sitting right there. I see the ripped sides of the wing box. Here are some examples of what those look like in production if you need them, but I don't know why you would, Mrs. Physicist. I mean, you'd think before making a video like this, you would have looked up the structure of a wing yourself. Claudia, that green thing is the fuel tank, or at least part of it. You're staring right at it with your eyeballs. You're running your cursor across it while saying at the very same moment that there's no sign of its existence.
Notice that the fuel tank would have had to be made of some hardy material able to remain intact at varying pressures.
Yeah, aluminum alloys, stainless steel, stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff they're made of. Yep.
So there's no sign of any such material inside the wings.
There's no sign of a material? How can you tell what material it is from the picture? All right, what material is it, Claudia? Then? Are you saying this airliner had wings made out of wood? Plastic? Silly putty? What?
There's nothing there. There should be a huge metallic tank in there. It's not there.
You are currently rubbing it with your cursor hand thing. It's a big metal tank. You can fucking see it right there. I mean, is the problem that you don't know that wings have ribs? Is the problem that you don't know that the wing tanks are in sections? Is that the problem? Do you think it has to be one long tank with no separation? Is that... I don't know. I don't know what the problem is, but Claudia, it's right there in front of your face.
There's nothing to contain anything. There's, again, hydraulics there.
My guess would be maybe a fuel inlet for the engine or something like that. But yeah, obviously there's more to getting the fuel system working in an airliner than just having a bare fuel tank. You need mechanisms in there to actually move the fuel around where you need it, obviously.
So jet airplanes seem to actually run on nothing but air, compressed, vortexed air.
Well, that's interesting. So what's compressing the air? Takes a lot of energy to do that. So what's producing the energy?
Which causes lift, or anti-gravity.
Whoa, hey, now. Let's not get too carried away on the language here. I mean, yeah, lift is an opposing force, and it can bring you away from the Earth faster than gravity can bring you towards it. But it doesn't negate gravity. It doesn't free you from the effects of gravity. Lift pushes up against gravity. That's not what anti-gravity means.
And propulsion is invented by the Austrian inventor Victor Schauberger.
I'm wondering if I should research the history of the invention of compressed vortexed air propulsion, whatever that's meant to exactly refer to. But I snuck a peek at the rest of the video, and that is not going to be important.
The jet engine is an anti-gravity engine.
No. See, if you describe lift as anti-gravity, I can at least sort of in some sense see what you're trying to say, as much as I disapprove of the language. But a jet engine is most definitely not anti-gravity. A jet engine doesn't produce lift even. That's not its purpose. A jet engine produces thrust. The wing pulled through the air by that thrust produces lift. Run a jet engine without a wing and it's not going to oppose gravity and float off into space.
This means that someone is running a big scam on all the people who are being led to believe that their jet airplanes need jet fuel to work and are paying for it.
So the assertion is if a jet engine uses compressed vortexed air for propulsion in some way, and also is an anti-gravity engine, then that means for some reason that it cannot need fuel to, for example, compress that air, which is exactly what it uses the fuel for, as well as turning the fan, of course. And therefore it's all make-believe to charge you a little bit more for your plane ticket. Geez, you're making me think I should slap one of these on top of my car. That'd save me an awful lot of fuel. But then again, I don't really want my car to float off to the moon or anything.
So here is Victor Schauberger. And this is Schauberger's impeller engine, which basically uses vortex air and thus concentrates the air or vortexes it inwards.
Vortexes it inwards into the engine room, which is right in front of the passenger room, which is surrounded by the diving chamber. And for some reason, the air that's coming in is labeled water intake. And on the back is a little rudder that says steering. This is a very strange jet engine. Why do we have passengers riding in the jet engine? Oh, right, because this is a submarine design, and you didn't read the words written on it, Claudia. Very professional.
And here are jet engines.
Look at those stupid jet engines. Where are the passengers supposed to sit?
And this turbine actually moves quite slowly. I've noticed that in several videos.
I'm sure you have. It's too bad that none of your, 1,600 scientific articles have been about how cameras work. That might have been useful for you before you started trying to measure the speed of a jet turbine from a 30 frames per second video.
That's what I actually noticed, how slowly these turbines actually move.
I'm not repeating myself again. Hey everybody, how's your day going? Thanks for showing up. I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Can I get you something? A coffee? Pastry? No? All right, well, you just let me know. I'll keep going in the meantime.
I think they move slower than most fans.
Really? Well, that's great, because I just happen to have a fan. I know it's hard to believe, but I have all this kind of sophisticated, expensive equipment. So the real question here to be answered is not really whether the fan on the front of a jet engine moves faster than a fan in my house. The real question is, can I even get an accurate measurement of the speed of the fan in my house, just filming it at normal frame rates? The video we looked at, where that fan seemed to be traveling kind of slowly throughout a lot of it, seems to have just been filmed with a normal camera, so 24 frames a second, 30 frames per second, maybe 60 at the outside. The YouTube video itself was not 60 FPS, but who knows what they filmed it on. I kind of doubt they took a phantom camera and filmed it at like 128,000 frames a second though. So we'll start at 24 frames per second. So to start with, the fan is stopped. I turn it on to setting 1, the slowest setting. You can see that it seems to be turning decently fast. If I zoom into the letters here, you can see that they're turning around and around and around. Turn it on to setting 2, and if we look at the letters, they appear to be moving backwards, not forwards. Clockwise from our perspective is forwards. And then I turn it on to setting 3, and all of a sudden, it's dead slow. In fact, if I look at the letters, you can read them. They're sitting still. They're stretching a bit, they're doing some odd things, but they're basically still and readable. Gotta refocus. I have it set to a really low f-stop just to get more light in, but of course that makes it have a really narrow depth of field, so I have to keep refocusing it whenever I move it. I could use autofocus, but it kind of sucks, at least on this camera. Anyway, now we'll move on to 30 frames per second. It looks pretty different. The level 1 speed is seeming to move backwards at a relatively slow speed. When I switch it to number 2, it briefly seems to stop, and then it starts moving forward, and it still looks like it's pretty slow. Interestingly, while the fan blades seem to move clockwise, the letters seem to move counterclockwise. At least it looks that way to me. Here's a bit of a side view just to see how weird this can get. Disconnected hovering fan blades. Now we switch it up to level 3, and unlike at 24 frames a second, it actually seems to move pretty fast. Those letters are going by in a blur, although they're still clearly distinguishable. And then I turn it off, and as it slows down and syncs and desyncs with the frame rate over and over again, it seems to move forward and backwards and stop and all kinds of stuff. And finally it stops. So you should be getting the idea by now, Claudia. If something's spinning really fast, you should not be trusting the camera to show you absolute reality. Cameras don't record reality as it is. They represent reality technologically, and that technology has limitations. Just in the same way that your eyes and your brain can produce optical illusions, a camera can produce illusions. So when you're looking at photos or videos, you need to take that into account. If you don't take it into account, if you inherently trust the camera in all things, you're going to end up believing some really stupid things, because you're treating what the camera sees as some kind of perfect record, which it is not. I should also point out that that rolling shutter effect that you see with my fan blades getting smeared out across the screen gets less pronounced with the less of your screen that the thing you're filming takes up. And this is because the capturing of the images is done by scanning across and down. So the start and end of each row of pixels are from slightly different points in time, and the top left and the bottom right corner of the frame are from relatively significantly different points in time. So the point being, different parts of the image record how the object looked at different points in time. And so the less of the screen that the object you're concerned with takes up, the less difference in time the distance from the upper left of it to the bottom right of it represents. And so if I move a good distance back from the fan, it takes up a lot less space on the screen, and you can see that that effect is much less pronounced. So don't be surprised that you don't see too much of it in the jet turbine.
Now, Schauberger got his ideas from observing nature. He noticed vortices in nature and noticed that birds did not fly, they were flown. In other words, a bird's movements are meant to cause its surroundings to cause it to be lifted or carried.
Yeah, that's basically true, and that's the same with airplane wings. A bird's movements are meant to cause its surroundings to cause it to be lifted. Yep. Planes produce forward thrust to draw air over the wings, which are shaped in such a way that they create a pressure differential that pushes the airplane up. So it's not that the wing, the bird wing, plane wing, lifts itself. In a vacuum, it wouldn't work. When it's dragged forward through the air, it moves the air in such a way that it causes the air to lift it.
So birds fly as a result of anti-gravity.
Why do you keep saying that? Do you think that lift actually, eliminates gravity? Birds producing lift are still being pulled down by gravity. I really hope you realize that as a physicist.
The gravitational interaction has two parts to it, one attractive and one repulsive. A concentration of gravitational energy at a certain point in the atmosphere creates a repulsive effect so that the matter within, which is where energy is more concentrated, in that space where energy is more concentrated, is repelled away from the surface of the Earth, thus creating lift.
As sure as I am that you as a physicist know better than every other physicist, can you just maybe produce a little demo machine that uses this effect? You seem to understand the effect well enough, you should at least be able to design it. Maybe you don't know about the electronic parts you might need. I think Donnie Daytona was an electrical engineer. And I'm sure there's a fair number of conspiracy theorists, machinists, and engineers, drafters, whatever, on YouTube who could help you out with other parts of the construction. But please, at the end of it, don't just come out with a paper airplane. Because just to be clear, a paper airplane or a bird wing or an airplane wing are not using gravitational repulsion to achieve lift. Anyway, the rest of this is just a bunch of stuff about how water vortices affect gravity, and jet engines create vortices and then they turn into anti-gravity machines, and really all I have to say to it is no. Or if I want to be a little more charitable, I could say prove it, but that's not that interesting of a response, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing it. So I guess that's it for this video. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. If you like the video, give it a like. If you like the channel, subscribe. If you really like the channel and you want to see it continue, please consider supporting it on Patreon or Subscribestar, PayPal, any of the other options at support.logicked.com.
7 different outlets for people to pour money into him. 7 different outlets.
Discord, email list, the usual stuff I say. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and that includes you too, Claudia, and I'll be back soon.
I don't understand where this whole, jet fuel hoax thing has come from. Either that or they're just running out of conspiracy theories. So let's just make some crap up, shall we?
Yeah, I believe she's a lecturer at De Wit University in South Africa.
What?
Lecturing what though? Woo.
Yeah, what is she lecturing?
How to make rubbish up?
I'm not sure if she's a physicist or an astrophysicist.
She's not a physicist.
She's neither.
There's no way.
She's neither.
Qualified physicist.
No way.
She has a real PhD from a well-known, proper, actual university in South Africa.
Yeah, but in what though?
Yeah.
Physics.
No.
Physics or astrophysics, one or the other. I can't remember which, but she does indeed have that.
She got a PhD in astrophysicism.
She has since become, because she's one of the chief proponents of Planet
X,
whatever it's Nibiru.
But Ellen, she thinks that lift is anti-gravity.
Yeah, I know.
That's a Colin.
Plot.
That's a real problem.
I didn't say she wasn't a well-known proper lost head Gaga, but
it's bleeding through.
Yeah, what's the one or the other? I can't remember which.
Being the main phrase.
Who is that?
Irish, you need to
She has
mute.
since become, she's one of the chief proponents of
Irish? That you in
That is
Discord?
June Discord.
I think you are, Stu.
So you only had
why
to
is
mute,
she
you
still
didn't have to
allowed?
deafen.
Why is she still allowed to lecture if she's lost the plot?
Well, in fact, that's interesting because Astronomy Live, the person who runs Astronomy Live channel.
Irish, just mute yourself in Discord.
He did actually report her to her university because of her writings on Nibiru.
Yeah, but she shouldn't be allowed.
She seems to be going even further down the rabbit hole.
She shouldn't be allowed to teach because what the hell is she teaching people? If she believes.
Well, I assume I assume she's still actually teaching the syllabus that she's required to teach by the university. But
yeah, but would she be following it?
I've just had a quick a little bit of research over on web.
Yeah.
Somebody posted in Skeptophilia that they'd had a search of the Wits University faculty. She doesn't exist.
I didn't think she did.
As far as Wits University is concerned, she's not a lecturer.
Yeah.
I think she used to be.
I think she made stuff up.
There would be records.
I think they might well have kicked her.
Well, she was never there in the first place.
Yeah, she's like, I do web seminars for them. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
sure
okay.
she does.
Yeah, and somebody else has said that they checked out her credentials on LinkedIn, and
Yeah,
she's
somebody said they're a special agent for the Queen too.
yeah.
Swan in.
Yeah, it sounds like she's a complete and utter fraud. She is not a physicist. Physicists do not say that sort of thing.
No, and if they lost the plot, they wouldn't say that sort of thing. They wouldn't say an engine runs on compressed vortex air. They know better than that. Yeah, she isn't real. She's fake.
Let me have a look on LinkedIn.
Either that or she's just getting confused with a steam engine.
How do you control anti-gravity? How do you control anti-gravity?
Yeah, but Peter, a steam turbine or a triple expansion?
Well, no, steam turbine. Well, it kind of would still work with compressed air.
Yeah, but how do you produce the compressed air? What she's on about?
Oh, obviously, you see when they pull up at the at the airport and all the people are getting on, there's those little cars that pull up and plug into the
they're compressing the air.
Hey, they're pumping it up. You know, because obviously, you don't need that much air to stay aloft for like 8 hours or whatever they can fly. You know.
Yeah. I want a tank which stores that amount of compressed air in my workshop, please.
I want a car.
I'd never have to turn my compressor on ever again.
I want a car that can run that much. It's obviously cheaper.
Back in the 80s, I went to an RAF Blind Club a few times, and they used to run all the club vehicles on
compressed air.
Well, you'd think that. Well, actually, it was the fuel that leaked out of the wings of the Lightning when they were on the QRA pads. because Lightnings don't become fuel tight until they're flying when they get a bit warm and yeah, they used to have to put drip trays under the damn things to catch the fuel leaking out of them.
Yep.
So they used to run all the gliding club vehicles were diesel, and they used to run it on literally they used to mix the waste Avter with some used black gunky looking engine oil and run it through the diesel engines. They put a little bit of oil in it just to help lubricate the injectors, because apparently running it on straight Avter
a bit dry for them,
and the fuel pump
kills the injectors.
The injector pump will need lubrication as well.
When I was a younger man and I was between jobs, I volunteered at one of the local heritage parks. So it had like all of the old timey shit all over the place. It had a blacksmith, and that's where I used to hang out. You know, I'd make those little miniature horseshoes for all the kids that are doing school trips there, and you know, I'd have them pre-made, and all I'd do is as the group of kids would turn up, I'd just throw a fistful of them in the blacksmith forge, and I'd make them red hot, so they'd see me pull it out of the forge, bang it on the anvil, and then stick it in the bucket, and there you go, mate. You can have that one. And they used to think that was, you know, gold. It was a lot of fun. But the reason the reason for the story though is they used to have a Stanley steamer there, which, for those that don't know, was a car that was built 1930s, I think, somewhere around there. Might have been a bit later, and it was a steam powered car. But they'd done the air compressor conversion on it, so that actually changed they changed it out a bit and added a compressor tank in the back, and you used to be able to get 4 laps around the heritage park with a tank load of air. So yeah, I don't think her idea of how far you get on a run of air would really work. It's just
apparently someone said in the side chat, I think it was Carl, she's got a video up saying that the virus is fake as well. So,
good on her.
Yeah, so
let me introduce
person, by the sounds of it.
Let me introduce her to a few people she can link.
Yeah. He said he's going to catch the virus and go see her. I don't know. Just tie a knot in it.
Irish, she just apologised in the side chat to her. I mean, in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I've already typed the response.
Oh, sorry.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go make myself some lunch because I'm damn hungry.
And I heard your tablets alarm go off too.
Yeah, tablets time.
And speaking of lunch, I'm going to make a coffee.
I'm having lunch.
Can you make me one too, Mad?
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, just white with 2.
Anyone in the peanut gallery would like a cup of coffee? And
Terry will have white with 2 as well.
Yep, I got Terry's.
Yeah,
I got yours as well, Globy. But you never come and pick it up, Globy. Everyone else does, but you
he's that bloke that leaves the cup.
He's just lazy.
He's that bloke that leaves the cup on the coffee table and it ends up getting that stuck milk rim on the inside of the cup.
Oh, you're a sadist, Carl.
Yep. So, Globy, I'm now going to have 2 cups of coffee, mine and yours, because Terry and Peter actually drink theirs. I wonder what it's going to put in the side chat. Just tie a knot in it.
GPS has to use the swear jar.
Oh, coffee tea. Okay, Dave. No worries.
Maybe it was chocolate, hot chocolate.
I've got no
Lindsay
green
wants
tea.
beer.
I don't do. I don't do tea.
Yeah, someone
Hot
wants
chocolate,
a beer.
marshmallows. I got hot chocolate, but no marshmallows. Sorry, Mipper.
I'll do your green tea, Arthur.
Oh, good. That's all
And
right.
my tablet's too big to swallow.
That's
I'll
covered.
try my phone.
John Rat, please do this.
I find it easier to swallow your tablet if you break it in half.
Now wait till my computer comes.
Green tea with a slice of lemon. Pip. Arthur
Yeah,
wants
how about that?
slice of lemon. That's two things I don't have. I don't mind the lemon, but I don't do tea. Coffee.
Green tea's nice.
Irish Stew plays guitar and he didn't know where to plug his. He didn't know where, which jack to plug it in.
It's a different size plug, Terry.
Yeah.
He tried to
It's-
stick.
and it's
He
of
tried
course-
to
no,
stick.
in,
He
it's
tried
the
to
same
stick a
size.
3.5mm plug into those
No,
the big ones.
he's a professional. He'd use 1/4 inch or.
Or was he trying to stick in one of those big ones
XLR.
into the 3.5? They won't fit.
And he's trying to use an XLR into a 3.5mm jack plug, and it don't work.
Ah. It won't fit. We'll get the
Apparently
hammer
Demon
out
Orb
and
left
hammer
a
it in.
reply. Demon Orb said his reply to Claudia. On that
Oh.
video, Demon.
So Terry, Demon Ord actually dropped another video that actually shows.
I didn't grab that. It must have been
No, it's
further
in
up.
the internal chat.
Okay, Mippet.
So
You bring your own marshmallows. I'll have some.
it's actually one of Demon Orb's videos, and it's only quick, and he
8
shows.
seconds.
Yeah, he actually shows the section that she was talking about in close up.
Oh my goodness. My noodles are hot.
Oh, good.
But you got to turn the sound up.
There's no fuel
It
tank.
is turned up.
Oh my
He says
there's no
stuff
fuel
I can't
tank.
hear it. I'll have to turn it up.
He just said,
Move
"Oh my
these
God,
guys out of the
there's no
road
fuel
so I can
tank."
reach me banana. I'll turn me banana up and see if we can get the sound.
Different form of amplification. Good one, Steve.
My God. There's no fuel tank in this wing. Claudia was right. They must run on air.
Who was that?
That's Demon Orb.
He's
I'll
funny.
pay
That's funny. Don't tell anyone, Demon Orb, what you found.
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
They'll send you to Australia.
Yeah, then you'll have to live with us. That's no good.
Yeah.
And,
keep
and
trying
yet, if you lift up the access panels inside the body of the Junkers 52, you can then get down and remove the access panels that will allow you to get inside the wing where the fuel tanks are.
What?
I know that because I did that when I worked at Duxford, when we
What?
were just about to start stripping the whole thing down.
You found some fuel tanks? Were they
Yes.
green?
No, those ones weren't.
Oh, bugger. They weren't
No,
fuel
well,
tanks. then.
because it was a I believe it was actually a Spanish built copy of the Junkers 52.
Yeah,
Not the
don't
52, not the 52, the triplane.
It
Fu-
says, please play it. Oh, Dora says, please play it again. She missed it.
Oh.
I was going to say, Mad, don't
Yeah.
try and suck fuel out of the green fuel tank, because there was this guy on the side of the road trying to steal fuel out of a Winnebago, and geez, he smelt like shit afterwards.
I bet he did. Oh. Now, if he had an
Okay.
Abrams tank, that would have run on it quite happily.
That wasn't the fuel tank. No.
It wasn't the fuel tank.
Everyone
No.
say
It was the other tank.
just for Dora, we'll play it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we
Here you
go.
go, Dora. Are you ready?
Ready?
Hello,
Yeah.
9 o'clock hero.
Go.
My God. There's no fuel tank in this wing. Claudio is right. They must run on air.
She'll use that as her proof.
Oh, Boggs, what have you posted?
Boggs. Hello, Boggs. Good morning to you, sir. I'm drinking my Team Skeptic Aussie Fire Relief mug. Facing out is keep up the great work on my side, staying calm. They're all
Boggs just posted the link for it in the peanut gallery.
Yeah, I'm
Aussie flag.
I'm bringing it across, Terry.
No, Boggs already did.
Oh, we had that already.
Yeah, that's the one we just did about the airplane wing.
Yeah. Oh, Demon or actually posted it earlier. So
yeah, I'll have a chat with you, Boggs, in Discord in a little while.
Jeez, we're gonna have new people in Discord. That's cool.
What's Boggs just posted?
I think we'll squeeze it for another.
Oh, that is the one.
15 minutes. Go half an hour because there's no rocket launch tonight, so we missed out on that.
Alan,
bugger.
Have you got any? Oh, he's making.
He's making.
I wonder if he's got any model airplanes in his house, and he could check the wings see if there's any fuel tanks in them. In his model airplanes, because that'll debunk it then, wouldn't it?
So Terry, as it's been pointed out by 9 o'clock Hero, you're actually up to 433 already.
433.
433. So you've actually gained. You've gained. Was it 30 odd subs tonight?
Wow,
cool!
That's amazing.
How cool is that? And I would like to thank Wally for that. I
will. I don't know how to repay him for that one.
We'll have to go for a drive. I reckon beers on Wally's deck.
Where's Wally?
I don't know. Is he in Sydney at the moment?
I don't know. I don't know where Wally is.
Yeah. Look for the stripy shirt. That's how I normally find him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's normally hiding.
You wanted to ask me a question, Mad?
Yeah. Have you got any model airplanes there? What you built?
What? Radio control ones or?
Yeah, either.
I've got a radio control one here that I built 2 years ago and haven't flown yet.
Can you look into the wings and see if there's any fuel tanks in it?
I can absolutely assure you that there are no fuel tanks in the wing.
It runs on compressed air.
It doesn't run on compressed air. It runs on an electric bloody motor with a battery.
There, see, proof.
Yeah.
It runs on compressed air with electric motor.
The ones I used to fly in the 70s, they ran off of methanol and castor oil mix with a little bit of nitromethane in it.
Yeah.
On a super buzzy little glow motor, two-stroke glow motor.
Yeah.
Spinning a 9-inch prop at about, I don't know, 15 to 18,000 RPM.
So you mean all airplanes run on electric motors?
Well, no, because this was an internal combustion engine.
No, your electric one.
Well, the electric one runs on electric, yeah. I hope so, because I wouldn't want to put petrol on it because it's all made out of bloody polystyrene foam. It'd melt.
So planes aren't made out of metal; they're made out of polystyrene foam. That's proof.
Depends on the size. Depends on the size of the aeroplane.
I'm just winding. I used to have a 6-foot winged balsa wood with dope tissue Mustang wingspan. 6 foot was 6. Yeah. That's probably 7 foot actually. I couldn't get it in the shed upright. So yeah, that was pretty cool.
I used to. Me and my dad used to share a 3 meter. Well, just shy of 3 meter thermal soarer.
Oh, I'd love to have one of them.
That was lovely. Throw that up on the bungee, and it'd stay up there. You could stay up there for half an hour if it was a good day. He also built a little engine pod so that you could put turn it into a powered glider.
Yeah.
Little engine and There was no throttle on it. You just fired it up, launched it, went up, and then when the engine ran out of fuel, which was like only had 2 or 3 minutes of fuel in it, but you could get it up to a decent height, and then although it affected the gliding performance slightly, it stay up there. You could stay up there for hours and hours and hours on a good day.
Oh yeah, thermals. I was watching one of the videos we were watching last night was this big RC club meet, and they had a massive Boeing Virgin. I don't know which Boeing it was, but it was huge. 3 attempts to get up in the air because something kept going wrong. But they had some little planes. Well, I say little. They're sort of like 6, 7. No, they're probably about 8, 9 foot wingspans, actually towing gliders up in the air, which I thought was quite cool. But the gliders were awesome. I'd love to get a RC glider. That'd be pretty cool.
There are some.
I'd want to build it though. I'd want to build it myself.
You can buy them ready made.
Yeah, I know, but
you can buy them and they're almost ready to fly.
No, I'd rather build it myself from plans.
Yeah.
Like I did all my others. Yeah.
Well, Mad.
Yeah.
If you're interested, I mentioned that glider.
Yeah. You got the plans.
I have a PDF of the plans.
Oh, very nice. Yes, please. What's the wingspan?
I think it's 2.8 meters, 3 meters.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It's a 3 meter. It's a 3 meter class glider.
Oh, that's nice. That'd be cool. Yeah, I need something like that to get my head back into gear because
I think it's 118 inches.
Ooh. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
But it's the wing panels come in. It comes with a port wing and a starboard wing.
Yeah.
And it has like 2 metal rods that stick out that run through the center of the fuselage.
Yeah, to hold the wings on. Yeah.
And basically, they just spring apart slightly, and then you squeeze them a little bit and slide them into tubes in the wings, push them on, and then they stay on because it's only 2-channel. It's rudder and elevator only. You only need you don't need any more. You don't need to connect anything into the wings for
ailerons or anything.
Ailerons or flaps or anything.
Oh, nice.
Although, of course, remember back then when this glider was being sold as a kit, we didn't have all the micro servos and stuff we got now, so you couldn't put servos out in the wings to operate and then just have the wiring. You would have to have a single servo in the middle of the wing that was operating the ailerons from the center with control rods, which makes having 2-part wings a lot harder. Because now everybody does 2-part wings because you just put the little mini servos out in the wingtips and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Later, is that you, Dave? But yeah, I suppose we better get off this pit bull.
Yeah, bye, Dave. Bye, GPS. They're leaving in droves.
Yeah, that's what happens. I'll just play Pip's story for us to finish off on. And then I'll.
Oh, not more about airplanes.
So I'll catch us all in a couple of days, maybe. I don't know when the next one will be. Probably Monday. What's today? Saturday. Probably Monday night I might do one, but I don't know what time.
Avocados from Mexico.
Okay.
Avocados from Mexico.
I got no idea what relevance that has. That thing. Got nothing to do with us. Zero. It's a good night story from Pip.
It's not really a story.
My parrot.
That's
No,
funny, Phil.
well, this one isn't. This one's nursery rhyme 24.
Oh no, that one. Okay, no, that's fine. I thought it was the
I
other
don't
one you
know
were
what
doing.
this one is.
It's nursery rhymes.
This is about
Up to
airplanes.
date.
Because Pip
Not
loves
funny or rude.
airplanes.
It's just nursery rhymes. It's just for kids.
Oh, that's us then.
Well, we'll do the other one then.
Avocados
We'll
from
do the
Mexico.
last one. This one.
Blue balls. Parenting is dirty business. We are taught we have to watch what we say when little ears are present, but good news, there's a loophole. Even though society and dirty minds have taken away so many expressions, the innocence of children allows us to bring them back and get some cheap chuckles along the way. Take a moment to relax, unwind, and enjoy the moments that follow. Giving a helping hand. I don't swallow. Lick from the bottom up. Only Mummy and Daddy can screw. Don't choke the chicken. Don't rub her kitty so hard. Let's go for a quickie. Let me get your zipper. Playing around. I go both ways. Harder, honey. Don't stop, don't stop. Grab your balls. Blow me. Bang it out. What's your favourite position? It's better on top. Rub one out. Boot it in slowly. Is this your first time? Can you get it up? Let's do a threesome. Between adults. Your package is huge. While you're down there, I want a boy toy. She goes down easy. Everyone fakes it. Let him get off by himself. And take my cherry.
There was always another.
I'm running out of-
another classic.
Running out of dirty books.
You're an evil woman, Pip.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, that's funny. While you're down there, I want a boy toy.
I have to soundboard that.
Okay, I want to thank Alan, Peter, Blue. He's probably asleep. No Name's probably asleep. Sheepy. Flurpies.
Sleep.
Matt and not a farmer
Get my
boy.
name right one of these days.
Why would Blue be asleep?
I'll call you Pie Parrot then.
Okay.
Okay. I'll call you Pip. That's easier.
Not Luke.
See is in the peanut gallery. Oh, Kiri, you came late. We're just on our way out.
You have missed it.
Yeah,
Kiri, we're just
thanks,
leaving.
Kiri.
Thanks,
Dora,
Kiri.
Loonzag, Carl, 9 o'clock Dart, Mippet, Professor Phil, Dartman, Dora, Demon Orb, 9 o'clock Hero, Oh dear. Sam Groves.
Did you mention lightning?
No, did I forget to mention there was lightning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it?
GPS.
Lots of it, I hope.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of people. Bugs.
Lots of people.
Lots of people. Okay then. If I don't see you in Discord, I'll see you in the next show. Later, everyone.
Bye, Nutters.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Peanut Gallery.
Bye.
Thanks, Peanuts.
Hi, not in it.